for, but we're all over Mexico getting parts for the big three. So, and the majority, about good 70 to 75% of the parts we're pulling from Mexico every single day. We're flying into the States.
Oh, I know.
And from Canada. And then a little bit of it's coming from Canada. We pull a little bit from Canada.
So we're getting record profits. It's awesome for the country, man.
So I do want to, kind of go back to the room. So my question is, I see all of the hate people are getting, and there's some shit libs trying to make a name for themselves, saying what a horrible, bigoted, homophobic, whatever bullshit Charlie Kirk was, and I would like if these people can actually pull the clips or say anything that he said factually wrong. Because I think you guys are. I think the people that are slandering Charlie Kirk, there are people like me that you can say, well, he says horrible things. Yeah, fair enough. But Charlie Kirk is not like a bad guy, and I personally am insulted, seeing people slander him and say bad stuff about him when he was a good person. In fact, it also just makes the left look really bad, because here you guys are attacking like an actual moderate, and he's definitely a Christian. That's like I think ideologically his main driver. He's a Christian man. He's a good man. And you guys want to, say he's all of these bad things, and maybe even laugh and make fun of the fact that he got shot in the neck. I personally would think it'd be funny if the people that were laughing at him getting shot in the neck, if, it was captured on home video, a bunch of, I don't know, think of some of the biggest fat guys that also had really big fat dicks came in and raped you and killed you. I mean, I would probably laugh at that just because you deserve it. But Charlie wouldn't do that. He would think it's horrible. So I just don't get why people are being so mean to Charlie. He's a nice guy.
They're expecting too much from the cucktards.
I feel like a lot of people who are saying these horrible things haven't even listened to much of anything of what he said, because it's so opposite of what people are saying. And I've seen actual direct misquotes, intentionally misquoting what he said, not just out of context, but actually words that he didn't use.
You bring up a good point. I find it hard to believe that somebody could be 100% wrong. You never hear the other side bring up anything else that he might have said good, you know what I mean? There's no way you can be 100% wrong. So it plays into what you're saying, is that the idea is to pick out and to make things out of context so they can get their narrative going. But at the end of the day, there's always something that you can find that you should be able to mention that was actually good. But you won't find that at all with this group.
Right. It's like there are some people, like Happy was saying, who do say horrible things. This was not the guy. And for people to be laughing, I'm like, they haven't listened to him. They're just joining in what they see other people doing and thinking it's a moment to sort of try to mock the rights and the conservatives, but I don't believe it.
And by the way, I'll go out on a limb and say each one of us at some point have done something very similar to what Charlie Kirk has said on this Clubhouse app. So it's like he really is really a low Clubhouse conversation at the end of the day that Charlie was having with these students. You know what I mean? So like literally every day we open up a room, we were having a Charlie-like conversation, and I guess we should be condemned for very similar kind of things. You know what I mean? Like there isn't anybody innocent on this app. To think that you're not obviously responsible for a little bit of your shit talking is completely bullshit. Like literally everybody on this app has done shit talking and has been an awful person. So does that mean that we get to find you and laugh at you after we shoot you?
Right.
I mean, it really comes down to that to me at this point.
Yeah, could you imagine anybody hear this happening and people laughing like that? It happened to anybody. You're right, and it's not. There's worse things that have been said in this room than anything Charlie Kirk has said.
And that's the thing. It's like if this was like Nick Fuentes who got shot, I still would absolutely condemn it. But I can kind of see why he's a little polarizing, and I even don't think he's a good person. But he's just a homosexual that has a lot of influence. I don't know, these weird young people. But and really, it's an open secret. He's a homosexual. I'm not just saying that as an insult.
Well, are you projecting? You're from Discord, where the trans shooter who killed Charlie Kirk was also radicalized. Were you radicalized in Discord, Pascal?
No, I was radicalized before Discord, bro.
I was gonna say, Pepe, and you know what's fucked up about these people condemning Charlie Kirk so bad? I was thinking about bringing my uncle onto this app because my uncle lives in the hood, like hood, like straight hood, like bullet holes in the houses, every fucking where, man. And even they talk the same way. They even talk worse. You talk to my uncle, I can't stand these fucking niggas. Trash everywhere, killing each other, shooting. Just a bunch of debauchery. I can't wait to get away from these niggas. Like, this is how good black people are talking that actually live in these environments. So they're even talking worse about the community than Charlie Kirk ever would. Go down to these hoods and talk to these people that are trapped. That are trapped and in prison in these fucking hoods, and they want a way out because they're tired of this YN culture running around here destroying everything. They're even saying the same fucking thing. The same thing happened in the fucking 90s. If you guys go back and do your research, when Clinton was running for office, this is why the 94 crime bill came into effect, because the Republicans were running very, very hard on the tough on crime stance. Why? Because it was black people that were begging for a change, because they were tired of seeing the violence, tired of the children getting gunned out. It was black people begging and championing for more police activity in their neighborhoods.
Oh, the 94
clean up the fucking streets. Yeah. So what happened was the Democrats were running soft on crime, and they were losing votes from black people. Black people were starting to move over to the Republican side because they were the only ones talking about cleaning up this violence in the street, the drugs in the streets of these inner cities. So the Democratic Party, like they always do, they said, "Oh shit, we're losing votes, so we got to hop on the next, the new hottest trend to get these votes back." And that's when they started petitioning the 94 crime bill and all that shit. That's how that shit came into effect. So black people, again, decades ago, championed for more conservative politics in order to clean up their streets because they were tired of the bullshit.
So you're exactly right. And one of the main reasons why the first George Bush lost is because he racialized crime in his ads. Not him in his words, but in his ads when they used that pillar in the ads against Dukakis. He ended up winning, but it stuck with him. And then we have Clinton come aboard. And you're right, Maxine Waters and a lot of them were for that 94 crime bill that comes to pass, and it was addressing a lot of the crime that was in California, where I was from, in Southern California, in Los Angeles. I couldn't wear a Raiders hat as a kid. But now what we have today, like you said, there are a lot of African Americans that sound just like Charlie Kirk. If you put them behind the curtain, you wouldn't know that it's not Charlie Kirk. There are a lot of very religious folks in the hood that say that you believe the same thing of, like, we got to get back to a man and a woman being subjugated, even though I don't agree with that, subjugated to the man and how they proceed in the household. So you're exactly right. We do hear this. What I will say to answer the question that Pepe is asking, again, it is how you address it. And one of the things about the way Charlie addressed things, especially when he cut it up for, to make it to real or publicity so that it would trend on social media, is he made it argumentative and he made it belittling to a lot of people. So it's not always what you say, but a lot of it is how you say it. And if it's a conversation from a place of the heart, as opposed to winning an argument, that's where the difference is.
I don't agree. I agree with you on that part, Trent, because I think we all have an inner troll in us, so to speak, right, Trent? So I think that, at times, of course, Charlie went down that road and did his inner troll. I mean, it'd be no different. He could be on the stage right now, and he would do his troll piece, a little bit probably. But he always had a message at the end of the day, and I think, obviously, that, to your point, it might have been overshadowed by that trolling that I mentioned. You know what I mean?
Yeah, hello? Hello?
Yes, hello.
Okay, so yeah, I disagree. I think he kind of dished it how people gave it to him. I would see videos and there were a lot of assholes that came up and they were belittling first. And so I thought he was actually kind of nice um, in his responses most of the time. They made themselves look stupid, and he spliced it that way.
So would you say that it's like really no different than a clubhouse conversation, right? When you say where like you'll get somebody that comes up on stage that we've seen all day today, and like you'll have to call them dumb, the usual stuff. I mean, he just did it at a greater scale. You know what I mean? He had a lot more people that were listening. Yeah, she left anyways, but that's kind of where I've been going with my angle. I don't know if I'm off in some weird land, but to me, at the end of the day, it was just a clubhouse conversation with a little bit extra ears and eyes, so to speak. You know?
Matt, you're exactly right. And I'm gonna mention them because you just came in here. The PhD, y'all know PhD, right? Me and PhD are not from the same worlds, right? We look the same, but we're not from the same worlds. PhD, as many of you know, he's been very public about. Okay. I had some private conversations, and I'm not the only one. I'm not going to sit here and only be like, I'm the only one. I was the one who spoke to him. No, I'm not trying to do that. But the way I hit the man, I said, hey man, if this is where you want to go, this is what you got to do. You don't have to hit that knife at this point. At 45, it's unlikely that you're going to do it any other way. And he was worried about doing it, but I didn't belittle him. I didn't say, oh well, you fat, you ain't never gonna do this. You ain't never gonna do that. I said, I told the man, if you got the wherewithal to be a black male and get a PhD, you can lose the weight and find what you're looking for out of life. And there's different ways. Y'all know, right? It's really easy to have punch down, Matt and Pepe. It's really easy to have punch down conversations, and I try not to have them. Right? We can always, when somebody's hurting, they may be gay, they may be trans, they may be a little different in some way. It's very easy for us to get people, especially in a setting where we're comfortable, and punch down and say it's your fault. The crime is your fault. The fatherless homes are your fault. It's harder to have compassion for them folks and walk with them.
Yeah, but it is their fault. They're the ones choosing to lay down, have unprotected sex, have kids out of wedlock. Like what you're saying, Trent, is with all due respect, but you're going back to grown ass adults. We have to infantilize them, and this is the problem. We've infantilized these grown ass adults so much. Now we gotta fucking baby talk them and give them a spoonful of Gerber fucking mush baby food in order for them. No, bro, that's not how the world works. Like, this is a problem. These people gotta understand the world don't revolve around you. The world is a cruel place. The world is a cold place. Nobody has time to sit up here and prep and put icing and a cherry on top just to tell you, hey, you're fucked up. This is the problem.
Sig just sit on my. Sig said, "Man, forget them. I can't say it. I want to say it.
I mean, but look at our military, man. Look at the strategy our military uses, though. I mean, you think about it. Some of your most responsible citizens come out of the military. Some of the most productive, affluent, well-spoken, articulate black folks I've met in my life have come from the military. And what is the strategy? The world don't revolve. Suck it the fuck up, Buttercup. You fucking maggot. Get on your goddamn face and start pushing the fucking earth. Oh, you fuck this up? Yeah, you're gonna have to go run fucking 8 miles. You're gonna have to go fucking hike 7 fucking miles with a 150-pound pack on you. Like this, and we have some of our finest citizens coming from this organization. So we got proof that it works. We got proof that it works, man.
I wouldn't use the military as the way that you need to speak to the average person. I know what you're saying, right? That's the way to get through some people. It's not the way to reach necessarily the masses. And again, we've done in some respects, we've done a good job. But I'm not going to disagree with you no more. There's a lot more to go. if we're talking about African Americans, we do have to accept and just accept facts. That Siggy, the same thing that bothers you bothers me, bothers the hell out of me because I'm a statistics guy. Like when we can't even just say that the crime in Memphis and Detroit and Houston and Dallas and New Orleans, we know who it is, and that's the crazy thing. Like we know who it is, and we're afraid to admit that this problem is ours, right? No, we're not the mass shooters of the churches and the grocery stores, which get a lot of publicity, but are relatively rare. The mass shootings every day, to Charlie Kirk's point, the mass shootings that happen every day around America, which is 4 or more people shot, happen in clubs and around the corner from the liquor store and at the barbecue or whatever. And there are people that look like me. And it's usually 18 to 24-year-old black males. That's where the problem is. We know where the problem is. And so we can accept it and recognize that this is the problem and this is where we need to hone our focus. We'd be a lot better off instead of, like Al was doing, trying to pretend like stats from Idaho are the problem.
Pepe, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Alright, give me the beans so I can get this fucker and popping. Like, we're getting beat by that fucking cocksucker.
This room isn't a competition.
What the heck? Make it one.
Good evening, Pepe. Everybody.
Well, Lee should start inviting everybody on stage. I mean, that's how you get the
You
rest.
don't hear me talking? You don't hear me talking?
Oh, no, I do hear you talking. You too melanated for me to care.
All right. So, anyways,
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at liberals, and I don't know why they're I think some of the things, like even Krasensteins, they like follow me. I followed them back. I think they follow like most people, but they have like 1 million plus people, I think, on their accounts. But it's like, them saying, I found a lot of the things that he said deeply hurtful. But they didn't make fun of his death or anything. They're not that tasteless. But yeah, I still don't. I mean, I don't even know what he said that is deeply hateful. I mean, there's nothing that came out of Charlie Kirk's mouth that would anybody who's even remotely conservative, and especially if they're like actually a religious Christian, he didn't say anything that was like out of line. I mean, to me, people are just reaching.
are you serious or are you joking?
Yeah, Hurricane.
Pascal.
Maybe Hurricane will do so. Because I'd love. Can you think of anything that Charlie Kirk said that was wrong?
Where do I begin? What'd you say, Trent?
Black women, what he said about black women not having brain capacity, when he said that about.
Well, you
You
think
didn't
that's,
say black women. That was misquoted.
do you think that's the worst thing he said, Trent?
No, it's not the worst. It's just the one that hits me. But go ahead, babe. It's good to see you.
Well, why does that one hit you? You're not even married to a black woman. What are you talking about?
What?
Hurricane, but can you answer Hurricane? Can you not deflect and answer Pepe's question? What did Charlie Kirk say?
I don't know who you are. Okay, I'm here because of Pascal. So
Hurricane, you were asked a question.
I
What
know.
Can you point out?
Listen,
Can you point out?
Pepe and I-
Can you point out
Pepe and
anything
I.
that? Can you
Pepe and
point
I
out
have a
anything?
simpatico, okay.
Can you point out anything that Charlie Kirk that has said that was false?
Sig, I just got here. I'm trying to warm up my seat.
It's fine. Hurricane and I don't agree
I
on
don't
a
know
lot
what
of
the fuck
things.
is wrong
We
with
get along,
Sig. Like,
but we
chill
get
the
along
fuck
for the
out.
most part.
Like, what's your problem?
Because you were asked a question and you deflected.
I always answer Pepe's question. I didn't deflect.
Beaver, just
I was
invite
responding.
No, I think
Conversation.
Trent ended up bringing up
Exactly, like
something,
I'm talking
so
to
that's how it
Trent,
happened.
bitch. What's your problem?
All right, so then let's start over. What has Charlie Kirk said?
Sig,
that was false?
I'm not here to talk to you because I don't like you. I don't like your tone. I don't like your energy.
There you go. That's another
I'm gonna
good. I
talk
don't like
to
your
Pepe.
tone. I don't like your tone.
I'm gonna talk to Pepe.
Hurricane, can
I
please
ask?
tell us, pretty please with the cherry on top, anything that
Yeah,
Charlie Kirk
shut the
said
fuck
that
up,
was
bitch,
wrong?
and
Is that
stick
tone better
the
for you?
cherry up your
Is that tone better
ass.
for you?
How about
All
that?
right, you guys. Let's not attack each other. Like, please don't attack each other.
Yeah, like I came up and Trent asked me a question. Trent and I, we have a simpatico too. Trent and I were going back and forth, and you won't even let these two black men have their little thing before I start telling
I'm
you.
just curious. So,
Pepe.
aren't you? You have like Nigerian origin. Am I correct with
I'm
you
black.
guys?
Don't talk. Yeah, I'm a black man.
No. The reason I'm asking is is I do. It's my experience, at least with Nigerians I've spoken to, that they do seem a bit more religious on it in comparison to Americans. Like, I could be wrong.
That is true.
Oh, sorry. What's your claim about Nigerians again?
Oh, the ones at least that come here to the United States, they seem to be a little bit more religious than Americans.
Super.
You mean more religious than white Americans?
Yes.
Very much so.
On
White
average.
Americans. Well, yeah, but that's because white people don't know Jesus.
Amazing.
Neither do you.
Yeah, you guys are infidels, like, you know.
But I mean, do you think that like for example, Christian like the Christian Nigerian diaspora would find anything like wrong with maybe his views on, let's say, LGBT stuff? Is it like I think Charlie Kirk, he was a religious person, like that was his main ideological bent. And I don't really, I can understand how some people might think it's offensive when he says only, you know, I don't know, I don't even know if this was his stance, but maybe he thought like committing a homosexual act is a sin. I mean, that's just kind of standard for.
Okay, so let me tell you a few things. So, are you familiar with Central Park 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with Yusuf Salam?
No, I'd have to look him up. Sounds
So he's a member of the Central Park 5. He is now a New York City councilman, and Charlie Kirk accused Yusuf Salam of rape repeatedly. He called him a disgusting pig who had gotten away with gang rape. The disgusting pig is a direct quote. Those are words that Charlie Kirk used, and he also said that Yusuf Salam got away with, open quote, gang rape, close quote. So he said that about Yusuf Salam, one of the Central Park 5. As we know, they were all exonerated. So that's one thing he said that I thought was distasteful and beyond the pale. He also said that prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. I'm looking up here for more quotes.
I know that about Lisa Blanc.
He also said, no, well, he was not found guilty of, he was exonerated, so.
Yeah, I just didn't know.
Him of rape.
You're giving me something. I didn't know that one.
Charlie Kirk also said the Jewish donors were the #1 funding mechanism of radical open border neoliberal quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. He also said that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country, close quote.
But I did see that clip, but he did, and he's correct, and I don't think most Jews would even disagree. You do have like secular Jews who that are like very left wing, and that you have Jews on both sides that are kind of
the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by
Are you gonna let that
the country?
talk?
Like, who's talking to me? Because if it's Sig, I'm not talking
Go ahead.
to you.
No, it's not Sig.
You're a fool. I'm not talking to you.
Well, I would say that there is, if you know, I can go back into it. I would say, the Jewish leftists always kind of if you look at a lot of the anti-whiteness shit that would even going back to the '60s that you would get more in academia, he's not incorrect. Like a lot of.
Well, if that's the case, then let's just go ahead and say that let's just go ahead and say that you are happy to be an anti-Semite. Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's what that statement.
No, I don't think that's anti-Semitic because
it is.
Absolutely not. Because
it is.
No. I'm picking out Jews. Yeah. Well, one second. Right after this, I would clarify that. First of all, he's saying what kind of Jews. He's not saying Jews in general.
He said Jews with money, Jewish donors. Jewish donors.
Well, who else is going to do it besides the ones with money?
Well, yeah. So you say he's specifying a certain type of Jew.
Well,
secular
yeah, he's talking about secular Jews specifically.
No, he didn't talk about secular Jews. He said
like
Jewish
Larry
donors.
Fink.
He didn't say.
Okay, I'll
he
play
didn't
the
say
clip.
He didn't say Jewish donors who are secular. That's not what he said.
All right, I'll play the clip.
Please play it.
Okay.
Perhaps there's a context that I'm missing. But go ahead, play it.
All right, hold on, let me pull it up.
It might be the AIDS messenger transfer again.
All right, guys, don't. All right, so
And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like, time for you guys to wake up and say no more. Draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you...
So, and that's interesting. He said secular Jews, and now it's coming for the Jews. So it sounded like, and this is where I'm 100% correct. And you actually saw, let me put my headphones back in. You actually saw post October 7th, you saw that Jews, a lot of lefty Jews we're still funding these, giving endowments to these campuses. They were funding a lot of this far left bullshit. But then you saw something change after October 7th. They were riding that dragon. Hold on.
Are all secular Jews leftists?
Oh, well, hold on.
Are all secular Jews
They don't let this black man control you.
Yeah, but no, but those are, it's the secular Jews that tend to be left. Yes.
Are they so? Okay, so secular and leftist, those two words mean the same thing when
No, but the religious Jews tend to be more right wing. That's just kind of like religious people in general.
Well, he said secular. He didn't say leftist. So.
Well, yes. So he just talked about how secular Jews were funding all of these things that in the United States we would consider far left. And he said that basically they went around and started and now they're coming for the Jews, which is what you did. You had the people that were, I would say most of the people that were doing the pro-Palestine shit, I would say most of these people were not like anti-Semites, they're not racist, but they were, I would say they looked at Israel kind of through the same lens they might look at the United States or Great Britain as this settler colonialism,
Marxist, all that crap.
Pepe, I got the answer for you. It's 77% of secular Jew. Bro, I was giving you the statistics.
Okay, what is it?
77% of secular Jews are on the left.
That's
well, but he didn't say left. Secular Jews.
So the secular Jews that were supporting that stuff.
So I suppose
they did start kind of going after Jews.
It's okay to target secular Jews, right?
No, he's saying he said that they had a lot of explaining to do, and basically was saying like, look, now they're coming now. These people that you were supporting, like I'm guessing he's referring to Palestine or some shit. Now these people, these leftists, are coming for they're coming for all Jews, and so I think that's perfectly reasonable. That's not anti-Semitic.
I disagree, but it's fine. We don't have to agree.
All right, Pepe. You know how you have house niggers, now you have a house Jew. You can ask, do I think that it's that Charlie Kirk was going against Jews? No, he was stating the facts that people like George Soros and Larry Fink, who are fucking piece of shits, are fucking indoctrinating all these fucking young kids, and that we need to wake up and smell the fucking, shit and see that, these leftist fucking Jews need to be fucking stopped.
It's so strange, Ken.
I'm this house tyke.
Yeah, Ken. I
No, I do.
Yeah, you sound
fairly well.
Yeah, you sound like you have
tree is filed, bro.
Who wanted to speak?
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, it's your okay. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Trent. You got it, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. Pepe, like, I had heard that comment before, and now hearing it, even in the context, it's a bad comment to make, right? Yes, a lot of, I want to call them secular Jews, a lot of Jews do vote Democratic. I mean, we obviously know that just from the congressional, with Schumer and Bernie Sanders and congressional leaders. But I think that's a terrible comment to make. And going back to the 60s, the reason I stopped is going back to the 60s, Jews were very, very helpful in the civil rights movement. A lot of those freedom riders were actually Jewish that went that went down to the South to help blacks in the civil rights movement. So my family, especially, we have an affection for Jewish people because they helped us when we was down. And I think there has been, and it's been broken over the years a bit, but there always has been a kinship with black folks right after the civil rights because of the Jewish.
Yeah, well, blacks and Jews during that time were both conservatives. I mean, so yeah, they were politically.
That's not true. They were not conservative. No, black people were not conservative at that time. You don't know.
Oh my God.
You don't know what you're talking about, Ken. The word conservative, as used in application to whites, doesn't even apply to
Okay,
whites.
Republicans, you fucking piece of shit.
No, listen,
Right-leaning,
we have
majority of Jews.
No, they were
black
Democrats
people
back
were
then.
not right-leaning, please. Black people are not conservative the same way whites are conservative in this country.
Conservative values.
Know that. No.
Conservative Judeo-Christian values.
That's
Alright,
what
stop.
conservative means. You're an idiot.
I would say blacks are somewhat more socially conservative on average than whites in the United States.
If you guys did any reading, you would understand that the word conservative doesn't even attach properly to black people when we're talking about politics.
Yeah, that's not how I'm applying.
Not the way that you guys define conservative and apply it to black and white people. It's not a way we do it. It is a useless word. We're talking about how black people are it is not the same thing for us. If you understood black people, you would
Talk about African Americans and the Jews.
yeah, that's right. I'm not even fine with everybody. I think it's fine to get the people to find out these differences.
Well, I just disagree with her.
So you want to call me a bitch, which is your right. You want to go off and call you a fucking faggot. You know, you wear liquid stones. You gotta get the fuck in. I heard that.
You have a baby carrot dick home. You have a baby carrot dick. Your dick doesn't even
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Trent, this is exactly what I was talking about.
She says that.
It's the women and these niggas with sugar in their fucking tank. This is the fucking problem. So the motherfuckers sit up here and cry and boo-hoo and whine about your tone, and all I did was ask them a question. But you want to come off the mic and call me a fucking bitch? I never disrespected you, you fucking black faggot. That's the fucking problem.
See,
This is the problem.
see, I would hope that you would use correct pronouns and say she.
I mean, I'm gonna say this when it comes to even the Jewish thing. I would say Jews have been like extremely fucking responsible for the I guess you see the radical left bullshit you've seen in our country since the 60s. That is when the Jews, right? They started. A good number of them started. They were professors. They were very, as you could say, involved in the radical left-wing movements. Of course, a lot of it was
Let's have
communist.
let's have this discussion real quick before I go back because I want to. And I like everybody. I try not to get personal and insult anybody. So Pepe, when you say radical left, what do you mean? What does that mean to you?
Oh, sure. So that would be like well, you had many different organizations. You had DSA, which I'd say is somewhat radical left. You had like the Weather Underground. You had the Black Liberation, or I forget. They ended up having an Marxist held. You had a lot of the activism, whether it was for racial, whether it was women's rights, whether it was course, a lot of it was economic. It was influenced by far left, like what we would consider like Marxist ideology. And that I would say the 60s is when you definitely saw it. That was a decade known for like a lot of protesting and movements, some of which were violent on the on behalf of the far left.
I'm talking about today. Let's not talk about yesteryear. Like in 2025, and this is for all of you. What do you think it is the left stands for, or the far left stands for, and what do you think the right or the far right stands for? And I'm going to preface it by saying, I talk to both sides. I told you I live on the border, and I've lived in Texas most of my life. I spent a lot of time in Ohio, California, all over the country. When I hear both sides of the coin, they're both talking about the elites. So when I listen to you guys like Sig and Ken, when I listen to your complaints, it's often about rich people on the far left and on the far right. And I'd love to hear your points on that.
In a way, yes. Both of them will. So the far right, it will depend because there's many types of people or factions on the far right. You have probably the most extremist example I can think of are like neo-Nazi accelerationists. These are people like Timothy McVeigh. They seek to commit terrorist attacks, anticipating that it will cause social unrest, and the law enforcement or the government will start trying to strip people of guns, and then people of color will attack them, and then they're going to do more terrorist attacks, and it'll bring down the country. They can have their new utopian Nazi government or some shit. And you have like white nationalists, which can be anywhere from they're not that extreme to pretty extreme. You have what else? The Christian right. You can get some of them that are overboard on the Christian right, but then on the left, I would say you have people that are rather like I would say Marxist purist. They're not people that have any lefty social views, but they are, they're communist, and they do see this as our capitalist country is like having hierarchical structures that are oppressive, and they seek to change it for the benefit of the average working person, to people that are and some of these people, they tend not to be that militant, but then you get the ones who are militant. I guess you can start looking at Antifa. I would say in the 60s, like the Weather Underground, which was, notorious for bombing and shooting people. They were obviously radical leftists. And so
the thing is, and this is wrong with you. Most of you want, like tariffs, that's a leftist ideal. That's
not traditionally. Paleoconservatives, that before you made the break with the new right, was all for laissez-faire capitalism. The conservatives like Nixon and before, they love tariffs.
Yeah, okay, but basically building up the working class, right? Building up the working class, which is now what the populist movement is talking about, is basically in some ways a leftist construct. And so what I'm saying is the rise that I'm seeing through MAGA on the right and the anti-corporation and the anti-elite sentiment is the same shit that I've been hearing on the left for years. The parties are blending. They're really saying the same things. Okay, the parties are not blending. Okay, go ahead.
There's a convergence of interest for sure. I mean, under George W. They would not see the right criticizing corporations and corporate interests the way that you have been for the last several years. But I would say this: hold on. Hold on.
You didn't talk about
interest
convergence. You said the parties are blending, meaning the parties are beginning to look more like each other. That's not true.
Okay, well, on some levels, but I would say this: like a paleoconservatives, the right that existed before, I would say what you had the Barry Goldwater Republicans, and of course, what the fuck is he? Reagan was like, kind of one of them. They were a lot different. If you look at like Nixon and before, these are people that were very protectionist. They didn't care about let's just look at the GDP. But their focus was on the American dream, the everyday American worker. These are people to be taken care of. We want to make sure that everybody has a shot at the American dream. So when it came to workers and their wages for the everyday American, yeah, that was front and center. That was put on a back burner with the new right. They were all about, in my opinion, more corporate greed.
Okay, can I ask a question here? So, I want to know your opinion about this, but I feel as though one distinguishing factor between the right and the left is identity politics. I think that if the right were to play with identity politics, well, it wouldn't go lasting. I'm being honest.
Well, the right does play with identity politics.
It would not be accepted as it is on the left.
Well, the right does engage in identity politics. You guys just decide to
It's not
ignore
accepted. It's not accepted.
It is accepted on the right. Yes, it is.
Only in,
It's not mainstream.
yeah,
The right engages in identity politics.
it's not meaning.
Do you know what identity politics actually is?
When you say I'm relatively white on the right, shit.
It's something you can do on the internet, and it's something that you see online, but you won't see in like any large platform. You can't really.
No, that's what I'm saying. You can't say that on mainstream television networks.
What about what the right does? What about what the right?
What do we do?
Blah.
What do we do when it comes to identity politics? Like, what do we do?
What has the administration done?
I don't know. What did they do?
It's taking over in January.
What have they done?
You know what it was.
I don't. Which identities have been attacked?
Answer the question, Hurricane.
Chase, I don't know who it is. I don't talk to idiots who talk to me as if I'm their slaves.
I'm an idiot.
That's true. Exactly, so shut the fuck up, because I'm not an enslaved person. It's not 1866.
Ray, can you just answer the question so I can listen to this?
Hold on, guys. Alright, guys, don't. Yeah, don't. Let's not get the personal attacks.
Yeah, he's talking to me.
Seems like you want to be enslaved, though. No one said that you were enslaved.
Bitch, you could never.
I know, guys, stop. Alright, guys, stop. I don't want to hear that. The bickering is so obnoxious. So, yeah, I mean, as far as him kicking out illegals, yeah, you can say that's racist or some shit, which I don't think it is. Transgenders, I think he stopped.
I'll answer your question, because you said, as far as saying that the right is not engaged in identity politics, I would say that the administration, since they were in late January 2020, it has engaged in identity politics. It has done so by, among other things, claiming and being was I good? I was asking how they engaged. Was I done talking, Zig? Was I done? Can you say it to me nicely, please? Just ask me a question. Well, can you just give us an example? You are rude by interrupting me. The fact that you cannot concentrate for more than 5 seconds is your problem, not mine.
Can you pretty please just give us some examples of how the right has used identity politics, please?
Shut up.
Alright, guys, let's
Shut up. I was talking and you interrupted me. That's what you did.
So, Hurricane, I do recall you were about to say like.
Yeah, I was about to say something,
okay.
but the dumb bitch named Sid.
All right, come on, don't do that.
Why not tell Sid to stop?
Because
people who are answering.
okay, I did. I tried telling both of you to stop, but then like
No, I haven't
calling him a
heard you
bitch,
tell
and then
Sid
he's
to
gonna
be
respond.
quiet.
Holy shit!
When the administration said that it was going to do everything that it could to get rid of DEI, because DEI in the workplace is taking opportunities from white people and giving them to less deserving, less qualified non-white people. It was engaging in identity politics. That's just one example. It's called identity politics. Now, we can disagree on whether it's good identity politics or not. We can disagree. That's a different conversation. But insisting that that is what identity politics is wrong. It is what it is doing is singling out a particular identity and coming up with an agenda that is going to advance
Spencer said.
It's simply incorrect to argue that the left is on one side.
I'm not making that point.
Do it.
I'm saying that the identity politics on the right is unaccepted like it is on the left.
Oh, it
That's what I'm
definitely is
making.
accepted because all of you are happy. All of you are happy with what the administration is doing. You're happy about it. You celebrate.
I think the part's different. SARS
Lasara's not really making a point, actually.
No, I'm making a point. My point is that identity politics exist on both sides, except one is accepted and the other one isn't.
That's false.
That's not true.
That's false.
I think the point is, like, if you think about how Democrats apply identity politics, they literally go out of their way to make sure that they always mention minorities as, you know, the most oppressed, and if you're black and a woman, you being downtrodden is due to your race, basically. So it's far more likely that you're going to hear a person at the DNC proclaim that we need to end the oppression of black people and women than a person at the RNC saying that white people need to rise up, basically. Like, you're not going to hear those things.
So don't look. Here's the lie. Here's the lie that's going on. And white people, particularly white men, are the ones that are like saying that is politics. What we call it is that people are locally scientifically into what folks on your side do. It's pretend. You guys do not engage in identity politics. You turn around and make identity politics. They look around and accuse the folks on the left of doing it all by themselves. That is
Hold on a second. So I actually want to push back. We spent like a decade at least of, you know, white people bad, especially white men, toxic masculinity. Oh, look at how horrible that your guys' history is. White supremacy is like the biggest thing. In fact, it's everywhere. You can't stop it. You're just basically demonizing the fuck out of white people, and then of course there's all this DEI shit gets instituted. But then all of a sudden it's like, well, yeah, now they're kind of stripping it away. I don't consider that identity politics. I see him like literally stripping identity politics from institutions in terms of like hiring and universities. They're not implementing pro-white, I don't know, discrimination. So that I think that if anything, all they're doing is stripping the identity politics from everyday America as opposed to adding it.
Yeah, so the problem with this conversation. Yeah, but maybe I would have back and forth to talk. I'm not done with the speaking something. So the problem with this is that we use decided to distort reality, and that is fine. I will listen and maybe tell you what I'm going to do is have a bunch of liars and fakes and maintain and engage in because you just gave the ultimate answer passive. You have told me that the sky is that's what you and not what you can see.
Can I respond to Hurricane basically didn't respond to my point. So when I said that, when I was trying to at least clarify what I thought the Sarah was saying, and I agree with it, that the right and the left do not apply identity politics the same way. That was the truth. Like, I specifically was trying to reference the level to which they're mainstream and promoted by the leaders on either side. And it's factual. You can say there's people on the right that say that white men are the most oppressed ever, or at least today. But you're not going to hear those same people being propelled to the same level that someone like Ketanji Brown, what the fuck her name is, or Elon Omar is. Like, you're not going to hear them give those same talking points in the same fashion at the same level. You're just not. And you could say, well, oh, they're hiding
I'm not looking at it. So
He said we're the biggest threat. He said white men on the right are the biggest threat to the United States.
Oh, that's what he said.
So typically,
Did he say that recently or?
typically, hold on.
Okay, 4 or 5 years ago.
So typically, what's going on is the left makes these types of claims, and then the right responds to it. So it's not fair to say that the right uses identity politics when it's literally a response to the bullshit that the left is pointing out.
He said
That's not.
Don Lemon said that after the Buffalo shooting. I believe it was either the Buffalo or the El Paso Walmart shooting that killed 29 Hispanics down here. And like, look, I don't necessarily agree with that. But my point was, at the end of the spectrum, y'all are talking about the same thing. The only real like dividing point when I'm looking at your politics is like abortion. It's really like the last.
Are you talking about between the far right and the far left, or the right and left?
Yeah, just between the parties, right? There's not really like, and I'm being serious about this. There's not really like significant differences between the parties. We feel like there is, but like I look at the issues. I mean, when I look at Trump's platform, it looks like the 1992 Bill Clinton platform, and that's basically what it is. Trump's like a 90s Democrat, right? And so it's that's why I don't disagree with a lot of policies.
How was Trump a 90s Democrat? What are you talking about?
Look, again, some shit's gonna be over your head. You just gotta keep up.
No, it's not over my head, please. I know what was happening in the 1990s.
Yeah, if you look at the '92 platform, it looks a lot like Trump's current platform. It's not in every way, but
That's untrue.
But the point of the point.
It's untrue.
Okay, anyway.
Untrue.
Thanks, Hurricane.
And you can't prove it.
Okay, that's fine. My larger point is, when I'm talking to folks, they're angry at corporations, they're angry at billionaires, they're angry at an elite and executive class on both sides of the aisle, and they feel underpinned by these things because they can't afford what they want, especially when we get to younger folks that can't afford things, and I do think that is a problem. So I see a changing of the guard. I actually think one of the great things about the Republican Party is it is expanding. It is bringing in more African Americans. I actually think that's good for America. I do not think it's good to have one party that's got all the African Americans in it. I think that is a bad thing. I think it's good that we're able to have conversations without cussing out each other and calling each other names, right? Because what we're going to face is that our real problems are going to be AI and robots and Neuralink, and we don't recognize it how fast this is coming. This is going to be a challenge in probably 2028. It's not going to be 2032. We're going to have a technical problem that we're all going to have to come together on and figure out before we have a major crash. I'll end right there.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, the whole race politics shit, that didn't really start until, what was it, 2012, you started seeing their momentum.
What started it? What do you believe started in 2020?
Well, we can look at, actually, I'll fast forward just a tiny bit.
You said you believe something started in 2012.
Sure, Trayvon Martin, and then of course there's Obama's smart-ass comments regarding it, kind of politicizing it himself. Then you had the Black Lives Matter with, what is his name? I forget the name of the guy shot near St. Louis. And that's when he shot me around. They're like Hillary Clinton, like Taylor Swift chant was, and you saw that's when you started seeing, riots occurring. And I remember 2014, 2015 is when you started seeing riots in different cities all over the country in response to whatever shootings. I started seeing these racial narratives, and there's a lot of theories behind this. Like most people had, by like 2012, 2013, you had smartphones, people were getting their information in different ways, and they were, prior to that, so people were kind of like getting radicalized. But but yeah, I definitely. Nobody denies the fact that race started getting into politics a lot more in the 2010s. I mean, his views on race actually took the shitter.
The blacks started voting en masse for Democrats really in the late 1960s with the civil rights movement with LBJ, but it's really JFK because again Martin Luther King out of jail in the 1960s that starts to flip the black vote, and then it's voting en masse. Now I'll grant you, to move it forward, talk about today, social media has had a profound impact upon the world, especially the United States, and how we're able to view certain topics and certain things, going back to George Floyd, and now going to this incident with Charlie Kirk that we were all able to see, and it wasn't, we were all able to see the shot instantly, without it being edited and cleansed by the media, and so it's had a profound effect on how we communicate. But I'm coming back to that because when I look at chats and I look at the generation that's coming, and by the generation coming, I'm talking about people that are 35 to 40 years old. They are much more interracial, they're much more integrated, where we have a high number of homosexuals and LGBTQ, and in Gen Z, it's up to 20%. 1 in 5, it's mainly women, but 1 in 5 of those individuals in Gen Z are reporting to be LGBTQ. We have a record high interracial relationships of all types of relationships. So the world is actually coming together. It's just hard for a lot of the older people here to see.
Oh, I just wanted to correct things and Trent. Your timeline.
I got to watch the ball.
Yeah, your timeline is wrong. Black people started voting in large numbers for the Democratic Party in the 1960s. The shift began early. FDR started voting for the party that began in the 1960s. It started earlier.
Yeah, he's actually right. It's just that during the 60s, with Barry Goldwater reshaping the Republican Party, is when he started pulling votes away from the Democratic Party, so they had to flip and really hit heavy on the civil rights movement to gain on black votes back and the Great Society Act.
Yeah, well, I really liked Charlie Kirk's funeral. I didn't go, or memorial service, I should say. But
Why didn't you attend? Why didn't you attend?
I could just stream it. It's like, fuck it, I don't want to go like there. So the person I know who went, she arrived there at like 4 a.m. and there was already like thousands of people. Like, it was just, it's something you'd have to wake up at like 2 in the morning to get ready to go.
Where was it held?
It was here in Glendale, Arizona, at the stadium that the Arizona Cardinals play out of. Yep.
Well, at least you guys got a chance to raise money to rest, give them a good farewell, homecoming celebration.
I thought Erica Kirk, what she said was just really beautiful. I think that was the best part of it. She talked about the loving relationship she has with her husband and how he treated her and how the values that he wanted to share with others, and then she forgave the killer. She forgave her husband's killer, and she said that it's really more important to not to hate each other, but to answer with love. That the Gospels teach us to love one another. And anyway, I mean, I'm super paraphrasing, but it was just really beautiful and moving, and yeah, that's what I thought.
Did you attend?
No, I streamed it. I'm not in Arizona. I'm not gonna get a flight, and besides, I feel like watching it at home and streaming it and person. What?
Well, I didn't watch it. So. This is all I got.
Otis, what do you think of Candace Owens?
What do you mean?
I said, what do you think of her? I don't know what your opinion of what Candace Owens is these days.
Oh, I don't think of her. Just I don't think of her. She's particularly interesting. I don't think she's fun.
So you don't think she's relevant in the landscape of dialogue, essentially, right?
I can't say. I honestly can't say.
Okay.
But I the work she's doing is hilarious. This is the work of other oversight type folks.
When you say nefarious, which part of Candace Owens' language or discussions have been nefarious, as you put it? What do you say?
I would say most of it. I think anybody.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Go ahead. What's up?
You couldn't hear me a minute ago, right? Because I was talking for a minute.
No, I could not hear him.
Okay. Hey, respectful, just to the room title. The only thing I ever heard Charlie Kirk say that to me was just inherently wrong was that if his daughter was raped and got pregnant, that he would force her to have the baby, regardless of her opinion or view, because if it in his worldview. That was the only thing that he ever said to me that was inherently wrong. And that's what full context.
You again because you did this earlier.
Wait. That's what. No, I just came here for the first time. So I just came in here for the first time, so I couldn't have done anything earlier.
Well, hold on one second, man.
And you're very wrong. Just came here for the first
No,
time.
I'm right.
No, you're very wrong.
Well, I would say this. So I hear that argument, but the thing is, though, is you have to look at it. See, the left and the right both look at it as protecting life and protecting the autonomy of a being. Now, the right, they're going to look at the kid that is actual religious. You're killing a baby. It's not just because it's not solely religious.
No, it's religious.
Now they're gonna look at this at a baby as being as this autonomous, well, not completely autonomous because it hasn't been born yet, but this living thing that is a gift from God. That's kind of going to be the religious part. And they look at abortions as wrong. And what they want to do is they want to save the voiceless child that has not yet been born. Now, with that being said, they're doing it from a moral lens. We cannot necessarily say they're wrong. Now, when it comes to ideological lens, but then I can use no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
And so what I was gonna say is that I can do the same. You have an ideological lens where you should protect the health and the freedom of the mother, whether or not she wants to allow a pregnancy to come to term. Now, once again, that's the woman valuing the woman's life over the baby's. But some people are going to do it with the babies over the, some not even over the woman's. They just don't want to have women to have the option to hurt the baby. Now you can get into it. Now, first of all, it is subjective. Okay, you can't say for a matter of fact, for example, allowing abortion is the morally good thing to do. That's not a stance that's even possible to have. That is literally a subjective opinion.
Yeah.
So then what did he say? Then how is what he said actually immoral? It's not inherently immoral because you can't inherently imply morality.
No, wait. First of all, you cut me off when I was talking. First of all. Second of all, I never said inherently immoral. I said it was inherently wrong in my worldview. I specifically said it that way. Let me equate something to you real quick. Just because I wasn't done when you hopped in, I hear what you're saying. That's simple, bro. There's no thought behind that, of course. Duh. That's the way that he thinks, and that's his morality. This is religion, of course. That's cookie cutter responses, bro. What else would he have be argued that you can't argue against that because that fits into their worldview. Now, I know you don't like that shit. Okay, cool, whatever. What I'm saying is his whole view had to do with his worldview, his idea, his ideals. And it's wrong to kill that baby because my book says so and so. I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is, to me, that was what was inherently wrong that came out of that man's mouth.
Okay, so I got what you said.
Wait, can I share something? I'm pro-life and a woman, and the thing is with that, first of all, the likelihood of that ever happening is like, you have to win the lottery like 10 times over. So they were trying to get him in a gotcha moment, like, oh, well, don't you think?
Well, to be fair, you should address it though. To be fair, you should address it because he ain't hypothetical, even though it's fair.
No, I get it.
Let her finish talking. Let her finish talking.
So first of all, it's a gotcha question to try to be like, well, you don't really believe that in all cases, do you? And his rationale, it is based on religion. That is true. But it's also based on science because biology teaches us that all human life starts at the moment of conception. And he's just saying if it's a human and it's a human life, then it should be valued and it should be afforded rights as anyone else. And if somebody got pregnant, especially at a young age, that is traumatic, that is horrible. He'd never want that for his daughter. But if it happened, it wouldn't necessarily erase the trauma to surgically have the baby away.
Wait, okay, but what? No.
But it's not another. It would be another law. Killing a lot. Let me just finish this last little bit. Killing a baby
doesn't fix the rape.
Exactly. That's it. Okay, thank you.
I agree with that. Again, my problem was the way that he put it. It was his choice to make, and so regardless, that's what was being done. We all know that postpartum depression is a real thing.
It's for everybody.
Okay, that's
majority of women have postpartum depression.
Yes, sir. We agree.
It's fucking stupid to say that, Charlie Kirk says, oh, hey, if my daughter was raped, I would force her to have the baby because he doesn't want his grandchild to be snuffed out from fucking life. Killing the baby's not going to fix the fact that she was fucking raped.
You're right.
The point is that
but the thing is that daughter, wait a minute.
Because she's going to have mental trauma? Wait, so hold on. Killing the baby is going to fix her traumatic experience.
You're emotional.
No, not exactly. I mean,
you're emotional.
If you want to say I'm emotional, hold on. About murdering babies, then yes.
You're getting
okay, hold on.
The thing is, the argument goes both ways.
I get emotional about rapists and pedophiles.
Okay. I know what you're about to say. It goes both ways. No, I want you to answer. I want you to answer the question.
How about this?
Why are you emotional?
Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Shut the fuck up, everybody. So this is a very simple question. I'll ask for you. Okay. What morally should you value? Hold on. Okay.
Be intellectual.
Okay, but you guys literally won't shut the fuck up. Now, God damn. Now, when it comes to, tell me this: is it morally right or wrong to care for the? This is why people are racist. You get fucking dumbasses like him.
The whole argument is that he's even engaging in this conversation, which means that he has some type of feeling about it. Like he's calling me emotional because like snuffing out about the baby. He's like, oh, how dare you get emotional about somebody who kill babies? But you're engaging in this conversation because you have whole feelings on this argument that you think that it's okay to fucking snuff babies. That fucking existence.
And you know what else is that the whole abortion industry, at least a big part of it, with Margaret Sanger, it started off as a racist movement. It was a eugenics movement trying to weed out black babies and kill off black babies specifically.
We don't want it to be heard that we tend to exterminate the Negro population.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, just the fact that, especially if black people are like against abortion, it's just funny to me because the whole reason it started was to kill off black people specifically, and at least Planned Parenthood anyway. I don't know about all of them, but Planned Parenthood and Margaret Sanger, that was definitely the case.
Hey, but so abortion is wait.
Let's get a new voice.
Oh, shut up! Let Joe talk.
You're a whole ass.
He is shut your fucking monkey mouth. If you want to go back and sit in the monkey cage, bitch, shut the fuck up.
You're a pussy, blood. And you got a monkey back in ass, blood.
Go ahead.
I'm all the hate with you.
Go ahead, Joe.
All yelling at each other or showing your emotional maturity.
Y'all start
Just
talking
not
about
with the
it.
hate.
Yeah, we don't want babies to be burnt out.
Can't even have the rational decision to come to the yard.
Yeah, let Joe go.
Every room a house.
Joe is always quick.
With the clean lady you're talking.
Look, I appreciate the mic. Y'all talking my favorite subject right here is, exposing the murder of children. So if we kill 1 million babies a year here in America, and if all million were being killed because the mother was being raped, well, we'd have a rape problem, and we would stop raping. Where we'd stop people from raping. That would be the issue. The problem we have in America is that we have a baby killing problem, and we need to stop killing babies. So I'm just going to point that out right there. So to raise the obscure point about, well, what happens if someone has to carry a person, a child that has come from rape. Like Susanna said, it's so obscure.
Well, Joe,
We kill 1 million babies.
Let him finish.
I'm adding on to what you're saying, Joe. If you murder the baby,
No, it's fine. I like to hear from you. I was just going to end it with the largest threat of human life is abortion, and it's genocide that's occurring. So we need to bring an end to it.
Well, I do think
see,
that.
this is why I jumped in, Pepe. Because as soon as he finishes,
Well, I'm not the one who kicked you. I'm not the one who. I did not the one who.
No. But you're telling me to shut up. This is the reason I jumped in because
Amazing.
it lets anybody in. Exactly. So what Paul is saying to Joe is, murdering the baby doesn't undo the fucking rape. It doesn't undo the trauma that was, forced upon that young girl. Killing the baby isn't going to make the young girl wake up the next morning and go, you know what, I wasn't raped. I forgot all about it.
Well, I do think that everybody likes to talk about the black genocide that's occurred from abortion, but all I can think of is that these are largely poor black women that would probably make very shit poor mothers, and so that's like 50 million blacks that that are largely going to be criminal and violent that didn't have to really deal with them because they were aborted. I think that's actually a good thing. So I'm actually pro-abortion.
Oh my God! Did you hear guys? Did you hear Dawn Harris? Real quick, did you guys hear Dawn Harris in the fucking chat? So Dawn Harris, hold on, no way. So Dawn Harris in the real quick, no way. Dawn Harris in the chat said that abortion is not nearly as bad as gun deaths in America.
You look like Barbara Bush.
Whoa.
50,000 deaths from guns. Half of those are suicide. And the rest of them are majority inner city. Black on black crime.
I just want to know what do poor white motherfuckers turn into? Do they turn into great ass people that run the world?
No, they're here too. I was gonna say to Pepe, that theory about yours with the bad mothers and all of that, you semi have a point, but I would say you don't have a point because if they valued life enough not to kill it, then they probably wouldn't be the bad mothers that it turns out to be. And I really think it's just about those family values, like Charlie Kirk was talking about, having family values, valuing life, then or also there's thousands of people to adopt, so that's also an option. But
I'm further on the right, and I do believe.
Are these school shooters? Are these motherfuckers born from?
Shut up and let me. God damn.
Shut up, small dick bitch.
Go ahead.
Again, are these school shooters born from trailer trash?
Most of the time, I think they come from a variety of backgrounds. Some of them come from upper middle class neighborhoods.
Like the variety,
But you know what's? But I would say the big difference is that these poor, these white school shooters. Now they make the news because what they do is pretty horrible and disgusting. However, they're actually anomalous. If you think about it, out of the millions of children, you hear of a couple of these. I don't know the frequency.
Hear about it.
And so like this is rare. But you know what's rare? Tornadoes. reporting on the news Monday morning, we've had 80 shootings today in Chicago this weekend. What, like, who were the victims and who were the suspects? Blacks. That's just a statistical fact. In fact, more than half the homicides in the United States are committed by blacks. So, I don't know. It seems like blacks have a problem.
50.
Okay, that's cool. Most of the homicide, most of the crime is considered committed by crackers. So that I get the arguments. It's cool when you throw people in the ghetto, you take away resources, and also systematic racism, but y'all don't think that's true. So I can understand, how poor people killing each other. Now these so-called civilized motherfuckers. Like the motherfucker that knocked off Charlie K. We no longer gotta say you got JFK. We can upgrade it now to you got.
What about the guy who shot Charlie Kirk?
We no longer.
I know, yeah, amazing.
You got
amazing. Oh, amazing.
So why are white?
All right. Okay, you're being a hood rat. Yeah, you're being a hood rat. Stop. Okay, do I need to start? Okay, monkey, shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth.
Why are you?
Okay.
Come on, Pepe. Don't use a stupid slur. You're degrading your argument. You're degrading your argument.
Okay, well, hold on a second. No. I'm not Charlie Kirk. I'm not gonna tell you to go. Hold on. All right, now I gotta mute you fucking monkeys. You fucking apes. Can't control yourselves. You fucking monkeys. I have to mute all. Mute all. Wow, he's coming through the mute all. Wow, bad ape. Holy shit. No banana for you, buddy. Now, please. See, he can't help himself. Now, if we look at the shooter, Charlie Kirk, he's an upper middle class background in southern Utah, around an all Mormon family. They don't do drugs in Utah. They don't believe in drinking. You get looked down upon even for doing coffee. Yes. And so, see, these people. Okay, you dumb. Okay, you gotta go. See, and. I see you have an ape in your PTR, so I mean, it figures. Now you gotta go to the audience. Holy shit, yeah, that was so rude.
They can't control themselves.
Can't we just
Back in the cage, and they all started snapping.
Can't we just all guess what happens when you don't live your life through grace and you would rather live it through race? You live like the color. Who else watched the Tower? Who else watched the Tower revival today?
I watched all of it.
I'll tell you what, man. I'll just a sidebar here, but dude, like I grew up in the church, we're a strong Christian man. I go to church enough, once every 2 months, right? But man, I don't do this Sunday because I want to watch it, but man, it's like, okay, I want to, need to, because I want to make a difference. And what can I do for the church? What can I do for the people? The church is not a building, the church is people. What can I do with the church to help the people? Regardless of color, I give a shit color. What can I do with the church for the people that will also preach and teach Christian values and conservative values? It's like, man, I don't want to just wear that looking at the top of the mountain saying, bottom of the mountain saying, hey man, you're going in the wrong direction. I mean it, man, that was a fucking moving day. And I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. I don't give you watch the 10 hours of that and say, well, the Republican Party, no, then you're not being serious.
I just want to say real quick,
Well, I mean, that should show you. You had tens of thousands of these people, these Republicans in one place, and it was all kumbaya. Everybody's behaving. It was, everybody. It was so peaceful, and like, this is what I want to tell, these lefties, these spiteful mutants that are just mad and angry at the world, and maybe they don't believe in God because they were born ugly, and I probably hate God too, and they're unhinged with mental illness. I understand your plight, not really. I can pretend to. Now, you all know that if you went into that place, being the most radical, you could be a tranny, but just like, and definitely not pass. Nobody's gonna put a finger on you. Nobody's gonna be mean to you. See, that is the difference between the left and the right. We are not the same. Occasionally, you bait the right to reacting, and they do, because the right tends to be far more orderly. They're so much more predictable than the left. Because the left, you're just like, oh shit, oh god damn it, is it in the news? Oh, see if they fucking chip out. Because they can't control themselves. They're angry, spiteful people.
How much do you think? Serious question. After what I saw today, what I've seen over the past couple of weeks, I'm going to say all of this is going to die down over the couple of weeks, a couple of months. But man, don't you think the Democrat Party has a huge freaking problem on their hands?
Midterms. I do think so.
Down. I think it's such a monumental. It's like climbing Mount Everest. How can you overcome a Supreme Court justice that cannot tell you what a female is? You can't.
That's a DEI hire gone wrong. And I would say this. You saw you've seen the like, look, if some lefty, like, I don't know, Ezra Klein or something like that, he was just shot, well, in the same fashion, shot in the neck, and he just died, and his family was there, there's thousands of people watching, and a bunch of liberal students were watching. I would feel really sad. In fact, and if any right-winger made fun of the fact that he got shot like that, I would totally talk trash to them, because I think they're a piece of shit. Now, what you did see is the people on the left showed their ass. They showed how hateful and spiteful they are. And then what you see with like Charlie Kirk and all of his followers, you see this nice, beautiful memorial service, and everybody's, it was mainly optimistic. It was obviously mournful, but it was they looked like really nice, wholesome people. And that's what you're missing on the left. But you know who was talking on the left today? We had Jasmine Crockett. That dumb bitch was on CNN saying, yeah, she is a dumb bitch, and she was basically saying how I'd feel mad, I'd be disrespected and shit. There's only two white people, members of Congress, that ended up voting against the Charlie Kirk remembrance. Like, what, only two white people? It's like, holy shit, you nasty, smug bitch. This is like race politics is still a thing, and yeah, you're gonna get pushback from the right. Why wouldn't you? You just inject everything.
Matt, just, I'm sorry, Matt, if I may, if I promise that he'll behave himself, can John have the take if he actually speaks and
maybe, but let Matt.
Okay, but I would just say, I'll let here. I just wonder how much more, like, with the left, like today was a good day. I don't give a shit. You can't know this otherwise. You're full of it. If you tell me that today's 10-hour revival was just racist slurs. So when the left, which is the big truth, like I said, media, they're already starting to work cowbell. Do you think they're ever going to come off the cowbell? Or is it just going to be more cowbell until they don't exist?
all right, Jonathan, no troll. Thank you.
Yeah, Matt, are you done
I think some
whispering?
of the moderators, the right wingers, moderators, that's how I'm trying to, some solidarity.
Turning them on.
Amazing. You don't use it.
You got to behave yourself, John.
Yeah, everybody on this app in all these politically correct libtard rooms who have been calling Charlie Kirk a racist and that he got what he deserved, they've never presented any evidence. They have no receipts. They're just a bunch of screaming, insane, psychopathic, homicidal ideation losers who have no political power. They're just a bunch of crying, complaining little babies, and the gay African American ones are generally the most toxic and sociopathic, psychopathic amongst us. You all know it. It's here on this app. You can hear how homicidally ideated many of these black African American homosexuals are. They call white people the enemy. They talk about strategy on how to kill us. And I can say from a sociological, psychological, observational study, we are living with most likely 60 million highly brainwashed sociopaths that would have no problem killing you or cheering your death if you are a white, heterosexual, Christian, normative male like Charlie Kirk. And so we are in a major... Hold on, stop whispering. I can't hear you, Matt. I'm trying to tell you that this country has spent 25 years at war, then engaged in a COVID vaccine war against its own people with a pandemic scamdemic, and now we have a final cultural war that we are going to.
Yep, that's it. Thank you.
He was doing amazing, bro.
I didn't think
It was amazing.
that was just a little too much going on, a little too long there.
Well, then give him a chance to land his plane. Don't kick him
Yeah,
off the
he was
stage.
behaving himself and everything.
Yeah, and also, John, like, thank you for your submission. Like, I appreciate it because I think you're a total asshole, for the record. Like, as a person, and all the conversations we've had on Clubhouse. But I think that your submission was awesome.
I mean, I think that Charlie Kirk was such a good guy. Thank you, David. I think that Charlie Kirk was that's what offended me is I'm somebody who has like more extremist views than him in some ways, and like I was like, oh my god, he's such a nice young man. Like if you had a daughter, no, I said he doesn't have any, and so I was just saying like if you had a daughter and Charlie Kirk with his goofy smile was to show up, you'd be like, oh, he's gonna be such a good guy. Yeah, of course, have fun, buddy. You know, if it was me picking up, you know, your daughter when I was like in my 20s, like him, I would have a shotgun out. I'd be like, not happening. And I tell my daughter she's not leaving. You know, so this is me looking at the genuinely good guy who I don't think he has a hateful bone in his body, but just how quickly people are not only making him out to be a monster, but then celebrating that violent, horrible murder that the whole world had to see, his family had to witness. Like it's just so disgusting of people.
Can we talk about the elephant in the room really quick?
Yes, we move Kitover down, and we're gonna let David be the Trump talker.
Yeah, don't tell me how to moderate the room.
No, I'm asking if. I want to ask an honest question. Can I ask an honest question?
Yeah. I wasn't talking to you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can we talk about the fact that Trump should have not made that horrific speech?
Amen. Praise Jesus.
Like he ruined everything about today. He tried to turn it into a political rally. Erica was trying to get hugs from him. He was completely shut down. All of that. It was disgusting. Like
why did you even watch it?
I totally agree though.
It was horrific. It was so awkward.
He could not. That hug I was watching. I was like, man, he has. I think that's just the way Trump is. He doesn't. I'm not justifying it. What I'm saying is, you could just tell he has no emotional intelligence per se. He is.
I was gonna say,
agreed.
With all due respect, I actually didn't watch.
That's fine that you didn't watch, but what we're talking about is what actually happened, and what actually happened is that Trump went on for an hour political speech and tried to follow, and I literally said to my husband, Trump's following Erica, there's no fucking way he's going to be able to do this, and he proved me right that he has no social, emotional skill to actually handle a situation like this, and it was a fucking disaster.
Let me ask you a question, though.
Guys, we have.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on a second. I know who he is. God damn it, dude! Stop being an autist. Just get. I know you can't help your autism, but just stop your autism for at least while you're in my room.
It's being cured tomorrow, by the way. We're told today it's being cured tomorrow. Autism will be.
But when it comes to, and I'm not the one who moved you down. I will say this. I do wonder though, because here he is. He's at a public event. He is the president of the United States. Somebody else has to invite him up because I already did it twice. He is the president of the United States, and he is making a address. I get it. It was kind of. I didn't know how to feel about it, but it's like as a president, is he supposed to kind of give a political speech? I don't know. He's not. I obviously didn't think.
No.
I didn't think he was going to give one.
Nobody else.
And if he did, I don't think he was going to be the great uniter. I think he's going to, humble brag and talk trash like he always does. But
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so
But
glad
I
you
mean, to be completely honest, it was a complete misstep of a beautiful day, honoring Charlie and what he did and what he stands for, and bringing people to the idea of being a man and getting married and having a family to progress the American idealisms. That was what the day was, and Trump came in and he
Took a
literally tried to
blowtorch
turn it. Oh my god, it was so horrific. And then whenever Erica tried to hug him, he kept on almost pushing her off. It was really
He didn't
awkward.
push her off.
Yeah, he didn't do that.
He
You know what?
push her
I
off.
no, I
He
agree
didn't
with you.
embrace her. He didn't Did he embrace her?
I agree with you in part. I feel like I don't think it was as bad as all that. I think he did say a lot of good things about Charlie Kirk, and he said about him being an Eagle Scout and all this stuff. And a lot of it was about him. But two things I didn't like. One was him starting to talk about Maha and the announcement he has tomorrow, and like all this stuff that has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. But then he tried to tie Charlie Kirk in by like, oh, he would love it. And then the other thing I didn't like, I didn't think he should go last. Erica Kirk, hers was so beautiful and so well spoken. And and a third thing I didn't like, just one last thing. I didn't like how he's like, I hate my opponents. And I'm just kind of like, right after Erica's speech, when she literally was saying the answer is love, and then.
But you don't think that was a good thing? Because he's being correct. At least he's being honest.
No. She came up and she forgave her husband's killer on live television.
That's because she's a beautiful Christian, but Trump's not.
That's okay. Well,
Bro, the TPS in this room is wild.
it is wild. On both.
I do. I love. Hey, I'm a Trump supporter, and I think he missed an opportunity.
No, Trump made me laugh. I liked it. I think there were things I didn't like, and I don't think he should have gone last.
Well, I actually think that he should have gone last, and the reason being is he's obviously all eyes are going to be on him. But of course, the people I was looking forward to speaking were going to be Erica and Trump. Trump did disappoint with his delivery, but I would say Erica, she seems like a very, she seems like a good-hearted woman. I know very little about her.
Also, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I mean, Charlie Kirk literally fucking cried in the 24 election when Trump was called his presidency. If it wasn't for Trump, there would be no fucking turning point. If it was fucking, Romney running again, there would be no fucking political movement behind the whole.
Peter, you also have that completely reversed.
The greatest fucking fanboy of Trump.
But that's a fair.
There wouldn't be a Trump 47 if it weren't.
No, I agree. And that's why Trump had to go last, and that's why it was okay that if Trump were to talk for fucking 5 hours.
It was a really bad.
And Charlie Kirk, if he was alive, would have been standing in the fucking audience clapping to everything that
To
Trump
be
was
true,
saying.
but I would say this though. Okay, he is a fucking windbag, all right, and like,
of course
he would have taken all of the steam out for the most emotional part, which. In succession, you had a bunch of people who at least either somewhat knew him to people who knew him well, and you kind of they all went through it. Then you have Trump doing his Trump shit. I think that would have been, that would have just thrown a wrench in everything if Trump went before.
Yeah, but he's not known to be a fucking emotional guy.
Obviously, that's why.
Real quick.
He should have gone before Erica.
Hey girls, women on the station, have y'all ever been on a first date and it's like it didn't go very well, and he comes and gives you a hug? Like that
was Trump. That was so
Bella, what do you?
Side hug. The side hug to the widow. He's got it. He's got it.
Better than the creepy shit.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah, he gave her a full on hug.
He hugged her, and he had her.
Hold on. But he gave her a full-on hug at first. Hold on. Because I remember, he gave her a full-on hug at first, and then he kissed her on the cheeks like 4 times. I remember I was like, oh, he's doing it again.
I want the full
he did the cheek kisses, and then
full frontal hug.
So we got.
I do have a question. Can I just chime in? I want to know, why do we expect Trump to be anything more
Than what Trump
than
is.
himself?
Amen. I agree.
So the thing I was going to mention is that, Charlie Kirk's wife, and Trump,
Well,
I
he's the
guarantee
president.
had he said, hey, I'll go
He's the
before you and you go
president of the United States,
last,
so you have to.
she would have fucking said, no, Mr. President, you
Correct.
go last.
That's right. She
110%.
She was the one that wrote the what? How this funeral service.
Yeah, I was about to say this was obviously these people. First of all, and I do think that when it comes to the people that were putting all of this together, they have a lot more experience than we do. When it comes to planning these kinds of events where you have speakers, I'm sure this was incredibly deliberate. And I think
Charlie would
as soon as Trump started speaking, the somber, emotional feeling I was getting throughout the whole thing, it kind of just went. And so, that's why I think it's good it ended on her.
All right,
No,
let me jump in here.
That's the problem.
It's ridiculous to think that a sitting president would not be the keynote speaker at any event. Turning Point Action is a political event.
Trump.
It's not just for Trump.
Yeah, it is.
It's not.
Dude,
really.
shut up. It's a Republican, conservative one.
Yeah, it's not for Trump. Turning Point isn't for Trump, but this was a political event. This was all about galvanizing Christians. You got to understand that these people work in politics. So when Trump gives his explanation of when Charlie was shot, he ended his meeting in the Oval Office with some very powerful people. That was a little bit inside of how influential Charlie was in politics. Look, I think y'all are being a little too hard Trump. I thought you tied it in very well.
Isn't that all right?
We've heard you, Bella. We've heard you. Let me finish. All right. I think Trump tied it in very well when he did raise political talking point, tying in Charlie and how influential Charlie was in their, being a person builder or people builder, as Trump said. He was responsible for mending the relationship between him and RFK Jr. He was the first one that told Trump about J.D. Vance, and I think exposing this at a political event was proper too.
Yeah, Joe, I agree with you. I think it ended with levity, and so that's good. I just didn't like everything he said, and I guess I would disagree with you somewhat because I think his funeral isn't a political event. It's a funeral for him.
Susanna, do you think Charlie would have wanted it to be?
We need this to be clear. This was not a funeral. There was a private funeral.
Yep.
It was not open to the public. This was a memorial. However, it is a political event. Okay, it's Turning Point's political event in remembrance of Charlie Kirk. And look,
it's a memorial.
If you're going to continue on with his message in politics, you're going to turn his memorial into a political message. And like it or not, it's all about galvanizing Christians.
Charlie would have loved it, Joe. That's the thing.
So I do see Abraham is on the stage. I'm guessing he's more than willing to point out something that Charlie Kirk said was wrong. Abraham, do you have something, being the black scholar that you are, anything that you can point out that he said that was wrong? Mr. Abraham. Guess not. All right.
Abracadabra.
Is that the title?
Yeah, I'm guessing that's why he came in here. Sure.
Yeah. So one of they says, can you point out anything Charlie Kirk said that was wrong? Absolutely. And for one, I'll point out when a young man, a young black child, asked him a question and said that, hey, I heard you want to repeal the Civil Rights Act. He said, no, that's a lie. I never said that. And he pointed at the little boy and put his finger in his face and said, I said it was a mistake. And then he walked off, which I found to be incredulously disgusting and offensive and unnecessary. He could have expounded more to the young man, but
why is that offensive?
Stuck his finger in his face.
and walked off. And him being against the Civil Rights Act is disgusting, right?
Why is it disgusting?
But do you know
to be against something that made Black Americans full citizens of this country and remove the barriers that have for generations taken away our rights as citizens in order to be able to participate in the fullness of what it is to be an American citizen, to which the birthright that was guaranteed to us.
Okay, all that jazz. Okay, sure.
Absolutely. And using the woke right. Using the woke left as an excuse on why the civil rights movement was a mistake is amateur and quite disingenuous.
Sure, but I haven't made that argument yet. So, but what I'm curious about is that amazing. And so when you have the Civil Rights Act, do you remember why, like, for example, when the New Right was really starting to get into motion? See, I kind of more or less favored the old, the paleo conservatives that came before Goldwater. Damn it, David, you're drunk and you're just fucking like. How can I shit on Pepe's stage? Like while he's fucking talking, like Jesus Christ. Now,
poor you, buddy, poor you.
So I would just say, holy shit. So. Okay, we'll just start with the New Right Republicans, which they were not this. They didn't really have that kind of ideological lens. They were against the Civil Rights Act for a reason. Do you know what it was?
By the what they at the time, I forgot his name. He ran for president during the
Barry Goldwater.
What was Goldwater Republicans? Their argument was that it violated states' rights.
No, there's another one. That's not why they were against.
Conservatives have made for the last 60 years.
No, these are the New Right. No, this was the New Right. See, he was a lot different from
for the last 60 years. It's been because the civil rights movement violated states' rights.
No. It was because what they first saw is that with the Civil Rights Act, you were going to start seeing things like quotas, and they were staunchly against it, understandably so. And so, what you did get was affirmative action, and you did in a way get quotas, which basically you're gonna have people like what the fuck is his name? Jesse Jackson and his Rainbow Coalition, and they're gonna say, you ain't gonna have enough brothers working in your company, so you need to write out this check, $200,000. We gonna go ahead and give you your employees the best training program available, so you have more black folks. And that's basically basically people had to try to quote unquote fill a quota system for a lot of people. So he was right.
Charlie Kirk's argument, and quota system once again is disingenuous because the Supreme Court ruled that quota systems were unconstitutional, and they were outlawed in more than 33 states.
That's not true.
That is very true. It was actually rendered unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in 1990, sir. The Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional.
You're wrong on that.
No, I'm not wrong. It's a fact.
You are wrong.
They rendered quota systems unconstitutional.
Abraham, so I didn't see the one where he points at a kid and says it's a mistake, but I saw at least two others, maybe three, where he talked about the civil rights thing, and his argument about it was he said that the intent was good, that he agreed with it wholeheartedly. But the reason why he had an issue with it is because we're broad, and it did things like, for instance, today people are declaring the Civil Rights Act and saying, you need to we shouldn't have voter ID because the Civil Rights Act, and that's prejudice if you ask for voter ID. I don't think it's prejudice to expect someone to have voter ID just because of the color of their skin or not the color of their skin. Everybody should have voter ID. I don't think that's a big deal.
This is the disingenuousness of conservatives. The disingenuousness of conservatives when they make that argument. So Title II of the Civil Rights Act makes sure that states didn't put on undue process on people as a means of discrimination. So what conservatives have done in conservative states is they'll say things like, oh, we're requiring ID, but what they do is in predominantly black counties where there's one
that's not
D&B,
true.
so you don't even know what I'm saying, you just automatically say
Somebody
it's not
bring
true.
Abby up.
All right, hold on a second. All right, hold on a second. So I did. Where'd she? Oh, there she is. Serendipity. You said you wanted to play a clip. Is it like related to this?
Yes.
Yeah, you can play it. That means everybody has to shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Serendipity.
All right.
Had to say about the Civil Rights Act.
If you had the opportunity, you would get rid of the Civil Rights Act. No, I think you should have a one-page bill that says that racial discrimination based on race is illegal and will not be tolerated in the United States of America. Most black Americans don't support men and female sports. Would you agree? Yeah, I know. No, for sure, right? Believe it or not, the Civil Rights Act is now being used to keep men playing in women's sports. So the Civil Rights Act was used to help black America originally. Totally get that. But now the way it was written is that any claim of identification, someone says, I'm a woman, therefore I can compete in your volleyball team, they come with a civil rights claim. And so what we're saying is, no, it should be specified to racial, not gender or all that other stuff. And there were all these other provisions as well.
Now do you get it?
That makes sense to me.
And in the cookie jar, bro.
Reigned racial discrimination was in our system. It took Title II and other parts of the Civil Rights Act to those things. So it just couldn't have been one statute, one simplistic language and statute.
No. Mr. Black Scholar, Mr. Black Scholar, no. See, this is bullshit, okay? What has been used, and so this is kind of why the Supreme Court, and this is what I love about the Supreme Court, is that they had to, of course, under the threat of perjury, they have to, or the penalty of perjury, they have to make sure that they provide all of their facts. And we did see that there was, in fact, racial discrimination that was actually occurring. So Barry Gold, even though I didn't entirely agree with them, he was 100% correct. What you saw were, especially at the expense of Asian students, you were African Americans or were given slots at Harvard, and whites also were being affected by it. But this was to benefit blacks. So there was absolutely racial discrimination that was occurring. I don't see how you can. The facts were bared out in the Supreme Court. You can't really deny that.
I don't know what you mean. I'm talking about what Charlie Kirk just said. Charlie Kirk said there should have been simplistic language. You don't discriminate, and I'm saying that the racial discrimination in the United States of America was ingrained and.
But how would it be ingrained? If he said there's no? But if the law said you can't have racial discrimination, it should be very clear and
because there were things that there were state statutes, local and city statutes.
Yeah, but that would end up. Yeah, but that would end up basically saying.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would. Because if it was racially discriminatory, the law would strike it down.
No,
so you're wrong.
The law doesn't work that way. Simplistic language does not address state statutes, city statutes, or local statutes. And so if the law is that vague, then people aren't going to follow it.
Okay. So, but I'm just curious though. So, if they don't follow simple language in federal law, they're somehow going to follow laws that are I guess very detailed. But why would it matter if it's federal law?
They're going to argue that those federal statutes don't apply to them.
Okay, tell me how. No, hold on a second. No, that's not how it works. Hold on a second.
That is excellent.
No. Okay, Mr. Black Scholar. Mr. Black Scholar. Here's the problem: is that if the language is very simple, okay, you cannot discriminate based on like whatever protective class. Now, if you were to show that you were discriminating against somebody, you're violating law. Like, what more details do you need?
According to your logic, how many amendments to the Constitution are there?
I don't have the exact number off the top of my head. I'm just being honest. I didn't go to law school or anything.
Simple. According to your logic, if the law is that simple, then why can't just one amended, to not even amended, why one simple a statement in the Constitution is enough? That should be enough.
Well, okay, but that's stupid.
No.
That's stupid logic.
That's
dumb logic.
That's not how it works.
That is dumb logic because the Constitution. Okay, no, bad scholar. Bad scholar.
No,
Answer my question.
Okay, I can answer.
But you're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay, it's really quick. I'll let somebody else go. But it's really simple. Okay, our Constitution is not based around race. It's literally like there's searches and seizures, a right to own firearms.
Not race.
Right. Amazing. All right, shut the fuck up, Scholar. I know. I understand you're a hood scholar, and so you got the facts and receipts.
Not race. The law.
Okay, hold on.
Wait, Abraham, you're saying, right, like that there needs to be more amendments and so on and so forth. In a way, to me, listening to you, it sounds like you're in agreement with Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk's criticism of it is that it was too broad and people were using it for all kinds of things. And he was saying that the intent was great.
There should have been one description in law passed by Congress, and that says there shouldn't be any racial discrimination.
No, that's not how the law works.
He didn't say there should have been any address to
that means you're a bad lawyer.
Statutes. He said it should have been.
Okay, guys, we need to do a test. Okay, because David has a lot to say. He's got it wrong, so we're gonna see. Okay, give your best, like, I don't know, answer that you can. Try to sound as sober as you can. Just go ahead and please tell him why he's wrong.
Everyone, for the record, everyone's fine. Let's all be nice. There's some person, I'm not gonna name names, but there's somebody in this room who is trying to be somebody who understands law.
Amazing.
But they're wrong.
Yeah, but I'm asking you to prove that person wrong, why they're wrong. Not
okay,
to say they're wrong because they're wrong.
If said person wants to talk to me about why they're wrong.
But you were trying to talk to them on a public stage, so just address them here.
Okay, well...
Okay, David, you're being a little impulsive, wanting to speak, and you're a little drunk, so, you kind of shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you should shut the fuck up.
Okay, whoa, first of all, don't say the F word. If said person wants to talk to me about law, I'm willing to debate that, but as of right now, when he's yelling at...
How many amendments are there? David,
when that person,
David, how many amendments are there?
1 second. When that person is yelling at.
When I told David to shut up, all the smiley faces looked like a constellation of stars.
Okay, Abby said there was 27 in the chat, so I just said 7. I don't even know what the 27th amendment is. I just don't know. I didn't have to go to law school or take a bar exam. I don't know.
Okay, if there's somebody who wants to,
David, but you're trying to jump in to say a lot. But let's go back to the conversation.
I'm willing to defend Pepe. Obviously, if it's anybody who has like a law degree who's willing to debate me,
there's people in here that have law degrees, but it's fine.
So then my friends closer, Jewish attorneys closer.
My point to you, sir, is
for the record, I'm not Jewish.
We're going to use Charlie Kirk's logic. That all you need is one simple language, and that language says that it's against the law to discriminate against people of any race, and that's all the language that is needed to simplify, to rectify. Hold on, sir. To rectify the racial discrimination against black people and black people not being.
But you're saying rectify. So hold on a second. Okay, David.
Counselor.
I'm only
David,
what Charlie Kirk said.
Okay, but I actually agree with Charlie Kirk's argument to an extent. See, when it comes, if racial discrimination is wrong, it means you can't. If you're an employer, if you're the school, if you're whatever, wherever, You cannot racially discriminate, and so that's pretty clear, cut and dry. Now, can you tell me? No. What it is about? Okay, hold on.
This was about status. This was the point of the Civil Rights 1965 Act. It was about bringing Black Americans into proper status, right? Because Black Americans were not in proper status. They were considered full citizens.
Okay.
It's legal
David, please stop.
It was legal to discriminate against us based off of our race.
Don't say us. Us is not appropriate. Like as an attorney, like the way when you say.
Okay, between the two of you, like holy shit.
This dude talks every time.
Counselor, you're wrong. You're wrong. The way you said that, is wrong.
Effective arguments.
No, hold on. I think there's an effective argument not discriminate. Now, what you want to see is your strong Black.
You racially discriminated.
Ziggy, stop being a faggot. Ziggy, stop being a lefty faggot. I'm not hiring or firing or enrolling people in school. Okay, so you can pray for me all you want. I don't have hate. Now, here's the thing. Amazing. Shut your faggot mouth, please. Now, holy shit. Now, I think that you want your Black strong brothers and sisters to have, the best leg up that you by any means necessary. And I know you're pro reparations.
You're trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm actually being dead serious. Like you guys want the best for your people. You want to see Black people elevated and even reach the top, which I'm not going to say is like necessarily something that I think all groups kind of want that, so I'm not going to knock you for it. But I don't see this about justice. I don't see this as justice. I see this as you wanting a leg up and a fucking handout, and that's why you're trying to justify this bullshit. And I actually think that's why the Black community, in a way, I do think that the most ethno-narcissistic racial group in the United States is clearly African Americans. And because of our history, we've allowed you guys to just go on and on and on and bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch and make excuses for everything. Whereas there's no other ethnic group that's really, Native Americans were treated pretty badly and they still kind of do it, but they're not like you guys. And it's just I think it's almost like that's why you guys didn't grow up. Just have all of these fucking problems.
So, Pepe, what you don't understand is I leg up over any other American. I want what the Constitution promised every other American.
It didn't promise affirmative action. Yeah, but it didn't promise affirmative action in the fucking Constitution.
Affirmative action was rendered non-constitutional. Quotas were rendered non-constitutional by the Supreme Court. Again, I want as much as the government can't guarantee. So when you talk about 1964 Civil Rights Act being a mistake, you cannot be disingenuous by bringing up things like quotas when you know that was rendered unconstitutional.
No, we literally had quotas. We had affirmative action.
You can't say things like, simple language like...
Are you saying that you disagree with the Supreme Court being the supreme law of the land?
No, I'm saying...
So you're okay with it?
You can't be disingenuous by stating...
It's not disingenuous. We literally had... we've had decades. Bullshit.
Considering that in the law...
Okay, bullshit. We literally had fucking decades. We literally had decades of affirmative action. Where unqualified people were taking the slots, of qualified people that were white or Asian. This literally was a thing. It's been proven. We all know it. And then what's really funny is that you racial justice warriors have the audacity to say, well, how racist is Charlie Kirk to wonder if there's a Black surgeon or a Black pilot, if he's qualified. Yeah, nobody would have that fucking question if there wasn't a such thing as affirmative action. If the same requirements were held standard across every race, you wouldn't have those questions. But because we know there clearly is not, I'm generally going to be a little bit more comfortable with some European last name doctor, a Jewish last name doctor, an Asian last name doctor. Why? Because I know they had to jump through the hurdles. Whereas you know, Mr. Jefferson, who became a surgeon, you know, I don't know. I can't trust that he's actually as competent as he you know, his credentials say he should be.
That's a really good point, though.
It's a rant you're having. The facts
But it's inaccurate, man.
was rendered unconstitutional.
Affirmative action took place, and it has taken place for decades.
60 years, what the last 60 years conservatives have been arguing is nothing to do with quotas. What conservatives have been arguing is for the past 60 years is that the Civil Rights Act violated states' rights. Now, Charlie Kirk...
That wasn't the argument, you stupid fuck. That was not the goddamn argument.
Arguableness, right? Charlie Kirk...
Where did Charlie Kirk say that the Civil Rights Act violated states' rights? He never made that fucking argument. You know, I'm not even talking about Charlie Kirk's arguments. Charlie Kirk was actually a fucking gentleman. He would say some of the deleterious effects that ended up happening as a result of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, where all of a sudden you had what, like, overwhelming majority of people. I'm not the one muting you, by the way. You had the overwhelming majority of people, the black people, they were married, they had intact families. The crime problem was not nearly as bad as it ended up being within one fucking generation. Okay, in the 80s and 90s. Okay, it was absolutely fun. It did have some bad effects on the fucking black family. Like, you can't fucking deny that.
I just want to applaud that.
The Civil Rights Act was being expanded to other groups. That's what came out of his mouth. So it should be like the fact that the LGBTQ community, as well as the trans community, asked for the Civil Rights Act of 1964, as well as the 14th Amendment, to be expanded to them. He had a problem with that. I've heard him say it a million times. And all I'm saying to you is Charlie Kirk said that that is wrong. His surmise is disingenuous and it's rooted in white supremacy. This is the argument that the right has been making for the last 60 years, is that the Civil Rights Act should have never happened because it violates states' rights and it extended rights to other groups that they find irreprehensible, that they don't like, that they find morally objective.
Well, we have a lawyer in the audience, and she did, you know, kind of just shit on your whole thing about affirmative action not being a thing. I invited her up earlier. She can come up if she wants.
I invited her too in the messages. She said that he's on the phone and that's why she can't talk right now, but hopefully he'll be off the phone soon.
So, what, Abraham, do you think him not wanting the 14th Amendment in the Civil Rights Act to be expanded to, like, trans people, do you think that's indicative of white supremacy?
Yeah.
Or do you disagree with it? Do you disagree with
I wouldn't have an issue with that, but to say that it was a mistake and it should have never happened, yes, I think that's indicative of white supremacy. And not only that,
how is it indicative of white supremacy when it's about gender?
Human being, that Dr. King was a terrible person.
He was. He is actual. That is a fact. He was an actual piece of fucking shit. He was actually a lot more radical than he let on. And he is somebody that would. The FBI files being released on him. He did a lot of. Yeah, he was a gross person. And I would say I'll compare him to a white guy like hold on. Wow. I'll compare him to a white guy like Bill Clinton. Yeah, who's, by the way, he's been accused of rape several times. And it's my understanding, was getting head from Monica Lewinsky, a Jew, while talking on the phone with Yasser Arafat. I mean, amazing. You can't make this shit up. And so, I like it. Yeah, he was a philandering, womanizer, very bad person. He was definitely no. Dr. King I would say he did not have the behavior of a good pastor. He definitely did not. He's not the same people made him out to be.
I was going to say Zacharias.
Part of it too was dipping into socialism, and that's the stuff Charlie Kirk was talking about too. So
Yeah, he was a socialist.
Yeah, he has reasons behind his criticisms of Martin Luther King Jr. It's not just because he was a black leader who helped black people. That wasn't why he didn't like Martin Luther King.
Abraham, you're asking me.
Hold on, let's say go.
Real quick, Abraham, if you ever watched the movie Malcolm X, like even Spike Lee knew that's what that was. To Malcolm X's clip in that little segment of the movie, the FBI agent said, "Damn, this what do you say, Dr. King or Martin Luther King makes this guy look, or I'm sorry, this guy makes King makes this guy look like a saint." So everybody knew what the fuck MLK was up to. He was not really a normal guy behind the scenes. Second thing,
What evidence? Zero evidence. What evidence?
what I'm saying is that's why they put that little small excerpt in that movie. That was a little jab.
Evidence do you have?
Abraham, we're actually intellectually honest because we can say the same thing about zombies.
There's no evidence that Dr. King was philandering. There's no evidence that you can provide other than anecdotal that he committed any crime.
He was absurd. Literally, he was absurd. Shit, he was absurd. No. You were. Okay, I understand you're right or die for your people, but he was absurd. He was absurd. With a bunch of these women, like, getting freaky in front of these men. And then he ended up taking one of his sex toys and inserting it in her, showing her how to do it. Like, I'm sorry, but this is not a man of the Lord. I mean, no offense. Jesus would be like, he wouldn't say, hold on, he wouldn't be like, let me show you how to handle thou dildo. Here, my sister. Like, that would not happen. Like, this guy is a creep.
Right, we're gonna go by the moral standards that Dr. King, because let's just say for a moment he was getting ahead of white people, right? We're gonna go by that. Then let's look at the founding fathers, right? Let's look at their moral standards.
Yeah, we're okay with saying that they were going bad shit too. Yeah,
No, because that's a lie. Because one thing about the right is when you talk about the evilness of the founding fathers, they start to virtual signal and talk about what great men they were and how they were divinely chosen by God and how God had ordained them and had anointed them. When we talk about Jefferson and the fact that Jefferson was raping,
Mr. Jefferson, you can't say rape. That wasn't a fair. You can't say that.
Forcing a girl into sex to which he fathered 5 children with.
Okay, Sally Hemings, amazing. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me finish. Abraham, please, let me finish.
What is the moral standard?
Abraham, let this black man speak.
That's not
Crazy. So Abraham, the difference is we can separate the two. We can say in this department, yeah, he was a piece of shit, but then he also did good things. With Martin Luther King, Abraham, can I finish? Can I just finish, bro?
Matt, these were on it, bro.
So Abraham, the difference is when it comes to MLK and this bullshit, you guys would have totally denied. It's okay to say, hey, in this arena, MLK was a great guy, but then in this arena, he was a piece of shit. But my second point I wanted to make was that I had a room the day before yesterday, and I played a clip. Malcolm X was on record for being against the civil rights movement. He wasn't in approval of it. He said, quote, that the Constitution was enough. You don't need a civil rights movement. It's fucking overkill, and it's not going to change shit. So it was. What's that? Go ahead. Nationalism. He didn't believe that the Civil Rights Act was going to work. That's why he didn't support it. And again, you have the claim that you made against Dr. King. That's the difference. We know that.
Hold on, you got to answer this question. What else did he say? Abraham, answer the question. Abraham, you have to answer the question. What else did he say?
Don't just take that little soundbite. What else did he say alongside? Because I just played the clip in front of a room full of people the day before yesterday. What else did he say besides that? He was a black nationalist. He didn't know that it was going to work. In that interview, that it would give black people the full capacity and rights in this country that we deserve. And what did he say alongside that? He said we already have the Constitution, and all they had to do was follow and enforce the Constitution. And he criticized the fact that desegregation was ruled on by the Supreme Court in the 1950s, and 10 years went by, and they didn't fucking enforce the ruling. He said if all they had to do was enforce the Constitution, there's no need for a fucking Civil Rights Act. This is not going to change nothing, brother. So he was in the same boat as his
That was the problem because what you had in America, and this is what he was.
You just got money, bro.
Why I say that he was being disingenuous was because you had the Dred Scott case that basically they literally said that no white man was compelled to respect the Negro or the rights of the Negro. So that was the issue. In the Civil Rights Act, even though you had a Civil Rights Act of 1870, which is what he was talking about, obviously it didn't work because you had generations and over a century of racial discrimination and Black Americans not being considered full citizens. So you had to have a Civil Rights Act in order for us to rectify the status of Black. So then, okay, so if that's not true, then why?
Matt Beaver, go back to.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. If you're saying that 1870, since the 1870 Civil Rights that was passed, right? Are you telling me in 1870, why then you have over 100 years of racial discrimination in America where Black Americans were not allowed to vote, and it was legal according to city-state statutes to discriminate against Black Americans because we did not have proper persona status according to law.
And that was Malcolm X's point, is that the Constitution renders all men created equal. And that was his point. If you just
Abraham, shut the fuck up.
You just shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. I'll literally let you cut me off and I shut up so we can finish. So again, this is why he said that the Supreme Court, the highest, and this is what he said, the highest court in the land ruled on the interpretation of desegregation and ruled it unconstitutional. 10 years went by, actually more than that, because you still had schools in the 70s that were just being desegregated. So that was his complaint, was that the Supreme Court already ruled on it. It's not being enforced. All we got to do is enforce the Constitution and the Supreme Court rulings. There's no need for a fucking Civil Rights Act. Let's quote exactly what he said, and that was his Court
did not rule on anything. The Supreme Court ruled in the Dred Scott case, sir. This is how I know you don't know our history, American history. The Supreme Court ruled that no white man is compelled to respect the rights of the Negro. So there had to be a remedy to that. There had to be a remedy to what the Supreme Court had ruled on. Now, it took an act of Congress to remedy that, and that was the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Again, the law passed in 1870, 10 years after, 5 years after emancipation, but still you had rampant discrimination in America. You had Reconstruction that came in and essentially said, we're going to create another de facto slave class in this country, and we're going to take away their rights. And so they passed things like black code laws. They passed things like laws that essentially said that black code laws were enough. Black code laws that essentially said we have a right to discriminate against Black Americans because Negroes at the time, because they don't have proper status. Many courts throughout the South and throughout the United States deemed that Black Americans were not full citizens based off of the Dred Scott ruling. So the Civil Rights Act came to remedy that.
What are we talking about right now?
We're talking about we're talking about Abraham getting bodied by Sig, even though Abby's not even on stage, which is fucking wow. Imagine what we have that Abby's up there.
Abraham, I have a couple questions for you then. One, because this is one of the reasons Charlie Kirk was objecting to this whole thing. Do you think it is more difficult for a Black person to get an ID than it is a white person? Because I don't think Black people are incapable like that. And then the second thing I'm asking you is, do you think it's okay for men to be in women's restrooms? Because that's the other reason why Charlie Kirk was saying, he was saying that the thing is too broad, that the intent was good, but it was way too broad, it needed to be narrowed down, and to protect people's rights from discrimination, he's all for that, but not to have men in women's spaces, and not to be like, I can't get an ID because of my race, which is ridiculous, because that's a normal thing that anyone can get.
Go ahead, Abraham.
He's got a chat GPT.
Abby, come on. You're busy.
She's on the phone or something.
Go ahead, Ellen.
You've
now that he's dead, you see the left, you see the Democratic Party going into overdrive, trying to convince us that we shouldn't feel bad that he was assassinated, that we shouldn't feel bad about what he said. In the House of Representatives, there was a bill that said that would have condemned the assassination of Kirk and that condemned political violence. 58 Democrats voted against it. Fuck them. They're standing on the side. They hate the conservatives and they hate him so much that they're willing to endorse political violence.
And that's true. And
that's it.
Yeah, but Jasmine Crockett even went on.
I don't care. Okay, just let me say this because I can't do any back and forth. The bottom line is this. Look at my PTR. It has a quote from Dostoevsky in the 1800s where he says, if you disagree with the left, they will attack you viciously. They did it then. They're still doing it now. Charlie Kirk was a good person, and guess what? I got a special message for Black Americans. If you are a Black liberal, okay, you're not going to convince us that he was a bad person. You're not going to convince us that we are bad people because we are conservative. So talk about Dred Scott, talk about the 400 years, piss and moan, do anything you want. It ain't gonna work. We are good people. That's what John Cross.
No, hold on. Okay, hold on. So Abraham, you want to bitch and say, you see, here's the thing. Charlie Kirk, he believed in the Constitution. He was a Christian man. He went to church. You know, I can't say I do that. He was a much better man than me, a much nicer man. I think he had a better man than a kind, gentle man. Now, I personally, he would pray for you people. Maybe he would, I don't know. But he would want to set a discourse with you guys. That's what he'd want to do. But like, I'm somebody who would want to take you, Abraham, and put you in the gulag and make you eat snails and make you your life a living hell. Why? Because I understand how you people think and you people hate us. And I personally would want to do horrible things that I cannot say on this app to you people. And when I say you people, I'm talking about you people on the left. I don't really grant you much of your
because hate.
Any of the shit that you say. No, it's not hate. It's not hate. It's not hate. No, it's because you. How do you deal with hateful people like you? You just fucking gulag them, make them face a wall. It's just get rid of them.
I mean, you're talking about hateful, Abraham, and you make justifications why it's okay to Charlie.
Well, I was actually just joking. I don't want to do any of those things. But there is a part of me that does. Okay, shut your fucking faggot mouth. Okay, thank you. I mean, I don't actually want to do that. Was me just I will say this. At the end of the day, I do think people like you are just hateful pieces of shit. We have to do it. They're obviously unreasonable people on the far right. For so long, the left is kind of like, oh, well, they're in our camp. We'll just kind of just like ignore what they say. Kind of see how it's like on the far left, especially like all of these baggy secular Jews that were like, oh white supremacy's bad. No, yeah, gays, yay! You know, they're doing all this shit, and then all of a sudden, October 7th happens, and then what ends up happening? Jews are bad. Oh, fuck you. Oh my God, why are they doing this to me? It's like, I don't know. Why did you stupid faggots want that? Now you have to deal with the consequence, and now your faggot sons and daughters have to deal with, getting harassed in college. Well, why did you do it? Like, you retards wanted to ride that dragon and bitch about anti-Semitism afterwards. Amazing. No, and this isn't all Jews. It's like I'm talking about the secular, fatty, left-wing Jews, not the other ones. But you know, you do get this. You get people like you. Pete, there is no reason why a moral person should ever have an alliance with somebody like you. Like you're, and I mean this. And I'm being sincere when I say this. Like you are a piece of fucking shit. You will. I've never heard you have like a good faith debate the whole time I've been on this fucking app. I mean, even, you know what's really funny is that as pro-black as you are, you're somebody who end up, whatever black room you're in, you end up getting shouted out. Okay, so okay, let's just put a name on it, like Blue Facts. You can go into his room, and he's mostly...
He's a Pan-African. We don't share the same political ideology.
But a lot of the FBA's amazing. But to be fair,
that's why they don't rock with me. You Muslim Caribbeans, you know this.
Okay, amazing. The FBA's don't fuck with you either. You're acting like you're acting like I don't, because I'm not black. I don't understand all of these nuances, and I don't see how the other black people that are even FBA, how they treat you. They think you're an obnoxious, hateful piece of shit.
They love my rhetoric, my political ideology.
They don't.
Absolutely.
You and Dr. Articulate.
I support freedom.
You and Dr. Articulate are people that are way. Okay, all right. Amazing.
Who's actually Pan-African?
Amazing. But you and Dr. Articulate are both people that the blacks, whether they're Pan-African, whether they're FBA, or let them know because you're a very loud, squeaky chew toy, and they just want to bite on it, and people watch. But they don't like you. Like you're somebody that even like your own people think is a fucking cancer. They look at you as like you're not widely accepted by them, which is really fucking weird. And this has been the case for years. Like you act like I don't know who you are. You know who I am. I have a different name. You know who I am. But you're not. You're somebody who just like. Why is it that your own people, the FBAs and the Pan-Africans, but the majority of blacks, they listen to you and they don't like you?
Alright, can I get the cue?
You haven't even been in FBA spaces to make that kind of term. I literally have been in reparation FBA
I was
spaces.
friends with all of them. I'm friends with all of them on Twitter, you fucking dipshit.
Friedman love me, dipshit. I'm on X. I'm on X in Friedman spaces, you loser.
I'm friends with all of them.
Friedman movement. I meet up with people in the Friedman movement, you loser. The only motherfuckers that hate me on Clubhouse is Pan-African motherfuckers, but that's neither here nor there. I'm a better human being than Charlie Kirk because you would never hear me say that there must be a number of people that we should be accepting.
What would the FBAs? What would the FBAs say? What would be the FBAs? Okay, you stupid fuck. What do the FBAs? What if the FBAs? By the way, I'm friends with all of them on Twitter, and a lot of them were on Clubhouse at one point in time. I'm just curious. What do they say about Charlie? What do they say about Charlie Kirk?
Will never laugh at children in Gaza getting bombed like Charlie Kirk did. You will never see me. I support the state of Israel, but you will never hear me laugh at children getting bombed like Charlie Kirk did. So I'm a much better human being.
Where did Charlie Kirk laugh? Hold on. No, you're being a slimy faggot again. Where did Charlie Kirk laugh? Where did Charlie Kirk laugh at children being bombed in Gaza? Okay. Either post the fucking facts or it did not happen. He would not do that. Okay, he did not. I would not picture him saying stupid Muslims either. Show me the clip where he said stupid Muslims, and show me where he laughed at dead children in Gaza. I'm waiting.
Yes, he made jokes.
Okay, shut the fuck up and post the guy. Yeah.
And then went on to laugh about it and then say stupid Muslims. Yeah, he said it.
Okay, post the clip.
Alright, so hey, Brother Abraham, do you mind if I say something real quick? So I was gonna say real quick, like this whole Charlie Kirk fiasco is pretty in line with America, right? Like whenever any major
celebrity. There's going to be parts of the country that's going to be happy, right? When Martin Luther King died, a lot of people were happy. A lot of white people in the country were celebrating. When Malcolm X died, a lot of white people in America were celebrating, particularly conservative America, right? So the fact that you have Democrats celebrating that Charlie Kirk died is pretty in line with this country. And I also was like, he's an irrelevant white boy. Who the fuck cares? Like, we're only making this
He's
based
not irrelevant
for now, and someone will replace him next week, and we'll keep it moving. Like, this is just normal in this country. I don't
He's
get
not irrelevant. I don't think you understand. Maybe it's because he's a writing person, but he's actually. I'm somebody who made fun of Charlie Kirk. Okay, I'm admitting this. I made fun of him. Now, I thought we may agree on like 70% of things. The one thing though that I would say about him is that he's not a bad person. He had beliefs that I did not share, but I did not see him. I didn't see those differences in beliefs as making him a bad person. It could be that I'm the bad person because my beliefs are different from his. But I genuinely believe he was a good person. And, listening to him, he's first of all, you say he's a nobody. No, he was definitely a somebody. When it comes to the under 30 crowd in the United States, he's somebody that all conservatives knew who he was. But it's also how he died, how visible it was, how violent it was. That had such a lasting impression on us. And I see such a sweet soul like him being killed like that. And it's like, this is not a guy that's on the far right. He's not a mean person. And it happened to him. Like, why? Just because he's on the right? He's not even a hateful or divisive person, in my opinion.
So you asked why? Because this is the norm in this country. Like, this has happened over and over again. Nobody cares. It's going to happen again.
Oh, I fucking care.
This is an American problem. Who cares? We've acknowledged that there's some people have to die.
And you say it's an American problem. When's it? No. You say it's an American problem. When have you had a prominent left-wing or right-wing influencer that was shot in public where all of us can see it, multiple angles like that? When's the last time that happened?
So are we going to
No, I'm asking I said in public influence. Nobody knows who those okay, outside of Minnesota, outside of Minnesota, I'm not the one meeting, but outside of Minnesota, none of us knew who those fuckers were. Okay, once again, let me. Everybody knew on the. Okay, Charlie Kirk was much more famous than them. Now my question is, when have you seen a prominent influencer on the left or the right that was shot publicly in front of an audience like that? You can't answer the question.
Well, here's the thing, right? This is a stupid question. I'm talking about America's structure we have a consistent pattern of shooting politicians. This is normal in this country. This is the thing.
Okay, when is the last time?
Whether it be public or not, that's a you problem.
Trump getting shot. Trump getting shot at. Okay, and not getting killed was the last time I can think of in a couple decades of that happening.
Yeah,
where it was actually on camera. Now we can look at the baseball game with the Scalise and the Republicans that got shot, but that was not on video. But I can only Charlie Kirk is the only one. Like, that is not an everyday occurrence. It's like it's laughable to do this. He was at a political event and was shot in broad daylight. Now I understand you're from the Dominican Republic. I'm not trying to be racist. I'm not saying it happens in your country, but in Mexico, that kind of shit can happen. That is not something that happens. No, I know. That's why I said just say I'm driving and this person next to me, you know, is like, you cut me off. I said, no, you can go fuck yourself. And then he just like shoots me in the face. I will make maybe a headline in the local news, not a headline, but I'll be a story in the local news. But if I was like, I don't know, Charles Barkley or I don't know, somebody who's like not even like famous at this moment, but you know, people still know, it would make headlines even nationally. Now, Charlie Kirk was somebody who was well known, and what makes it very unique is not only how public it was and how violent it was, but he was engaging in political debate while it happened. That is super abnormal and rare in America. It's not something that happens every day. Murders happen every day, but murders to people like that, while having political discourse, is absolutely right.
I mean, some could argue that it's his own fault he got shot. They gave him a warning to put bulletproof glass up, and he ignored it.
It's not how can okay, so like no, that's fucking retarded. That's like saying that. Okay, should I make, if I had daughters, should I have them wear fucking chastity belts or whatever the fuck, and so they can't get raped because you know penises can't penetrate steel?
Charlie Kirk?
I mean, you know,
he was a father.
Watch Abraham justify.
He was a husband. No, he was a father. He was a husband, right? So what happened to him? And I condemn all political violence, right? There's no place for political violence, especially as a foundational Black American. So many of our leaders have been killed due to political violence, from Medgar Evers to Dr. King, Malcolm X.
Abraham, did you say last time that you understand why people were angry with them?
Not Malcolm X, but what I'm saying is I can separate and I can say what happened to him was diabolically immoral and wrong. He should be here with his children right now. If God gave me the power, I would give his wife Erica back to him. But that doesn't mean that I will not protect. Hold on. That doesn't mean that if God gave me the ability, I would give him back to Erica. However, that doesn't mean that I would not stop criticizing his racist, anti-Black rhetoric.
There you go. That's why Charlie got shot right there. Because the fucking lies.
No, it's not why he got shot.
No, because of the
He got
lies.
shot. Shut the fuck up, Ken. That's not why he got shot. Literally, this guy, from what we can only go by the limited information that we had. The district attorney there said that people are asking him, including his own family and friends, for more information. He's refusing to give it because apparently, he wants this person to have a fair trial. Abby may know a lot more about that. I don't know all the details of why that would be the case, but what limited information we have, he said he was hateful. He didn't really describe, I haven't heard any details about what he thought was hateful. We know that, okay, he's involved with a person that's like, quote unquote, transitioning, that looks like a dude. I don't know.
If he really
There's a lot of avenues we can go.
He would have taken the protections that were needed.
Fascist.
No, what do you mean he would have taken the protections that are needed? No, Nicholas, that is so fucked up and stupid. Like you're somebody I like on this app, but for you to say this stupid shit, I mean, first of all, the amount of money.
It's true, Pepe.
Okay, but the amount of money. Okay, first of all, the amount of money that it takes to get this level of protection, and of course, he's not a politician. He doesn't have like a counter sniper team with scouts that are looking on rooftops, and where obviously he would have been shot before he would have been able to do it. Or at least hopefully, it's just like a lot different scenario. I do think that this is an event that unfortunately, because it happened, I think a lot of these influencers are going to have to. Yeah, they're going to have to make the necessary adjustments. And you have to look at it like this. I mean, like, presidents have been shot, and you have the first class professionals that just train. Their job is to preserve the life of the president and protect the president and his family. And they fucked up, but when things go wrong, they end up up changing their strategy to basically include what went wrong and make sure that doesn't happen. Well, with Charlie Kirk, I mean, that was a whole new level. I've never seen a political influencer shot like that. I can't think of one. Like, you guys obviously can't name one. And so, I mean, this is a whole, especially like with the phenomenon of like copycat shooters and so forth. I think, Ben Shapiro said he wanted to go back to debating college kids, which he that's kind of where I remember him getting his start. He said he's going to do that. I'm sure he's probably going to have like protections now that Charlie Kirk, because of what happened to Charlie Kirk, you're going to have, really, even Talking Point USA, I'm sure they're going to do it. But at the end of the day, what I find really weird is like, we have it like these debates where we even have to somehow assign guilt to the person getting shot. Like, if Sam, like, and I've always bring up these two names. Like, Sam Cedar, I think, is an annoying, whiny faggot. He might have kids and a wife, I don't know. He gives me the vibes like he would. Ezra Klein, he's smart, but he kind of smug. I don't really like him that much, but I don't think he's a bad guy. But like, if I would have seen these guys get shot and their family was there and it was talking to a bunch of liberal students, I would feel really sad, honestly. And I don't think that I would say like, well, that piece of shit Ezra Klein, he should have, if he really cared about his life, he would have had bulletproof glass, he would have done all this other stuff. I would have never done that. I would say no. Like, the fact that anybody would justify or downplay violence towards Ezra Klein getting shot in the neck is like a really horrible fucking person. You should, like, there's no reason to shoot somebody like him in the fucking neck. Even though I really disagree with him, I don't think he's a bad fucking person. Like, that is just wrong on every level.
I just want to point out that Pepe would cry for two Jews if they got killed. It's the same. You guys all remember.
I guess, high verbal like you, and so a lot of, yeah,
they're not Muslims. I got you.
There's no reason for him getting shot because it was all planned. Like, there was no reason for him getting shot. Exactly.
Oh God, here we go. This fucking dumb shit.
It's the truth. It's the truth. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't no type of hero.
Dumb faggots like this.
Nobody. Okay, you said he's not a hero, Ash. But you said he's not a hero. But I guess what I would ask you is, why it doesn't matter whether or not you think he's a hero. I can understand the argument. He didn't put on his duty belt. He wasn't a cop. He wasn't he didn't put on his uniform to fight for our country. In other words, he's not somebody who was deliberately and heroically put himself out there to put himself in a position where he's going to be fighting for his people or his country, where he would end up getting killed. Now, but with that being said, I don't look at him as a hero personally. I do think that I do look at him as a very, first of all, this guy was a nobody at 18 years old, having that level of initiative, where he had this spark in him, this initiative, where he ended up forming this the Turning Point USA. He was getting these donors. He was passionately traveling throughout the country. He made a fucking name for himself. He became a very relevant person, who I think, and definitely not in an immoral way, was trying to influence people and impact people, especially young people, to look at things differently, especially on college campuses where they are obviously captured by the left. I think that what he was doing was a good thing. I don't call him a hero, but there's absolutely nothing he did that was wrong. And he is somebody that there's no reason to look at him I'm not trying to make him a martyr or a hero, but I look at him as
That's exactly what people are doing.
Yeah, but Pepe Ash's argument is that it was all conspiracy and that it was framed. You know,
Actually, let me
guess. Are you gonna say the Jews or Mossad did it?
Yeah, Mossad.
No, I was actually about to say it's crazy how you can mention Charlie Kirk's name, and the minute you say anything negative about him, people are automatically calling you a faggot.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of no.
No, that's called emotion. That's called emotion.
No, it's not emotion.
It's complete emotion. It's complete.
Okay, well, hold on. Let him explain himself. Why did you say what you said? And who do you think did it?
I just feel like the fact that people get this riled up over somebody dying like this, I just think it's complete propaganda.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like him. Shut the fuck up and let me. Hold on.
Emotional, man.
Shut the fuck up, Ash. Ash, shut your faggot mouth.
He got killed. Bye-bye. Your man's got killed. You got smoked. And I'm white saying this too. This is how emotional you
don't sound white. You're either black or you're a person who wants to be black. So, yo mans, white people don't, even rednecks don't use yo mans. So I'm sorry, but that is not, something's going on here. You're not,
He's a black Jamaican, if you look at his profile.
Okay.
Yeah, I always think that's like the most faggy thing black guys say to like my mans. I'm like, are you okay or something?
I was at first. I was listening to and a lot of people don't understand this, but it's a bias, but the nasal cavities and the nose shape are part of what makes your voice unique. Now, because we have different, our sinus cavities and our nose shapes tend to be different, especially amongst people of West African descent, which have more of a bell pepper shaped nose, and their nasal cavities are a little bit different. How the reverberations that come out every time they speak, it does give off like somewhat of a unique signature that you'll tie to, let's say, black people. People with big noses like myself will often have a nose that sounds like, a voice that sounds like you have a big nose, and that's because I have a big nose. It is what it is. I don't know, but I mean, he was kind of giving off all of these hallmarks, and then
he was definitely black.
He went off with yo mans, and it's just like, okay.
Oh, I love when people start screaming at me. They're like, "You're a black man. How dare you say this shit?"
Pascal, you said that someone in the chat said that. What did he say that was wrong? Oh, that's the title of the room. Well, I'm conservative, so let me first by saying that I voted for Trump.
The title.
Yeah, I got you, Ken. Chef. First thing he said wrong was that the Civil Rights Act shouldn't have been passed. That's the right that gave.
Oh my God, it's getting old.
Okay, we already had this conversation. Like,
yeah, where's the house wall?
And then
half an hour.
I got you. Can I finish? Damn.
Okay, you're black also. You're not white. So
what does that have to do with? Yeah, can I finish?
Because you said that you said you were white. So
I did not say I was white.
You have a picture of a white guy in your fucking profile, and you're obviously black. I can hear it in your fucking voice. So
oh my goodness.
What else?
I didn't say I was white. One.
And you're obviously trying to say,
no,
oh my goodness.
Pepe, that was the other guy that said he was white.
Okay, hold on. No,
that's
no.
I
accept your apology.
Shut the fuck up. I can literally tell this is a black guy. Okay, trying to somehow pass as white. He's trying to speak
I'm not passing as white. I never called myself white.
He's code switch.
Can you look? Thank you. Can I finish? Look at the PTR and you see that I'm not pretending I'm a white guy. That's a screenshot. Jesus, you're trying to make it a race thing so bad. Nobody mentioned white in my thing. I'm answering the title of the room and you're getting triggered. Can I exercise my First Amendment right? Yeah.
The First Amendment doesn't apply to fucking
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Are you gonna let me answer? Or are you gonna be triggered?
Okay, just shut your fucking mouth and answer.
All right. Thank you for being triggered. Anyway, the second thing. Sorry for. Dang, just got lost my train of thought.
These tethers are.
Besides the civil rights thing, he also said that Juneteenth shouldn't be a holiday. which to me doesn't make any sense. Should we not celebrate the freedom?
Why should it be a holiday?
Should we not celebrate the freedom of all Americans? July 4th is up. You know what?
No, I get it. I get it.
Do you want me to answer the question or not? You just asked why should
what
it be
is
a holiday.
Okay, what is it celebrating? What is it celebrating?
Do you want me to answer the question or do you want to answer your own question?
What is it celebrating?
It's celebrating the freedom of certain Americans. And what better to celebrate freedom? Why not celebrate the freedom of all Americans? White Americans, Black Americans, Native Americans. What's wrong with that?
Amazing.
Yeah, 4th of July. Yeah.
Okay, so you had
to say that. No, you got it, bro.
So you had a civil war where was it like 600,000 or so Northerners, lost their lives fighting so that Black people would no longer be farm equipment in the South, and they'd have to then actually I won't even say anything beyond that, but okay, it took a couple years for it to spread, and then some of the last slaves and I don't know, it was like Texas or some shit, they ended up realizing, oh, we free, and then it's just like amazing. They found out then that they were free, so we're gonna make it a fucking holiday. It's just like, okay, like what are we celebrating? The message being delivered to the last of the Black people.
Celebrating. What's wrong with celebrating freedom of all Americans, though?
Nobody's saying.
What's wrong with that?
They have 4th of July.
No,
but it's like, generally when you celebrate a holiday, it's because there's an accomplishment. Yet there's a feat that is involved. Now, okay, we're giving Black people this holiday, which I guess in a weird way, like Juneteenth would be celebrating white people defeating the South and freeing the slaves. So it's just like, why are we making
this a Black holiday? That would be the day that Robert E. Lee quit or surrendered, right?
No.
And that's also weird, right?
I gotta chime in. Paul, look, the day you would want to celebrate would be January 1st, when the Emancipation Proclamation was declared by Abraham Lincoln. That's ultimately what led to the freeing of the slaves.
No, it didn't.
Number two, that ultimately the Emancipation Proclamation is what led to it. Did you hear what I said, Autumn? Led to it? The passing of the 14th Amendment ultimately did it, right? So why are we celebrating?
The 14th Amendment
Juneteenth?
The 14th Amendment just gave Black people the right to vote. It didn't. But anyway, why are we complaining about the freedom of the 14th?
We're not complaining about the freedom of Black people.
Are we gonna have
no,
a conversation?
yeah, we're having a conversation. But you ask a question, and every time I answer,
one sentence, you
no, because you said,
I listened to what you said, what Joe said, and I.
No, you dipshit. Literally said you had a war fought by whites that freed the Blacks. The last Blacks that were to get the message that they were free on behalf of a war that was fought by whites. We're celebrating the day that these Black people were free. Now, at the end of the day, who is responsible for the liberation of these Blacks? Well, not the Blacks that heard the message the last. It's going to be the white men who end up shedding their blood, shedding the blood of others, and 600,000 of their lives were lost. In order to free them. So, with that being said, in a weird way, it's this pro-Black thing, but it's honoring the literally the blood of white men. Now. And I forget what the other point was, because I keep on getting distracted by how you keep on having to. You know what? It's just this is holy shit. This is stupid.
Let me explain how dumb this guy was. He said the 14th Amendment was only for Blacks to gain the right to vote. When we just had the argument about the civil rights had to be passed for Blacks to be able to vote in all states. The 14th Amendment is very clear. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction of are citizens of the United States in the state wherein they reside. It's such a waste of time to argue with dumb, ignorant people. Yeah, so Paul,
It is.
Juneteenth celebrates when the Union Army rolled into Houston, Texas, and declared the last remaining slaves that they were free because they hadn't been told that they were free yet, or they were still being held captive, I guess.
But I'm curious, does that
You guys have become the snowflakes that you guys have complained about.
Well, hold on, shut up.
Because they don't agree with you.
No, it's not what I'm doing. It's you're disruptive. It's because you're disruptive. But I do have a question for you. Because Abby asked me, or she didn't ask me. She suggested that somebody on stage should ask this question. What do you think of Columbus Day? Should Columbus Day exist?
Are you going to interrupt me, or are you going to finally let me answer the question?
Well, you'll answer it. Yeah, if you'll answer that question, sure.
If I answer it, can I give a submission? Why don't you interrupt me?
Yeah.
Thank God. Because I thought
Go.
I think conservatives.
Oh my God! Shut up.
I think Columbus.
Don't.
I'm trying to answer snowflakes. I think Columbus Day should exist. Now, can I give a submission without snowflakes interrupting?
Yes. Tell us why it should
Thank God,
exist.
snowflakes. No, I answered your question. I said I want to give a submission. So you're going to listen to my submission unless you want to get
No, I thought you said you were going to answer.
I answered the question already. Now I'm going to give my submission, which you interrupted.
All right. Let this mentally ill scholar give his.
Are you going to get me canceled? Are you acting like a snowflake? You're going to get me canceled now? Jesus Christ! Someone said something.
Okay, just quit running your bitch mouth and just okay. Say what you're gonna say. I'll give you 30 seconds. Okay, listen, you fucking retard. I'll give you 30 seconds. Okay, literally, just say what you're gonna say, and then hold on. Let me get my timer ready because I actually have to bring out a timer. So hold on, timer. 30 seconds. Go ahead, go now. Oh. I don't know why he's in the goat, but I didn't put him there.
He left actually.
Amazing.
All right, MOG, tell us about why you hate Charlie Kirk.
I know MOG hates me. He's called me a cracker.
I'm a Charlie Kirk. Okay, I'm a Charlie Kirk fan. Yes, you are right. PP, I know I don't fuck with you. You're a dirty white. Actually, it's a shame that we lost a respectful white guy like this Kirk guy. You know, he's way better than a lot of these trash people on this album.
He's a better white than I am. Like, we can agree. No, I agree.
Here's my thing, and I'm gonna pass the mic because I appreciate y'all letting me speak. I'm gonna pass the mic. This is my thing, y'all. I seen a little bit of this funeral today. I was kind of busy. I gotta watch it later. Man, I am a Charlie fan, like no trolling. But at the same time, I'm not talking about no other race but white people race. I will never let go of this shit. I will stay on y'all top with y'all political killing ass. I will stay on y'all ass. Y'all killed Charlie. Hold on, let me get this out. Y'all killed Charlie for what exactly? Let me show you how triggered these white men are. And what's worse is you all have been so pussy and so bitch and have not accepted any responsibility. Talking about far left, talking about far right. This is a far white bullshit. And you killed Charlie, and he didn't even deserve a push, anything physical. The guy was the most respectable debater ever. You know, when I first started seeing clips, I was like, you know, I started seeing the little cutoff clips. I said, man, fuck this little racist, blah, 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 blah. And then I went and saw more clips. I said, this is a regular human being who loves the Lord. Yeah, he has said some slick shit to black people. I say slick shit to white people. Y'all niggas, stop being a bitch. But y'all people who allows people's opinion and you shoot them, it's only white people who do this shit, right? And that's whatever. But y'all are a threat to our Constitution, our First Amendment, all that shit. Like, I'd rather be a dangerous thug running around Chicago at this point. Look at this shit. We're not safe. Nobody's safe. Anybody
what about the girl on the subway? Someone in the chat mentioned that, and I agree. What about it?
Yeah, we cut the Ukrainian girl's skirt.
What about the projection? We'll worry about that later. We're talking about this white on white killing.
I know you said white on white
You want
crime.
to talk about isolated incidents when I'm talking about white? Bro, this is that white bullshit I'm talking about. Y'all so hoe and bitch. Look, I don't want to hear nothing, no opinion about the black community and their violence, because look at how y'all act like little girls.
You asked for examples.
No, it's true. You get up there, and the minute you have a different opinion, it's faggot this, shut the fuck up this. You would never do that in real life. No, you would never say that to somebody in real life.
Man, I'm not worried about it in real life. You know how how angry they get. Look at how they stand up hundreds of yards away and shoot at their own, while their own is defending them.
Oh my God! That's because we can actually shoot hundreds. Wait, that's because we can actually shoot hundreds of yards. Unlike
white people,
hold your fucking gun sideways and miss 90% of rounds.
Hey, I don't hate y'all white people.
We're really good shots.
How y'all give it up, and y'all will never ever
interject. I gotta interject. To be fair, white fought the Civil War against other white people.
And you started saying,
you're missing the point.
Yeah, to save your black ass.
My white brother, who I do not hate, you are missing the point. It is not about your conglomerate with black. This is about when you mess up. This is the area you need to fix. Just like my people, we mess up and we have an area we need to fix. You guys got to fix this. And when I say you need to fix this, I don't want to hear what the black people need to fix, because
we're not in the same group with the leftists.
You don't want to fix what you need to fix.
And
one thing I love about black people, we have no problem talking about the.
We like the conservative blacks.
But we talk about the violent. We talk about the violent left people all the time. It's so stupid.
Remember that. No left.
The minute somebody came up here with a contradicting
opinion, Joe wanted to say something. Shut your faggot ass up. Yes, I'm shutting you down. Just let Joe.
And second of all, the funniest thing is,
okay, mods, if you want to talk, just mute. Mods, if you want to talk, just mute. Because these faggots will not shut the fuck up.
You're a bitch. You would never say that to anybody in real life. You're a bitch.
Alright, chill, bro. Look, I just want to address Mog's point. White people have a fundamentally different way we look at ourselves. We don't have this collective mentality based on race. So, what's that?
I was telling him read it.
God damn, will you shut the fuck up, again?
So I understand where you're coming from, Mog, but you're looking at it from the lens of how black folks usually tend to look at themselves as some monolith or collective group, even though you're not, and you would even admit you're not. But white people don't look at ourselves as some monolithic group based on our race. That's just ultimately what it is. We look at each other different based on our ideologies, our beliefs, our ideas. I think black people do too. So we can, when are we going to get to the point we look at everybody just based on our ideas and beliefs rather than color of our skin?
Maybe one day, but one day is in the future. We're here today.
But what's obnoxious about that statement is he said maybe one day because we're here. Well, you have to understand, when you attack white people, and white people are demographically becoming more of a minority, and I love how black people think this works in their favor, which I think it actually, their biggest threat is going to be the demographic change. But with that being said, you attack us based on our identity, and as we become a smaller portion of the population, you're going to see white people kind of attached to that identity more and more and more. It's no secret that the smaller the minority you are, wherever you are, the more attached and I guess you say clannish or tribal you become. It's not much different, and I don't know. It's just weird having to hear this bullshit.
Well, you know what? I don't even think about it.
We gotta hear it all the time. It is weird. I don't know. I agree.
Well, people are talking about, black people kill more people, white people kill more people. You know what? There's killing on both sides. Maybe one side more than the other. But what I will say is I feel like there's more liberal people, black and white, killing people than there are conservative people killing people.
No, it's just a lot of criminals. That's it. Criminals kill people. That's just point blank period. Criminals kill people.
I agree. And which ideology? Forget which ideology has more criminals?
All those social concepts like.
Which ideology has more criminal?
I don't. It's not about I don't know.
Trap, why are you not allowing her to finish what she was asking?
No, I get what she's saying. Like, what social construct do they fit?
Get it? Why not allow her to
what
finish?
concept do they fit in? But I don't think them those really fit into too much concepts. I mean, if you ask them, then maybe they might do the shit and just tell you some shit.
Democrats
Maybe
think
on
we
the
have more
Republican.
crime.
Yeah, like
Democrats have more crime. It's leftists that are doing these.
I don't know. I just think people do crimes.
Young black males are doing a lot of the shootings and killings.
Not politically, though. And not if you're gonna.
You cannot say that.
That was the dumbest shit I ever.
You can't say that.
That's the white guy.
Males going in
That was dumb as fuck. That's dumb.
and like events.
What's up, G's? Let me know when I say something here. It's a shark.
You can't say that shit. It's killing on both sides.
Young black males don't.
Oh, God,
Yeah, you don't go inside.
You know what? I'm tired of this both sides bullshit. I'm tired of this both sides bullshit. Okay, black people, the leading cause of death for black men, young black men, whether teenage boys or adolescents and young adult male blacks is homicide. It's not the same in the white community. To sit here and pretend like, well, it's a both sides issue. No, it's not. Yes, white people kill white people primarily.
But I'm gonna be real with you.
Black people too.
What's the leading cause of death for black males is heart disease and cancer.
No, I said young black. I said young. I said adolescent. No, stop. No, I'm not. No, you fucking retard. We know that heart disease.
And talk like an adult.
Shut the fuck up. We know that. Okay, we know that.
Is that one thing? Because I gotta go here.
Okay, who's it? No, shut the fuck up, whoever it is. Okay, let me finish my fucking point. Now, we know that heart disease affects black men at a much higher rate than it affects white people. They are likely to die earlier than that, generally middle-aged and end of age. But when it comes to, once again, adolescent and young adult men, they absolutely are far more likely to die because of murder at the hands of another black male.
Alright, dude.
Literally, other black males are the leading cause of death for young black men.
I think we just gotta start running for office. I think if more black men get into politics, there'll be a lot less black on black violence. Because we don't bother black politics. We don't do political killings. That's what white people do. So black males
killing each other.
That's totally fucking bullshit. That is the dumbest thing. That is the dumbest thing. That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. You guys literally enslave each other. What the fuck are you talking about? We don't do political violence.
No, you stupid faggot. I literally said that the number one cause of death.
You said that. He didn't say it.
Amazing.
You said that.
I know. The number one cause of death for young black men and black boys is murder. It's not for white boys.
No, it's not. It's diabetes, it's stroke.
No. It's heart disease and diabetes and all of that shit once you get into advanced age, you fucking retard.
How you know
White people don't have a drug culture. It's suicide. That's the number one
kill kids in
the number one causes to like younger men dying is diabetes. Still, I know you think that it's only fucking older people that got diabetes. No, diabetes, strokes, and fucking suicide is the leading causes for young.
No, it's not. You fucking retard.
Yeah, I know, man. Come on, dude. Have an actual conversation about something instead of this shit, dude. Come on, dude.
No, Pepe, I
Come on,
agree
man.
with you.
Do something
But
different.
also, isn't there a correlation with more black people being a part of the Democrat Party? So that's the point I was trying to make.
There's a correlation of Pepe statistics and hating black people. How about
Okay, how about you stupid goddamn crowd? Somebody move that filthy fucking cracker back to where he was, the fake billionaire. Amazing. Fuck you, Pepe.
So, Pepe, I have the exact numbers.
Why do you have to call people so many names, man?
Pepe, can you hear me or no? Yeah, I got the exact numbers if you want.
Yeah, okay, wait.
All right, 15 to 24 year old males are significantly higher. It's the leading cause for 15 to 24 year old
black or white or all.
For black males, 15 to 24 is the leading cause is homicide amongst African Americans. It's the leading cause.
Amazing, proves my point.
So the exact comparative numbers for 2023 aren't specified in the data I found. Historically, the homicide rate for black males that age has been over 70% higher than their white counterparts.
And for what is the leading cause of death for white males? 15 to 24. Hold on, shut your fucking mouth. Shut your mouth. Because I'm curious, like, what is the leading cause of death from 15 to 20? He's looking it up. But like I said, he said 15 to 24. Now, this is a statistic that it's been it's been solidly trending. It hasn't changed too much. We're the leading cause of death for young black men and older boys. It's been homicide. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. And it's obviously not white people killing them. It's them killing themselves.
Bro, where did y'all find this nigga Ken from, bro? Niggas need to beat Ken ass. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Like, Ken, bro, this shit was just embarrassing.
Yeah, I know that.
Trap, I found the stat, Trap.
Okay, I got the answer.
I found
So
the
it's
stat.
hold on. It's unintentional accidents, like motorcycle accidents, car wrecks, all that type of stuff. Secondly is a suicide, and then number 3 is homicide.
I thought sucking cock was number 1.
So
So your first inclination is to beat up somebody for reading off facts? Like you have the inclination for violence?
Huh?
Somebody said they wanted to beat up Ken because he read off some statistics.
Oh, I mean, they can come fuck with me. I'm 6'4", 216. I stay strapped. I got over 100 fucking firearms, and I'm trained, so bring it the fuck on.
What we do? Let's go.
My gun sideways.
The truth is,
White people, they did a great job. Just tell them how to shoot it, motherfucker.
I hate niggas.
I'll take it a little too far.
Motherfucker.
I hate niggas. I hate cars. You ain't gonna bust shit.
No, I'm worried about our general
I
public.
don't miss when I shoot, bitch.
Just white people just lamenting the fact that you all did a decent thing today. I had a great time.
Throw some hands.
Nah, I'd rather shoot you.
what I'm curious about is when do we see you, black? Okay, shut the fuck up, Big and Rich. Okay, when? Okay, look, there is nobody, and I'm gonna be very blunt about this, and you guys all know this. Whether you're black, whether you're a tranny, whether you're gay, whether it didn't matter what your orientation was. If you would have gone to like Charlie Kirk's event, you would feel safe. You know this. I know this. Now, because you guys wanted to make this a race issue, when it comes to the average everyday MLK parade, you guys are on high alert. You guys know some shit's about to pop off. It's a lot different. I mean, dude, like when it comes to like conservatives, we're so much different from you people. And I'm talking about blacks and whites. We're so much different. And it's and like hearing a lot of the black people on here, which I would consider radical. You guys know what would go down on the average MLK day or parade in whatever black part of town you live in. There's going to be some ghetto drama, which involves gunfire and deaths.
Why did you guys call me black when I was speaking?
What the fuck is this nigga talking about?
Yeah, no, I agree. That's that trailer park shit that these niggas done picked up and inherited.
I just have a question.
When I was talking, it's a lot of white demons. It's a lot of white demonic energy that came from the 60s and beyond. and it has flowed into the black community. I don't know when black people started doing this to each other. I mean, this is what white people used to do, just mind their own business. They used to just get out of fucking bother black people. Now it's certain black people in certain.
These niggas weirdos.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, these niggas.
Like, we need to like cleanse that shit off of us, y'all. Some bad energy, dog. It's some bad energy.
That's because we are getting sick of you niggas too. You guys are fucking it up for us.
Oh, and that's a black man saying it. Oh, y'all fucked.
Be black like that. I don't know what niggas you think of.
We're tired of trying to live peaceful lives.
Who is the word though? I'm trying to identify. I don't really understand what you are, brother.
Okay, so here, I hope you understand. If you just shut the fuck up for 2 goddamn seconds.
Okay, bitch. Go ahead, bitch.
Let me PTR this for a second. I'm gonna show you what I'm right now. Let me put it on my PTR real quick, and I'll show you. Where is it at? Okay, boom, right there. Go ahead and PTR, man.
I'm tired of niggas like Dylan Roof.
So
like
if you PTR trap, shut your dreadhead, skinny jeans wearing ass up. So if you PTR, that's my cousin right there. That's what we're tired of. My cousin was a decorated Vietnam veteran. If you read that article there, he was gunned down, shot in the back of the head while he was driving. Okay, and if you look at the description, it's a 14 and 50-year-old. Wasn't a white boy, wasn't an Asian boy, wasn't a Hispanic boy, wasn't a Ku Klux Klan member. It was niggas like y'all. So that's what we're getting sick of. We're tired. We're tired of
Nigerian American. It was
young niggas like you.
Nigerian American, you're the fucking worst. You sold your own people, you piece of shit.
I hate niggers and crackers. I hate everybody. I hate everybody so fucking much.
I agree. I'm an equal opportunity hater.
So do we not think that these same crimes are occurring inside other communities?
They're not at the same rate, not at the same rate, Trent.
Fuck the rate. Because if we talk about rates, more white people are in poverty. More white people are doing this and that. So we fuck the rates.
13.5% of the population. It's actually 3.7. Hold on, let's see. I got this real quick. It's actually 3.75% for 14 to 40-year-old black males make up 54% of all homicides in America. 3.75% of the fucking U.S. population makes up 54% of all homicides. So that means if black men decided to go back to fucking Nigeria tomorrow, we would have 54% less fucking homicides in America. And if all the Hispanics went back, we would have an additional 24%. We'd be down fucking 78% lower in homicides if blacks and Mexicans fucking just left. Like just 14 to 40-year-old men, or they could just stop killing themselves, or they could just stop killing themselves. Oh, the Holy Spirit hates you, got you in the Matrix.
Bro, listen, y'all
you in a blender, MOG, you in the Matrix. Shut the fuck up.
Right talking points, you automatically join the club or something.
No, I'm saying just stop killing each other. That's what Charlie Kirk was literally saying. That's literally what Charlie Kirk was saying. When a black man came up and said, Charlie Kirk, why are you racist? Why do you hate black people? And he said, I love black people. I love gay people. I love Hispanics. I love everybody. I want them all to come to Christ, and I want black men to stop fucking leaving their fucking kids. I want black women to stop aborting their babies, and I want young black men in the inner cities to stop killing each other. That's all he's saying. And they're like, oh, he's such a white supremacist.
Okay, so hold on. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So the question I would ask is this. Okay, we saw the memorial for those of us that watched this. Do you think that whether or not you were white, let's say you're a black person who ended up going into the State Farm Stadium, do you think that if a group of white people were to fuck with a black man, that anybody in that crowd would have been okay with it, that they would have not stepped in? I'm just curious. I have my answer.
Wait, say it again.
Okay, Charlie Kirk's memorial service. You had anywhere from 100 to 300,000 people that were there. But in the arena, I don't know what their capacity was. Do you think that just in that company, that if I or somebody else or anybody was going to prey on a black person because of the color of their skin, that we would be able to do so without any kind of pushback.
We would all beat your ass for doing so, Pepe. Every white person, every black person, every Hispanic person who follows Charlie Kirk would beat your ass for fucking with a black person at any of Charlie Kirk's events. I mean, they've had it before. They've had it in multiple situations where a black person comes up and says, "Fuck you, you racist piece of shit," and then like everybody's face calm. They boo him and shit, and even Charlie Kirk would say,
I know,
but here's the thing: Charlie Kirk would tell the entire crowd, "Hey, let's be nice, let's be kind to this person, allow this person to speak," and they shot him for it.
Yeah, but so this is the thing, though. It's like when it comes to Charlie Kirk. Any of it, if I was to fuck with people and, let's say really racist shit, I cannot see myself being welcome amongst that crowd. Like, they're not those people.
Bro. Stop that shit, bro. Y'all niggas be acting like, bro.
Bro, just by listening to Trap, you've never watched a full Charlie Kirk video.
Any motherfucking ways, but stop that shit. You'll be perfectly fucking
Trap, can you be intellectually honest and tell us right now that you've watched? Hold on, Trap. Can you tell us?
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. So I'm somebody. Pepe is racist as he is. You guys would love to call me like Hitler and all of that stuff. If I saw like a black guy being picked on because he's black, at something like a Charlie Kirk remembrance event, I would say like, dude, like, you guys go fuck yourselves. Like, leave this dude alone. He's on our side. He's showing his support. I would not allow it, and I would disavow any. Like, look, I've always thought like the racist thing is kind of like funny because I've always thought that people overreact to it, but at the end of the day, like my identity as far as being white, it's not really existed so much, except for like when I hear the left just like demonize us. It's like, okay, well, fuck you. I'm just gonna go ahead and say I'm proud to be white and amazing. I'm gonna piss you people off. But like on this app, even like most of the people that I'm cool with and that I'll mod up, they're not. A lot of them are not white. A lot of them are black. There's an identity, and then some of the people that I really dislike on this app are white. There is. I do think that, and I think I'm shooting myself in the foot when I say this, but I do think ideology matters over, the color of your fucking skin. I think that the biggest enemies of people like myself are primarily other white people that think a lot differently than me. It's not black people. It's not racial minorities. But I do think and I am a agitator and a troll and all of that stuff. I'm not a uniter. I'm not a healer. I'm not Charlie Kirk. I'm a piece of shit compared to him. I'm somebody who. What?
I said we all are.
Yeah, I'm we out of that shit.
You are too.
Fuck no.
He united fucking 80 million people who follow him globally.
I don't
to
give a fuck
bring
about
people
that.
to conservatism, you piece of shit. Conservative Judeo-Christian values. The same. Hold on, Trap. The same values that your fucking grandmother espoused to you as a fucking kid, that you fucking denounce because you want to go out and get pussy and smoke weed.
I don't give a fuck.
Fucking low life.
Trap, can you spell conservative? Trap, can you even spell conservative?
Your grandma's rolling in her grave, bro.
Bro, you a black man. Calm down. If you can spell it, I can.
Well, hold on. No, hold on. He could. Sig did ask you to spell conservative. Can you spell it?
Bro, I know you want to watch two black men fight, bro. He's black. If he can spell it, I can spell it. The fuck is wrong with you?
Just spell conservative.
Like you can spell
CONSER.
It's a lot more it's on your end of the world than mine.
Okay, you never want to do it.
I know you might not know the stats for real, but it's a lot more idiots.
What is 8 times 7? What is 8 times 7?
What are you talking about?
What is 8 times 7?
I don't know. This is not that type of party.
But I knew that in 3rd grade. No.
56, come on.
We're raised differently, so, I'm not going to knock you. How do you spell Mississippi? Can you spell Mississippi?
How were you raised?
I did go to Catholic school.
That's not the majority of your community, though. Like.
Exactly.
So,
So I went to school that was, better than most of my community.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're privileged. That's cool.
Amazing.
But most of your community isn't. Most of your community is in poverty.
Can you spell Mississippi?
Yeah, you remember you guys are broke.
Most of us are not impoverished. That's a lie. No, that's literally nothing.
Overall, y'all broke as fuck.
In fact, even the black community overall in America is not poor.
I guess we still a minority.
Bro, he grew up in South Carolina. You can't expect him to spell Mississippi.
Minority, remember? There's more poor white people than black people since we're.
Can you spell Idaho? Okay, can you spell Idaho?
I mean, I guess I could, but it's not that type of party.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He can't. This is mean. My bad. I shouldn't have even asked.
Yeah, you can't expect too much about that. Carolina's a terrible place. Just so you know.
So you see, that's what I was talking about ideologies and which commit more crime. Even if somebody doesn't follow an ideology, look at which cities and how they're governed, and the cities that are governed by the left, those are the ones that tend to have more crime because the people are just reaching. And the people that are being governed by the left, well, it's because usually the citizens vote them in. So, I mean, that's not always the case. Like, for instance, I'm in California. I'm a minority because I'm a conservative, and I do not vote for Kamala. But anyway, a thing that you see.
Y'all really think this shit is two different parties. Like, these people don't got the same agenda. Like, y'all really is that small-minded. Like,
you can't spell Idaho or Mississippi. Shut the fuck up.
That shit don't make no sense. How many times have you seen presidents or candidates go against each other? I'm talking about literally hardcore go against each other, and then in another goddamn picture or clip, you'll see them sipping coffee and smoking cigars.
I'm glad you watched the YouTube video, you fucking tart.
Y'all so intellectual that y'all became idiots.
You seem to think that I look at somebody like Gavin Newsom.
It's not no difference inside none of these sides.
No, you fucking retard. You seem to think
it's alright. You'll understand one day. Maybe when you're 90.
No, I won't.
Difference inside
you subliterate piece of shit. I don't think you fucking understand. Okay, I gotta mute you. Okay, now I gotta mute you because you're just fucking running your mouth.
You wanna mute a black man? I got it.
Yes, I'm gonna mute the fuck out of a black man. Absolutely. I have zero problems with
He also mutes me too, and I'm white.
So, okay, I can look at a piece of shit like Gavin Newsom, who I think is a very dangerous individual. I think he's a sociopathic piece of shit. He's a chameleon. I don't think he has any real ideology except for, he'll promote whatever values has to keep him in power.
Like a grifter.
All of them.
Obviously. Now, when it comes to white people, once again, the people, by and large, that still hold the levers of power, in the United States. I mean, they're white people. White people, we do not agree with each other in a lot of shit. I mean, we can look at how they were going after Trump. We can look at who are the power brokers in America. Realistically, it's mostly white people fighting against each other, and That's who we fight with the most. I don't.
No,
Black people
here's the problem.
are not the main issue when it comes to the United States.
No, here's the problem.
Articulate there, that faggot.
It's literally big brands going against small brands. So you have these people who come and then they say that they're running for this, they say that they're running for that, and then they let us, aka you guys, because I don't fall into this, I don't vote, I don't fit into none of that shit. Only thing I do is work a fucking job. You feel me? And pay my fucking taxes. That's it.
Pepe, can we move this one down to engagement?
You feel me? I don't fit into none of that other shit.
Dr. Unbelievable one.
What they do is they come and then they try to create this illusion to the masses of the people and try to tell you that, hey, this side is better than this side. This candidate is better than this candidate. When in fucking reality, all of these people are friends with the same goal. Keep you broke people broke and under them. It's literally
amazing. And you know what?
It's literally amazing. It's
yeah, I'm bored of you. Okay. Who else wants to speak?
I think Dr. Unbelievable Truth wants to speak. Go ahead, Doctor. MOG, you're in the Matrix, bro. Like, really bad.
How do you say her friend was her friend? R.I.P. a friend. Yeah, I don't know if y'all can hear me.
Thank you.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, MOG, your Obama funds breaking up, bro.
That's so sad too. Is that her son she's holding in that picture?
It is. Little Eli.
God, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're sick of this shit, man. I mean, I'm sorry, man, but these YNs and YBs, man, their days are numbered. Everybody's moving to the right. We're sick of this shit, bro.
Yep. Dr. Unbelievable, you wanted to say something?
He wanted to say. How's everybody doing today?
Oh, it's not Doctor.
Hey, what's going on, Doctor? Welcome.
Okay, yeah. Oh, shit. About the title of the room is, can you point out anything Charlie Kirk said that was wrong?
Wait, before you start, Doctor, have you ever watched a full Charlie Kirk segment or not? Not the clips, just a full segment.
You said full segment?
Yeah, like a 1 hour video. In its entirety.
I stopped. I don't.
So that's enough.
I haven't really just sit there and watched the whole video since Candace Owens and the rest of them stopped. But to me, honestly and truthfully, it was just a bunch of rhetoric, misinformation, bunch of skewed statistics.
But have you seen?
You haven't seen it though, right? Well, sorry, Sid. Go ahead. If you
No, I was gonna ask the same thing. Like, if you have I mean, you really didn't answer the question. Have you seen a full segmented clip?
You pretty much said no.
Yeah, I said yes. I said I like, but I was never fond of anything him or Candace Owens or Brandon Tatum said or what's the other one, Jordan Peterson. I just do it.
I like Brandon Tatum. Brandon Tatum. He lives here in Phoenix. He's pretty cool, right? I've spoken with him before. I like him.
See, Brandon Tatum is a token black.
So what? And it's fair. You don't have to be fond of anything Charlie Kirk said, and that's fair. That you're right. But is there anything from what you've seen that he stated that was objectively false?
False. The way he threw rhetoric about black on black crime.
Okay, what specifically was wrong about that?
Well, he said he basically said the 1350 argument is false. The argument that black children
it's not false, you fucking
black children not having their fathers around, that's false. These are all false narratives.
Okay, so the black children having their fathers around, what's false about that? Do you counter that?
He said black children don't grow up with fathers.
Oh, sick. This is where he talks about that black men are kind of in their children's lives, but you actually have to look at children born out of wedlock, and then that actually explains it, that they're being born into households where the father's not 100% in the household. You know, they'll be like, oh, well, he comes over on the birthdays and like once a week. You know, it's like that's not being a dad.
I want to hear what he's got as far as. Yeah, doctor. What makes that statement false?
In another statement he made false about these black people committed most of the murders. That's false. If you look at the FBI crime statistic, we know who do most of the murders here in America. Pew violence. We know who are the biggest and the most active school shooters,
bro, this is
church shooters,
I'm trying so hard, bro.
You know, it's high time.
I'm trying really hard not to be racist. Like he's so fucking ill-informed.
Hey, don't bite your tongue, but I'm gonna tell you something, right? It's high time we have a talk about white on white crime. It's getting out of hand.
The white on white crime. No, it's not. Hold on.
This is like talk to Alan about titties. He's up.
Hold on. Okay, if we look at the white Latino / Hispanic population in the United States.
Why are white people so inherently bad?
Okay. No, that's a baseless assertion, but when it comes to white Americans, the non-Latino / Hispanic Americans, our homicide rate is not much different from Western Europe, which has much stricter gun laws. It's just a fact. You can say that, like, oh, that's racist, amazing. But I would say it is something within other communities in the United States where it's different. Now, I'm somebody who did grow up primarily in Arizona, where even kids, when I was a kid, and I mean like even under the age of 10, a lot of us shot guns. I shot guns before I was 10. My dad took me out shooting. I didn't
training to be a serial killer. I see.
Amazing. We didn't look at guns as like this superpower.
But that's false. Y'all do. That's why y'all do.
It's not. No, but it's not as. It's not as.
It's crazy that.
Oh my God! You fucking retard! Literally, the majority of you. No, hold on.
Y'all ain't up in arms about that, but y'all up in arms about Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
That makes sense. Children lost their lives, and y'all.
I'm trying so hard not to be racist.
20 minutes after.
Okay, you fucking retard. Once again, we can look at the. First of all, these school shootings. Amazing.
A white boy.
Okay, you just don't know how to shut your goddamn mouth. These school shootings, where you hear about all of these
white men.
Kids that were no, not necessarily.
Predominantly white.
They were, yeah. So what ends up happening there? They're anomalous. Like literally, very rare events, and that
very rare. You're a motherfucker.
they're literally very rare.
Trap me
Statistically, to be killed in one of these shootings, to have that be your cause of death is very rare. Now, when it comes to
what about Dylan Roof? What about people like him?
He, once again, very rare. That's why we're talking about him. He's very rare.
We don't have time.
Very rare? What the fuck is he talking about?
Okay.
Listen.
How many times? Okay, hold on.
He literally
Okay, very rare. You goddamn retard.
It wasn't where.
You're trying. I understand because like you're too stupid to even like understand the fallacy that you're committing. Okay, there's an appeal to empathy there. Now we agree that what Dylan Roof did was horrible.
Y'all didn't have no.
Now with amazing. So I can think of Dylan
Black
Roof.
people was losing their grandma.
I can think of Dylan Roof. I can think of the Buffalo shooter.
Dylan Roof was a piece of shit.
Amazing. Okay, you know what? If
Just
you don't,
like
since
Charlie
you don't
Kirk,
know how to.
I'm smoking on Charlie
Okay,
Kirk
so
right now.
since you don't know how to shut your since you don't know how to shut your mouth, you have to go to the audience because you're just.
Alright, so
like literally, you didn't want to engage in a debate. You just wanted to, fucking run your fucking mouth. Nobody is going to look at Dylan Roof. He goes into a black church. Here's this goofy, autistic-looking white boy. He looks like he has problems. I would have looked at him and be like, wow, dude, you're weird. But these, just like I would if I was at church, I would say, no, we'll take him in. We'll take him in. He's weird. Yeah, I get it. He's different. I'll accept him. And he did it. Then he did the unthinkable. The fact that he shot these people afterwards, I think it's horrible. There's no justifying it. There's no way to whitewash it. What Dylan Roof did was horrible. We can look at the Buffalo shooters attack. He's somebody that just started shooting colored people in the head. When I say colored, the reason why that popped into mind is one of the first people I saw him shoot in the head was a light-skinned mulatto woman. He starts going in shooting black people. There's one. Then he's going by the cash registers, and there's a white man. It's like, please don't. He's like, no, I'm sorry, bro, and he spares the white man. That kid is a demonic piece of shit. Dylan Roof and I don't even know the name of the Buffalo shooter. They ended up being found guilty. You don't see white people like me saying oh, it's a travesty of justice. Why? His only crime is killing a Negro.
And you know what's so crazy?
You haven't heard me say that.
No, I heard it just now. But you know what's so crazy? Every damn thing that a white person can goddamn complain about right now, 2025, your founding fathers, your ancestors, the people inside the fucking history books that they made us read about, you guys created the concepts of it. They came inside your skin tone. You created the concept of gangs, all these hierarchies.
That's not true.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. True. Yes, they did. Nigga, shut up, nigga.
So
they created all these concepts that we now did. So shut up. Y'all gonna try to gaslight. I don't give a fuck. If we gonna give them the credit, give them the credit. Y'all wanna give
Hey, shut your fucking ass up. So no, look up the Congolese Empire, you fucking numbskull. That's who started the shit. Look up the Congolese Empire. That's who started gangs. That's who started the fucking the brutality with blacks on black and treating blacks the worst, bro. Do some fucking research. It remind me too, Pepe. The hold up. I put in the chat. I don't know if you saw it, but what has 6 arms, 6 legs, 3 heads, and says "Hody do, hody do do." 3 black guys running for an elevator.
I just want to say this, I'm not somebody who's going to put white people on a pedestal and
act like we were like good people. Somehow, all of us, you know, in my everyday life, a lot of you will not believe this. You know, and I get it. I was kind of like a shock. I had like a shock value on this app, but I like when I first meet people in general, whether you're black or white, I can't. There's no let's just say it's only white people. I cannot tell what kind of person you are just glancing at you. I can see some cues where, you know, okay, well, you know, maybe this person feels a certain way or whatever. Maybe they're a potential ally. Maybe they're not. With black people, it's relatively the same. I don't. When it comes to judging individuals, differences. But when it comes to individuals, it is so hit or miss with white people, and even with black people. I mean, look at my fucking history on the app. Like, and this is what I find funny is like I most of the black people, or not most of the black people, most of the people that I end up kind of having, you know, I end up becoming cool with, you know, so happen to be black. We're like more politically aligned. And then the people that, you know, I don't like are people that are black or white. And it's rather consistent. It's just people that are politically way differently oriented in myself.
Okay, so listen, me as a black man, I know y'all think I'm like uneducated, but see, you as a black man, you shouldn't be saying stuff against us without proper knowledge of it. Gangs right now, the modern term for gangs, you might be correct on. Like maybe we might fit into the majority of that. But gangs, again, the concept of being in a gang, a group, the white man did create. And they called them many things before the modern term. A band of travelers in the 1630s, that's a gang. A set of workmen in the 1620s, that's a fucking gang. The shit that you talking about with the Congolese in the fucking 2000 has nothing to do with the Congolese.
You're retarded, gangs.
Fuck out of here.
You're retarded. The gang, they're like, gangs existed.
Nigga, don't piss me off, nigga. You better do more
gangs
research.
Existed in East. Okay, shut the fuck up, you fucking faggot.
You better do more research, think, before you start.
Okay, shut your fucking mouth, nigga. Okay, shut your fucking mouth. Gangs existed.
Take the credit for what you got.
If we look at shut your fucking mouth. Okay, I'm gonna move you to the group if you don't shut your fucking mouth. Like, gangs existed, for example, in Eastern Asia. We can look in China and Japan. Gangs existed before colonization ever took place there. And, of course, colonization didn't really take place in Japan. But they had the Yakuza. When it comes to, like, caste systems, like, for example, the Indian caste system, that's existed for thousands of years. In fact, it's taken place for so long that there's a genetic distinction between the castes. In India, a lot of the shit that people like to attribute towards like white supremacy or Europeans, dude, there are opportunistic bandits that will band together and commit crimes together. And somehow it's white supremacy. This is like such a default human behavior for malaligned sociopaths that it's laughable having to hear people say, oh, it's just whites that do it. You see it in every fucking group. It is so retarded.
Well, that's what I was saying, Pepe. I was trying to explain to this young man here, is that before the Muslims came into Africa, before the Portuguese came, before the whites came, that's what I'm saying. If you want to talk about the concept of gangs, they were called tribes. And as far as taking over territories, prescribing brutal violence, murders, all that type of shit, Africans were doing it to each other before any other ethnic group stepped into that
You can
territory.
say Niglet, I'll give you the pass. Also, does it feel the trap is giving off single mother energy?
Oh yeah, no.
Bro, listen, that shit sound corny, but again, you are not taking away from what, like, again, what we all can search up. You niggas search up everything else. You search up all the statistics that you want against black people. Now let's start searching up some facts. A band of travelers is a gang, nigga. Again, a gang, nigga. And the shit that you're talking about when you refer to the Congolese, when you refer to the Congolese, because you tried to use that dumbass shit. When you refer, bruh, now you're trying to go to Africa, but the first statement that you made was not true at all, sir.
So
at all, sir.
So you brought up Congolese 2000, sir. We're talking way before that. So again, the Congolese Empire. What was the Congolese Empire most notable for? How did their empire get as big as it did, Trap?
Slavery.
Bro, I'm not even gonna lie. It's multiple ways.
Okay, well, what was the biggest way? How did the Congolese Empire rise to its infamy? Trap, can you answer that question?
Tribalism, rape, murder, slavery.
Right.
He was asking Trap.
I know, but Trap's never gonna get it. He's too dumb.
Yeah, he's too dumb. So again, Trap, to try to blame white people for these things, it's just not true. Africans were doing it to each other way before any other ethnic group.
Hold on, wait. So my bad. Y'all boys went out in ends like completely. I don't know if my phone fucked up. You were saying before you went out though. What did the Congolese do? Like to gain their empire?
You understand the Congolese Empire is one of the biggest African empires in history. How did they get so big? How did they get so notoriable? And this was before the Muslims.
It's multiple
Portuguese, and the whites came over.
It's multiple things that these people do. It's not like
there was one thing that caused them to grow as big as they got.
And what is that?
It was fucking enslaving, brutally killing and enslaving other African tribes. That's your first instance of gangs in Africa when it comes to black people. It has nothing to do with
And when did this happen?
1390.
1390.
Hold on, can I say something?
Let me ask you a question.
I want to read something though. Let
me ask you a question. First thing, when you say the Congolese in 1390, that shit was hella like strange because I want to know what fucking like. What are you talking about when you say 1390s in the Congolese? Like that shit was hella strange. When you say Congolese, I'm thinking like 1800s, like late 1800s. Like I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Either way, he's wrong though.
No, I think he said I think.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking.
I think Ash was trying to talk 1490.
Line shit and move time snaps and shit. Like niggas don't really know, but I mean, I get.
But Ash is making a different argument. He's trying to make the 1490 argument where he's trying to say like once the Muslims.
He's trying to put the time. He's trying to put what happened with the Congolese.
No.
Hold on. Because nobody lets me talk. I can explain what I'm trying to say.
Okay, go ahead, explain. Go ahead and be a dirty sand nigger and explain what you're trying to do.
What? I'm a white man. You can hear it in my voice. I'm white. Modern street gangs, the kind of gangs we think of today, organized urban street crews, mostly appeared in the 1800s and the 1900s, started with Irish immigrants and Italian immigrants. We did create gangs. Let's give us some credit. Yeah.
Okay.
We created street gangs.
So, you guys, I've heard everybody go back to like the Civil War and all this stuff, and now we're going back to the 1600s and the 1300s.
Black people didn't invent everything.
Say that we like came along.
We created some shit.
Like, can we maybe keep it to what's going on today instead of 400, 500, 600 years ago?
What you guys created a long time ago, it affects us now. And y'all looking at bad people for fitting into the concepts that you have. You feel me?
We actually influence black. That's the truth.
Guys, I'm gonna switch to listening. I'm just gonna listen for a while. You guys, if whatever happened, if you have to kick people, if you have to do whatever you have to do, I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna listen for this point now.
Yeah, so the point is typically what these types of blacks do to circumvent accountability for their bullshit is they try to blame whites and they try to go, well, white people did it first and white people this and that. And history just showed you before white people were even a thing over there, before any other ethnicity stepped over there, they were doing this brutally. This tribalism existed. So it's just to counter the point that you can't blame whites for shit when whites weren't even fucking there. When
I'm not even away from our accomplishments.
What you saying just sound like
Here's the thing.
He's taking away from our accomplishments.
Even to me,
You trace back
the white man saying taking away from his accomplishments.
You trace back any civilization back far enough, there's going to be slavery. There's going to be oppression. There's going to be shit. White people had white slaves. Black people had black slaves. How do you think the United States got slaves? Because black people sold them to the white people and other black people. So, I mean, just everybody has slavery if you go far back enough. And if you're starting to go back to the 1600s and the 1300s and whatever, then you're kind of losing the thread of your point. You're kind of like...
He's absolutely right. Hold on. He's absolutely right.
Y'all hate when we go back to the roots, because y'all always...
Yeah, we are the
y'all
roots.
Call us that. Y'all say that.
Yeah, so we are the inventors.
Y'all hate going back to the roots, because it always shows who created the problem. Like, fuck the fact that the problem got so big. Y'all hate going back to who created the problem.
Black people into slavery too.
Let's go back to who created this shit. Let's see who get this shit goddamn rolling.
Shout out to Pepe, good little niggers.
In Africa, black people sold black people to people. So everybody has some trauma and has some fault if you go that far back. That's just ridiculous to say, oh, only white people caused all the problems of all the universe. Especially considering globally, white people are a minority. We're a majority in the United States, but globally, white people are a minority. So to be like, oh,
but I ain't worried about the universe. I'm worried about America.
Before we were even a country,
we ain't worried about the universe.
We're talking about how the white man brought you down.
I can't worry about the universe, but I'm an American though, so we worried about America. What did the white people do to us in America? Fuck the universe. Fuck that shit. See, y'all always trying to have down 2025, buddy. No, fuck what y'all did to the universe. Fuck what happened with the universe. What did y'all do to us in America? Why is the Americans right now operating as such? You guys. That's why. Let's be real. You're founding fathers.
Do you hear
Why
yourself?
you are operating as such right now. You're fucking people. Your ancestors, not ours. Yours.
Yo, Trap, do you love
my ancestors were here before your ancestors, buddy.
Trap,
I believe you. I know.
Nobody here speaks in truth. Nobody. I don't care if it's the black people or the white people. You guys are speaking in absolute truth. You guys all have biases.
Trap, Trap.
I agree with him.
Go ahead, Sig.
Every single person talking has a bias right now. Like,
of course we don't have biases.
I'll give you some unbiased truth.
Here's Sig.
The truth. Okay.
That good white man.
Trap, do you love black people?
You said what?
Do you love black people?
You said, do I love black people?
Yeah.
I love everybody.
Do you love white people?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Yeah, we love white people. White people, we love you guys.
Yeah. All right, I'm just checking. I'm just trying to see, man. Just trying to see, because y'all sound like you hate white.
Bro, my wife white, bro. Y'all know this, bro. Stop acting like y'all don't know who Trap is.
So wait, you're another pro-black married to a white woman.
What the?
Yeah, my wife white, bro. Stop acting.
Wow, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this.
There's no such thing as a pro-black person married to a white person.
I was just gonna ask that. Is that a real thing?
No, that's like saying you could be down with the Aryan Brotherhood and marry outside your rights.
White people, I love you.
Can I give some hard facts real quick? There's deeper history than just white and black guys. Like the fuck? Nobody ever gives respect to the fucking Mexicans. What is going on, man?
What respect to what damn Mexican? The conquistadors?
I'm telling fucking missions were here as the first medical centers. The fucking Mayans were like all these fucking gangs, but all you guys want to claim gangs? Shit.
Yeah, Mexico had the first gangs, the Serrano. White people, do you love me?
Do y'all love me? God damn it. Confess your love for me, white people. Because I love you.
Sound like a bootlicking slam boat.
Sure.
Is the mirror or is the stage quiet?
All right.
Yeah, the stage quiet.
You guys have a good night.
Take care, Susan.
Yeah, the stage is quiet.
Have a great night.
Now get on the with all that foolishness you be talking. Fuck out of here, yeah?
Yeah, Clubhouse is just one big ass daycare.
It's okay, because the Mexicans are still cooking at the cookout, too. It's fine.
I can't hop in a single room and talk about anything real or legitimate. About anything. Not just in this country, but in the world. Everyone's too narrow-minded, ignorant. They talk out of hate and spite and look to judge people like they're God.
Yeah, you just can't have an honest conversation with these people, man. It's a waste of breath, man. It's like banging your head up against the fucking brick wall.
Yeah, it's taking me energy running through this app.
I think this app is amazing. I find joy in the telling you niggas that you're lame.
I rebuke the evil, negativity, energy.
Hey man, nobody want to hear none of that religion shit, man. We don't. Hey, look, man. If you gonna talk to me about anything,
I told you your grandmother is fucking rolling over in her grave.
Do not bring religion into it, because I was
Niggas trying to give us more concepts that the white
everything you say after that, bring religion into it. Make everything you say null and void, because you believe in fairy tales.
Oh my soul. Oh my soul. So you're God's chosen people then, correct?
I don't believe in that tomfoolery. I'm not religious. I'm not. Look, man. Don't get. Hey, look, man. Ain't
okay,
no.
So you would have to be a
ain't no Allah. Ain't no Jesus. Ain't no Buddha. Ain't none of them folks.
You would have to vibrate at a higher
all that stuff, like, bro.
to
Disney couldn't write a better story than the Bible, bro. Disney could not write a better story than what the Bible got, bro. Talking bush, two of each animal on the goddamn. Come on, man. We through. We done with Christianity.
We're done with
the Abrahamic religion.
Listen, they shooting themselves in the foot because these people know everything, and you should know about this. What is it? The super church that they're building.
Well, you just got too much hate in both of y'all's hearts.
No, listen,
ain't no hate. Ain't no hate. Else but yourself. You worry about everyone else but yourself. That's gonna be your biggest downfall.
Can somebody tell me? Because I heard what you said, and I kind of agree with the other brother. Like, shit, y'all like that
surface
shit. Y'all need to kind of like let that shit go. Y'all need to kind of let that shit go. Do y'all know about the super church that they're building? Do you know about it? Like where they're mixing all different type of religions inside one, and they're gonna make it like I said, a super church.
Yeah, you're talking about the one religion, the one world.
Think that's kind of strange? You don't think that's kind of funny?
Fucking retard.
After
called the One World Religion Facility in Abu Dhabi.
Arguing
It has a
about what
mosque,
religion
a
is
temple,
better than what religion
and a
is.
church.
I got a question for you. Name one white baseball player who better than Ken Griffey Jr. I'll wait.
That's why I have Ken Griffey Jr. on here, you dipshit.
Yeah, I know.
Pete Rose. Pete Rose. There you go. Pete Rose.
Pete Rose is a gambling scumbag.
Pete Rose is one of the greatest fucking shortstops of all time.
That's nothing. He not in the Hall of Fame. He died a junkie.
Yeah.
Babe Ruth. It's over. Quiet.
Yeah, Babe Ruth. Pete Rose.
Babe Ruth couldn't hold a candle to Ken Griffey. Fuck you talking
You're an
about?
idiot.
You're an idiot.
Go study in the audience.
Hey, Trap, you believe black people are owed reparations in this country?
Shit. I believe that all Americans is owed reparations.
What about black people specifically?
Shit, fuck yeah. Why not? Shit.
You think you deserve more reparations
Can
than
somebody
ancestors?
really say, since we're so like intellectual, can somebody break this down to me? If we believe, because I know that some of you guys are religious, I'm not talking to the people who isn't, the people who are. If we believe inside of God, tell me who created these concepts and who told them that it was okay to create these concepts. God did not okay none of this shit. Yeah, we fall into it. It's been going on for a couple 100 years now.
Deception. That's what created it. Deception. And evil. And greed. And corruption. That's what started it. That's what created it.
Yeah.
Everything that you're talking about, evil and negative, that's what came.
And you know it's so crazy, Ziggy. But I don't even want to do this. I don't even want to do this because, like I said, I'm really not a racist person. Like I'm the farthest thing from a racist.
Stuff.
No, but when I look at the eyes of the evil or the person who's on the face of all these fucked up ass constructs that we spit into, concepts that we
black
spit
people.
Into, it's a white man. Fuck that. It's a white man every time. Like even if it's a nigga, even if they have a nigga.
So Trap, you're saying we're the worst?
Everyone has.
Hold on, Ziggy. You're saying that we're the worst and also the greatest. We're the best.
Fuck no.
That totally makes sense.
I think y'all
have you ever heard of a bell curve?
I think y'all one of the greatest disasters.
Trap, do you know what a bell curve is? Do you know what a bell curve is?
A bell curve?
A bell. Ding dong, ding dong. Yeah, bell curve where you have like the extremes at both ends. You have like the best and the worst at both ends. Then in the middle just kind of fills in the majority people.
Yeah, I never heard of that term before.
Yeah, figure you had.
Hell no. Yo, it's a new one though. I put it inside my books. You see? I'm not above learning. You see that?
I got another question for you, Trap. Why did you choose to marry a white woman instead of a black woman?
Listen, proximity. I just married, who I believe is for me. The color really didn't matter. Shit. It's 20.
He knows white women are better. Black women are associated.
I wish I could jump on one of you niggas' cow fucking goddamn horses and goddamn ride off in the sunset and go with that ideology. I just see women as women. I see women as women.
Wait, you didn't want black women to murder your babies in the womb?
Nah, listen, I don't think if I decided to have one with a black one, I don't think that would have been a problem.
Yeah, it would have.
Shit. I'm be real, I don't think it would.
That would fuck up her EPC and her welfare.
Shit.
And her health.
I don't know. I see women as women. You feel me? If I came across a woman that was looking for a financial gain, then she would have looked for a financial gain regardless of what her color was, right?
But they're the same. They're the same color as the man version that you hate of these same people. Correct. So what you said to me earlier is contradictory.
I ain't said I hate nobody. I literally said earlier that I love everybody. I don't hate nobody. I just understand.
Think about that. Think about that good white woman that you married was raised by a good white father, more than likely.
I don't give a damn. So
in essence, you married her father. You married the values that her father instilled inside of her. So thank you, white man.
You know,
She had that good white pussy.
Well, of course. I mean, come on. She hasn't had 17 abortions.
It's white women, is white women and white men out here who don't have their fathers either. So like, my wife's relationship with her father was not like amazing.
Yeah, I didn't find out who my dad
Guys,
was.
let's stop differentiating so much.
Yeah, you got a point.
He's right. There's a lot of.
But I don't. I live my life. I worry about myself, and I put everything that I do, day in and day out, I put it in God's hands. And my life has been much better since then. Because I'm not gonna sit here and be a hypocrite like you, and say, oh, I'm gonna pick apart situations how I want to or how I see them fit. I used to not be this person that I am today. I had to be homeless for most of my adult life, being on my own and worrying about myself to become the man I am.
That was amazing. Let's all rejoice in a song.
Niggas taught me about the ride.
Hey, Ash, won't you stop being such a piece of shit?
Let's all rejoice.
Bro, welcome to America, cuz.
This shit terrifying.
Remember, everyone, this is the face of Black America. Ash, fuck the trap.
I'm actually not black. I told you a million times.
Oh,
I'm not black.
yeah. African,
I'm not.
melanated, whatever the fuck you want to say.
Do you want me to change it to my profile
Native
picture? I'm not black.
Oh, well, we never came across on slave ships.
No, I'm white.
We've been here forever.
Red beard. I'm literally white. I don't know why you guys keep saying I'm not white. Stop not claiming me.
You's a lying bitch, Ash.
I'm not lying.
Americans act like Americans.
That's the point. That's the
So what Ken said was complete shit.
You're worried about who is black, red, blue, yellow, fucking pink. Who cares?
Nah, yeah,
who cares? We're all human. We're all sisters. We're all brothers. We all bleed the same color.
I'm just sad that I'm not getting claimed.
You're gonna get down with that, and you yourself don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Do you guys not like gingers? No, that's the problem. You guys don't like fucking gingers.
No, we don't like red bones.
Yeah, you don't like fucking gingers. That's why you guys can't claim.
Red bones.
I'm about to switch sides.
I heard the beat.
Yeah,
I know, right?
You hear that shit?
I fucking know.
You liar. I heard that.
Bro, I wish this was a video chat app so I could get on with you guys.
Yeah, you niggas in the projects.
Come out of your fucking mic, bro.
I'm just a
niggas in the projects.
You are black.
Why are you white about someone else?
I grew up in Rhode Island. I'm white.
Trey Dawkins. Get over yourselves. Like, what are we even talking about right now?
I'm a white man.
Hey, leave your mic open, Ash. Leave your mic open.
No, you guys really caught me with the fire alarm things. You guys really caught me with that. Like the fire alarm is a giveaway, but I'm not black. See, I'm not black. I don't even know if it's a smoke detector or a fire alarm.
Yeah, black people don't know what the fuck it is either. That's why I won't change the batteries in it.
Right.
Guys, I'm white. Give me white questions. I will answer them as a white
Leave
person.
your mic unmuted for 2 minutes straight.
Yeah.
No, give me white questions. I'll answer
them. That shit.
No, do you know who
Panic at the Disco is, brother?
It's a band.
All right. We're getting somewhere. All right. Anyone else have some questions they want to ask?
Sing a Neil Diamond song.
I don't know Neil Diamond. I'm white.
Yeah, he's black.
He's black.
I know Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, every black person is Fleetwood Mac. Come on.
Just wait.
Bro, you guys make me switch sides.
I've yet to run into a white person that can sing a Neil Diamond song, or at least.
No, I just realized I'm too far gone. I was lived around too many black people. Now I can't even fucking differentiate myself. This is crazy.
What are some dad rock bands?
dad rock bands.
Yeah. Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Siggy, he's black. He doesn't know what dad bands are.
Yeah, I'm about to
Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin. No.
This happens ever in his life. No.
I got you right now.
Look at it. Look it up on Google.
I'm not looking at Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, ChatGPT, hurry up. Give me some white dad bands.
I'm not.
I don't have no daddy. He left
Oh
to
my
go
God,
get
this
milk.
is crazy. This is crazy. No, this isn't.
Why do we gotta keep assuming, yo? That makes an ass out of you and me.
That's
No, we know he's black.
Before?
That's crazy. I'm not.
Ash, what is name of ska band?
A sky band?
Ska band.
Wow, I don't even know what that is. I think you're whiter than me. That's not
white. Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
I am. Led Zeppelin.
Hold on. Name some death metal bands.
I never listened to death metal.
Animal Corpse, Morbid Angel, Dying Fetus, Vader, Clan Scott's Glory, Deicide. See, that's what a proper white man answers.
You niggas ain't white. You niggas can know all the white people shit. You still ain't white. Fuck is wrong with you niggas? You see I got a bird? That's some white people shit. That don't make
That's some fucking Trinidad and Tobago shit.
You niggas ain't fucking white just because y'all know white people.
You eat that fucking bird.
Yeah, we should be. I'm about to put my profile.
Oh, you fucking iguanas trap.
I'm about to put my profile picture on my thing. This is crazy.
Yo, Ash, what's
So just cause I'm half native, should I be listening to like tribal music and stuff then, or should I know like all the indigenous tribal
which tribe
musicians and artists? Osage.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Osage sucks.
Yo, Ash, what's
I'm like, wow.
Ash, what's a charcuterie board?
Oh, that's like the cheese and the fig and all that stuff.
Wait, Sig, that's an easy one. He's a black guy. He grew up in Rhode Island. Come on.
Okay.
Of course he does that. He's been to Connecticut.
That was probably.
Bro, what's wrong with this nigga, boy? Hey, Ken,
look at that beautiful ass face. Look at that beautiful face.
Ken, the way a nigga will whoop your ass, like, Ken, what's up with you?
That is not fucking you.
That is literally me.
Alright, then hold up 3 fingers in front of you.
No, I can believe it.
Do I gotta take another picture?
Yeah, take another picture with holding up
I'm
3
not
fingers.
even gonna lie, that's definitely Ash.
You hold up 3 fingers. Oh, shut the fuck up, Trap. You hold up 3 fingers in front of your face.
That's definitely him, bro.
No, I'm taking a picture right now, just so you guys know.
Yeah, I was
You know how many white friends I grew up with?
His voice matches face, bro.
Exactly.
Sounded black, dog.
Alright, we want the 3 fingers, Ginger Snap.
Oh, I got you right now. Since you guys all want to doubt me because you say all the things I say couldn't be coming from me. Look at that. Look at that. How do you guys feel?
I'd say, God, you fucked it. You just looked the fucking guy holding 3 fingers up.
Oh my God. No, what else do you want me to do? What you want me to put my dick in the camera too?
Let's go to this.
What? What you want? What?
Wait, hey, hold on, dipshit. That picture's taken in the daytime. You can see
Bro,
like that.
you are retarded. My lights are on my house.
What time is it where you live? Because that's natural light feeding in from the windows.
Guys, 12:43.
Don't fuck with 4chaners, bro.
Oh my God, I'm about to go outside and take it.
What room are you? Is that? Are you in the bathroom? Your room? Like, because that looks like a ceiling fan.
Bro, if you niggas really over here trying to be mad,
we're gonna capture the flag. I'm just saying.
Now I'm outside and I'm doing this too. This is for all you.
But these niggas mad because you really white is crazy. What the fuck is wrong with these niggas?
Look at that, boom.
This is hilarious, bro.
How's that? How's that for you? Now I'm outside taking a picture.
These niggas like, fuck, I wish I was him. Like, you niggas mad because he white? No, it can't be. It's no way. He got the cards. Like, sit the fuck back, nigga. Like,
just
bro,
because I have different opinions, like, it's...
I already told him that the voice
snakes.
match his face. Like, you can clearly see that this nigga voice match his face. He look like he be around niggas. Ash look like he be around niggas. Like, he just talk like a white boy who be around niggas.
Wait, Ash, we got a last question.
And yeah, my fire alarm fucking batteries is fucked up.
Ash, was your father in your life your whole life?
I don't know why, but damn.
Ash, was your dad in your life?
Yeah, my dad is in my life, and my dad was in the military.
He might be white.
Exactly.
But why does it really matter?
What the fuck?
He also might be like a...
Why are you so caught up
black
on what someone else is or what they're doing. Like,
Ziggy,
why
what fucking room did you think you just walked into?
I already said earlier.
What do you think? This is fucking healthy debates or something? You think we're gonna suck everybody's dick and be like, you're so smart, you're such a really good guy. Oh, I love this guy.
No, you just, it's the point being is that you have a lot of hate in your heart, brother.
Yeah, why do you guys get so mad?
How is that? Wait, how is that hateful to fuck with somebody?
Are you deceived by a certain energy or something?
Oh God, messing around, having fun, and you're like,
so that's
got a demon in him.
Solely, that's solely. So that's solely what
messing with somebody is demonic, having fun. You think I'm genuinely
so the way you talk to people and treat people.
The only time that I've been upset during this the only time that I've been upset during this entire conversation. The only time I've been upset during this entire conversation is when somebody was justifying killing babies. What was it?
I don't think anybody justified killing this.
Yeah, they did. No, we're talking about abortion.
Oh yeah, when I first got into this room earlier, that's what I came into. Talking about abortion.
One question I do have is, why does every time somebody says anything that's different in opinion from somebody who's a quote unquote conservative, it's automatically, oh, you're a libtard, you're a liberal. I don't get it, because I'm not a liberal, and I just have more centralist views, I guess. I'm not a liberal, I'm not a conservative, but every time you say something, with liberals as well, they do the same thing. If you say something against a liberal, next thing you know, they're calling you a racist conservative. If you say something anti-conservative, they're calling you a libtard or something. I just don't understand why both sides seem to have a cult following now.
Because there's certain things that moderates cling to as far as their ideology, and when you say certain things or subscribe to certain beliefs, then it will put you either more right or more left.
I understand that, but it's like, I'm somebody who believes in lowering the fuck out of taxes, but I believe we should keep abortion clinics open. So it's like, damn, it's like nobody sides with me on anything.
Well, if you actively advocate for abortion, then that's typically going to give the optics that you lean more left, bro. It's just how it is. Like, what are your views on the LGBTQ community?
I think that shit is entirely pushed too much. I feel like they put it in people's faces when it doesn't really need to be.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's more of a right-leaning stance, yeah.
I don't understand why people can't have. It just seems like both sides have more of a cult following now, because people can't meet somewhere in between. You have to be extremist or borderline insane just to have an opinion these days. You got to be either far right or far left, and I just feel like normal people, we're a little bit more central than that. And honestly, at the end of the day too, even abortion, even when it comes to abortion, I don't necessarily believe it's right either. Like, I don't know. I'm actually conflicted on that myself. I actually get conflicted on that. I don't know where I even stand with that.
What's your thought process as far as, like, when we talk about like violent crime? That's a big one. That's a big one that pretty much differentiates. So when we talk about the stats that show that when it comes to violent crime in this country, blacks are the main culprit. They're the main problem. What do you think about that? Do you agree or disagree with that?
Statistically, you have no choice but to agree, but you can't you gotta look at circumstances, because it's the truth. Because when you are, not everybody that is growing up broke does crimes. Not everybody breaks the law. That's true. But to just blame it entirely on a race is more of a culture. It's not a race. It's more of a culture that came from a lot of trauma, honestly. And I don't understand why it's so hard for people to understand that. I'm not making excuses for people. I'm not saying that, it's right, because this whole drill culture in America is bad. I don't really believe that, modern white people really have that much of a drill culture, but some of us do. Some white boys want to get down with the drill culture. I see it. I still see it. It's like when you put us in those same situations, in them same circumstances, we don't always behave that much differently. Sometimes when you look at statistics and you look at a poor white town and you look at a poor town, a lot of times the black town do have more crime, but that's probably more of a cultural thing. You can't blame it on a race. When you go to see Africans and you talk to Africans, they're formal as hell. They don't even talk like black Americans. How can you even compare?
Well, no, I think that might be where you're getting misconstrued, because the majority is the people in this room. We say it's a cultural thing. Most of us don't think it's a race thing. We don't think it's like embedded in black folks' DNA. And the reason why we think that is because before the 1970s and 80s, we didn't see this level of debauchery in the black community. So
but I will say, people want to say that white people. A lot of people want to say white people didn't create a lot of things. I disagree with that. I feel like white people really created a whole lot of things. And one of the things we did create is a mafioso culture. We did create street gangs. We did create gangs, urban, modern street gangs. That is a white person's creation. So really, I can't see, even when you look at black people, when you look at their rappers, Yo Gotti, these are white criminals they've named themselves after. We also have that in us too. It's not really that much different. So a lot of white people want to be in gangs. A lot of white people want to do that shit. I was one of them. We can't say that we're different like that. Some of us aren't different.
Yeah, but you were one of them. But
you got to worry about yourself to really change your life.
A lot of people are like that, man. A lot of white people, we really do love a tough, strong character. We look up to that same type of shit. We really do.
Yeah, but as you even admitted, you've had a lot of exposure to the black culture, so that's probably.
Yes and no.
Stop doing that. Listen to this nigga. Stop trying to always shoot at niggas.
Trap, calm down, man. Calm down. Ash, so even the way you talk, clearly you've had a lot of exposure to black culture.
But you want to know what's crazy though? I'm gonna break it down for you. I'm gonna break it down for you.
Hold on, Ash, real quick. Let me finish and I'll let you go, brother. I promise.
Yep.
So the problem is that typically the white kids that you see follow those trends, it's because they've had some type of exposure to black culture. Whites that haven't had a lot of exposure to black culture, they typically don't want to be thugs and gangsters and Yo Gotti and Playboy Cardi and broke boy never broke again or NBA, whatever.
Let me break this down for you, actually, right?
Hold on, Ash. Before you do that, let me just tell him and every other person in here. If you think that black people, niggas, are the gangsters, or everybody want to be gangsters, or the people who want to be gangsters because of niggas, you're fucking crazy. The biggest mob bosses, the biggest goddamn, actual kingpins and gangsters that they fucking make documentaries and shit about, but he's just white man. Fucking Mexicans and fucking, no, shut up. They're Colombians and shit like.
How long ago?
They're not niggas. They're not niggas.
What you saying, Trap, is
these gangsters on these big King Von is nothing compared to a Pablo Escobar or goddamn sit the fuck back.
So again, but
they're still affiliated.
Yo, Sig, where you from? Sig?
The difference.
I'm about to say something that will blow your guys' mind.
The difference is that they're moving away from that culture to be more civilized. We're trying to move that culture to be less civilized.
What the fuck are you?
The problem.
Can I tell you an experience? Where you from? My personal childhood. I can tell you something that right now, I didn't move to a diverse neighborhood until I was 15, 16 years old. I grew up until I was 15 years old in Warwick, Rhode Island. All the white people there, first of all, it's not a ghetto city. It's a little working class, whatever. It's not rich or anything. But everybody there that was white, a lot of the kids there, you can look them up. They're white boys who damn near think they're black. Then I moved
that's a blue-collar black town, all right. I mean, a blue-collar white town.
But then, boom, right? When I was 15, 16, I moved in with my grandma, and I actually moved to the hood at that point. The truth is about that is, damn near the kids there was damn near trying to get kids in the other town.
Yeah, but look at you and I as a dynamic. I grew up around black Princeton.
Where you from, bro?
But then you grew up, you started off in a white community and moved with the blacks, and then now you've adopted their culture. So again, just you and I listen to the difference in how we speak and how we articulate. That proves my point right there.
But at the same time, though, the way we're articulating, my point is still getting across. I just have more of like a slur to my voice. That actually is kind of a Rhode Island thing in general. If you know anything about there, it doesn't matter what kind of community you come from. They kind of all have a little bit of an accent. But my point is the white community, the working class white community that I originally came from, all those kids tried to be quote unquote gangster. So you can't say it's just me. It was the whole community. I grew up in an 80% white neighborhood there, and then I moved.
He mentioned
hey, Mod, do you mind if I just have a minute?
Earlier, the Aryan Brotherhood and the
not before me, man, because I've been trying to ask a
talk about the
question.
Dirty White Boys or the PMI, the Dead Man Incorporated, like all these white men groups, gangsters, real white gangsters and shit like that. That these motherfucking white boys will look at before they look at any fucking black niggas that's doing shit. Like this nigga just talking. He literally just saying stupid shit. It's more white gangs than black gangs. It's more white groups than black groups.
That's not true.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. Bro, you can't say what's true and what's not, bro. You don't know how many gangs.
We pulled up the stats, and the number one cause of death for young black men is homicide via other black men. That's not the same.
Yeah, you just moving to go.
Can't say that, Trey.
Bro, when we talk about gang activity, right? When we talk about gangsters and that lifestyle, that's solely based on income level with neighborhoods and communities. Like when you talk like this, bro, like you sound like you're not from a very diverse environment. Bro, I'm from New York City. I know groups of Chinese people that'll fuck you up. I know groups of Italians that'll fuck you up. I know groups of Russians, Jews that'll give you the beats. That's not scared of no black nothing. So for you to act like black people is the only people that's perpetuating violence in communities, that's strange.
That's the point you're talking about.
You acting like black people got the gangster championship.
Nah, but let's also break it down to being from the Northeast in general.
This proves, RJ, that your comprehension skills suck. Because I never said it's only. I never said it's only black people. But again, when we talk about the level of violence, so you talk about the Asians and the Jews and all this, but they're not gunning each other down in the streets in record numbers. Show me one Asian or Jewish community. Show me Trap. Shut the fuck up for
bro. They get them cats get. Bro, you said that was wrong.
What's the difference? They'll cut you. Like what the fuck? It's still a body.
This is fucking crazy.
It's still a body.
Are you from the Northeast?
So again, what I was saying, guys, is that show me an Asian community or a Jewish community where every holiday weekend there's 70 to 100 shootings in the weekend and there's 15 to 20 people dying. Please show me that with those communities, because I guarantee you can't show it.
Hold on, can I break something
down?
down?
I'm gonna be real sick. Here's the problem. You're trying to give people so much flowers, but then I can go back to history where these niggas was hanging us on large numbers and drowning us and slaughtering.
How many lynchings?
Fuck up, nigga. So when we talking about all this reckless shit, maybe we might.
What he gonna do is music, bro. Weirdo.
In the 2000s, we might be doing most of the crime. That don't take away from the fucking hundreds of years worth of crimes these niggas already put in. Fuck out of here, nigga. Stop always doing that weird ass shit. They got more blood on their hands than a female on her period, nigga. Like,
he can't help it, bro. This is,
nigga.
You know what I mean?
Fuck you talking about, nigga. We will never be able to do more dirt than what their ancestors did. Fuck out of here, nigga.
Are you get on us, bro? Why did you get on us for how we
I'm taking a shot every single time you say nigga, I'm gonna get drunk.
So again, listen.
We know white ice is colder. We get it.
This is the crazy part, is that you guys don't even hear how stupid
we will never be able to do it.
So again,
never.
The point is that black people in this country try to blame and complain and boo-hoo, whine, and cry about everything that white people do, and white people do this to us. White people do that to us. But again, if we look at the stats, the number one group that's hurting the black community physically and tangibly is the black community.
And what?
So it goes.
What time?
I'll let you go. I will let you go when I'm done. Give me a second to land my plane. So the point is, Trap, is that there's a level of hypocrisy that the entire world seems to see except for our group of people. And it's a really bad look that if my house is dirty trap. If my house is dirty and filthy and it looks like an episode of Hoarders, I can't get on your case and talk about how dirty your house is until I clean my own house up first. So if we want white people to stop doing this to us and stop doing that to us, maybe we should stop doing it to ourselves first, and the world might take us a little bit more seriously.
Right, but you're not looking to clean houses though. You move to somebody else's house.
No. Fuck all that. Here's the problem. Fuck what we're doing right now. Yes, we obviously know that every community basically right now in 2025 need to get a goddamn clean. But when we talk about the shit that we're doing, we're trying to make it seem like black people just do this, do that, because that's all I'm
hearing. Talk about 24/7 incessant.
You just be, black people do this. They're the leading cause.
Don't try to pass the mic around,
They're the leading cause inside homicide. Let's go back then. Since you guys want to make up the leading cause and everything, let's go back to when you were the leaders. Let's go back to when they were the leaders. And it was for a long time.
I'm very conservative, but Sig is a coon. It's nigga.
I just don't understand why you had to say the articulate
that. That's very true. Not aborting and not aborting
mass murder, slaughtering people. Like they were.
We'll disown our family members for that.
If you're from the Northeast in general, everybody, doesn't matter what kind of community you have, we all kind of have like an accent. So you must be from like the Midwest or one of those places with absolutely no accent.
Like down south, they say New Yorkers sound proper. Like what are we
talking part of this country?
Because I don't care if you're from a rich community up north, like near New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts.
Ash, why are you switching starting to talk?
Yeah, your accent is your accent, bro.
No, I'm not trying to talk. I've been talking like this the whole time.
Why y'all talk like that? That's why we're all like, this guy's black.
No, that's the point. No, how you got
But it goes, stay on mute real quick, stay on mute. Again, Ash, it goes to the point that I was raised around black people in a black inner city, and my English was worse, but when I got around white people, it got better. You were raised in a white suburb, and then when you moved and got around black people, your English got worse.
Sir,
that's my point. People had this accent regardless.
Do with anything else.
People sounded like this. This nigga's ill. First community. People sounded like this in the first community I grew up in. Yes, they did. You can go there right the fuck now. They all sounded like this.
Just a wild idea. Just a crazy little concept. In case people don't. An accent does not equal grammar.
Thank you.
Wow.
Wow.
Huge
Wow. Thank you, Steven.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. That's the craziest thing. This conversation is.
But that's so funny because if you one thing I can't say no, bro. So listen, I get what you're saying, right? I won't agree with him if he don't. Chill out. I get what you're saying, but I agree. But I can't ignore
the yacht rock lyrics in the chat. Go ahead, please.
So Stephen, I can't ignore the fact though, right? People that I know, Steven, people that I know, like that's from like places like Memphis, like deep Florida, like where the majority have like real deep accents. The ones that go off to school don't sound like that. I gotta just be a buck with you. Like there's a difference between now. Do some people keep their accent and don't give a fuck no matter how how much education they get? Yeah, but that is like a changing variable, bro. Like a lot of people that come from those areas that go get educated, they don't come back talking like that. Like they change.
Well, it really depends on how deep you want to have this. I mean, you might be able to hang. I don't know. Everyone here can. The concept of speech, okay? There's cadence. There's the vocab. There's the accent.
You can still be a fucking idiot regardless of that shit. You can still be a fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's true. Like you can talk a good one. I'm just saying I know I know people that's from fucked up places in Memphis and stuff. Like they come they
all right, everybody be quiet. Let the good clean white man speak.
Yeah, so if you can find one, point them to me. Anyway, I was just gonna say, here's the thing, guys. There's one of the most frustrating things. I'll just keep it 100 on this app. I used to be on this app all the time. I was on for several years. I was one of the staples in the conservative clubhouse.
And then you realize they're all weird,
right? One of the things. No, actually, there's people on here, and some of them are mods right now. But I was just gonna say, one of the things that really kind of blew my mind would be that people like Sig and others, for speaking in a heightened vernacular in a calm tone with informed topics were attacked for doing that. Literally, that just rocked my world on this app. How often, if you sounded intelligent and you spoke with authority, that like you would actually be attacked. And yet, after all this time with this app barely hanging on by a thread, I pop on maybe like once or twice a week. We're still having the same conversation 4 or 5 years later about sounding like it's just the craziest thing in the world. I really hope that one day it can be moved past, but we'll see.
Nothing moves past Clubhouse, bro. It's the opposite. It's the people who speak real proper that get on that.
Words does not indicate if you're intelligent or not. How you articulate your words does not indicate if you're intelligent or not. It has
Sure, it's a comprehension thing. It's absolutely.
Go Idaho and Mississippi. Shut the fuck up, Trav.
I'm talking to the nice man.
We didn't ask your white ass. Yes, Trav.
I'm talking to the nice man down here because it seems like he know what he's saying. But yeah,
man, you must be very bored.
Like, it don't mean nothing.
Trap got a white wife. Trap, why you like? Shut up.
The English language has been changed multiple times. Multiple languages have been changed multiple times, and like. Broken English is a thing. I mean, I'm from Charleston, so like Geechee, Gullah, like especially if you're from like places like Louisiana and like the other brother said Memphis.
Bro, but you're tethered.
These are things
you're from Trinidad and Tobago.
These are things.
Not even a Black American. You're fucking tethered, bro.
Crap. Let me clarify. Having localized terms and stuff like that, like, dude, I'm from Nebraska, like. Our grandparents said wash. Our granddad wash. We say both with an L. But here's the thing. That has no reflection on, well, I guess I better say everything else incorrectly too. If you listened, how you speak really, truly, especially on a literal audio app, is a direct reflection on your intelligence. It absolutely is. And as soon as people start taking pride in that presentation, in that first introduction to how people are, then we're just forget about talking 80 down the highway towards success. And people aren't even getting out of the driveway. Like you can have little sayings and quips and all that stuff that are regional, that are in the Northeast, that are here in the heartland, that are in the South. That is not what I'm talking about. That is not what I'm talking about at all. When you intentionally speak in bad grammar and you mix is and are and basic things like that, and
ax and ass,
that is a reflection. I hate to be breaking news. It shouldn't be breaking news in 2025, but that is a reflection. That is absolutely.
Yeah, but you can say some dumbass shit in an articulate way, bro.
Exactly. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but he's not saying it's the end all be all. What it is though, it's a very
it's an overall combination. It's an overall combination. That's why I was saying it's the cadence, it's the syntax, it's the structuring, it's the the dynamics, it's the content, it's all of it combined. But like if you're intentionally just speaking in a very, very poor way, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah, but Steven, the point is his family and himself are from Trinidad and Tobago. That means that he's pretending. He's adopting this shit. He's adopting this fucking ghetto mentality. He's like talking like a fucking Black American. He's from Trinidad and Tobago. All of your family, all of your cousins back in Trinidad talk like me. They have a Trinidad accent, but they don't feel like, yo, what's up, my nigga? What's up, bro? I gotta shoot you. I'm a shooter, nigga. What the fuck? Oh, wow. None of them.
I'm from Charlotte, South Carolina.
Oh, wow.
What he's talking about? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
That was a pretty ignorant.
It's accurate. It's very, very accurate. Seeing how he's from Trinidad and Tobago, where they don't speak with a fucking Ebonics vernacular.
He was raised in America.
Bro, I don't fuck with America.
Trinidad and Tobago fucking.
Bro, I've never been to Trinidad.
Yeah,
ever
your parents are.
Ever.
Your
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Your parents don't talk like they're from fucking south side of Chicago or from fucking Atlanta either.
That's not. That's just. Oh my god, man.
Your
Bro,
parents
Trap Gullah gets you,
learned it
bro.
from that. You learned it from your fucking peers in school and shit. You know, you want to act like you're black, you're not. Tether.
Form of flattery. If he came to this country and started talking like that, he's paying you a compliment. Why are you giving him shade? If he was born here, then it doesn't matter where his parents
No,
are
Alan,
from.
the point is that he's raised in a family. He's raised in a household.
Hey, Ken, we can tell you're not from here.
Your accent.
You a fucking troll. You one of them troll tethers, man, that join conversations like this, like you from.
You don't own your accent. You don't own your vernacular. You don't own your slang. Anybody?
No, Alan, the point is he's putting it on.
What does that even mean? Putting it on? You're putting it on.
No, he's putting it on.
Yeah, you putting it on. You fucking putting it on.
We all, you use the term code switch. We
Sick,
all
do you think he
code
talks like
switch.
this in front of his parents?
The problem is you're mad at anything that's different from you. That's the problem.
Do you talk when you talk on Clubhouse in real life in front of people? No, right? Because you know you'll get fucked up in real life.
I was mad. You even never. You wouldn't talk like that in real life.
Another indicator of black culture is if you talk like you get fucked up, just automatically go to violence. That's another.
No, I'm talking about these trolls. That's what trolls do, right?
So,
like,
Sick, to answer my question,
motherfuckers come on, they literally join social media to troll people. They know that they can't do that in real life. They're getting out the aggression.
You can do it in real life.
Yeah, they can get their ass beat in real life.
Nah, you can try to fight me and all shit. That's all what it ended up happening.
Yeah, that's
I'll pull out my Israeli weapons industry.
See, look, he against everybody. He against all around.
Reach out and grab my canic and I'd fucking unload on your ass. I'm not getting out of the car to fight you.
Hey, Ken, no, seriously, on a serious note, I just wanted to say, you can look at my PTR, bro, like, bro.
No, Trap, like the way you speak with like this ghetto inflection and shit, you don't talk like this in front of your parents. You talk the same way right now in front of your fucking, in front of your black fucking
Ken, do you tell your mom to shut the fuck up?
What you talking about? Trinidad, he from Charleston, South Carolina, bro. What are you talking about?
Stupid. His parents are Trinidadian.
Nah, you don't say faggot in front of your parents, Ken. You don't say faggot in front of your parents. You don't tell people to shut the fuck up in front of their parents.
Jews don't do that either.
No, that's
never
what
say
you do
faggot. That's the community that he's in.
You've been calling people faggots and saying shut the fuck up. You don't talk like that in front of your parents. What are you talking about in front of your parents?
I'm not sitting here fucking pretending to be a ghetto gangster and then turning around and talking fucking normal to my parents.
No, the funny thing is, you got proven wrong. No, you got proven wrong, and then when I showed you you were wrong, you switched sides. No, because you're an idiot. The funny thing is, you're an idiot.
I'm not talking about you. You're
actually an idiot. And see, people like you don't.
Now you're back to being black again, Ash.
No, it's not that. The fact that you think there's a difference is sad, bro. It's sad. It's sad that you really say, oh, he talked white, oh, he talked black. When I've been talking the same way the whole time I got on this app.
Hold on. All right, Trap, can you show us your mom and dad voice when you talk to your parents? Or from Trinidad?
Bro, both of my parents.
Yeah, your parents don't fuck like that.
Both of my parents are from fucking America.
Yeah, your parents are from Trinidad.
But like, what are you talking about?
It's in your PTR. It's in your account. It says you're from
Trinidad. But yeah, I got it inside my account because yes, one of my mother's parents. One of my mother's parents
don't want to use the fucking white
from Trinidad, but my mother, she's from America.
Fucked up.
My mother's from America. My father's
she
from
talks
America.
just like me when he talks to his parents.
Like what the fuck?
Wait, hold on. Ken, I got a question. Why does it bother you how people speak? Why does it even bother you? It shouldn't even bother you.
Because it's fake.
It's not fake.
It's pretending, yeah.
Somebody could say that
it's a fucking facade. That's all it is.
Hold on. You speak the way you do. You speak the way you do to try to fit yourself into
I talk with the same cadence and everything.
No, you talk the way that you're categorizing yourself to talk. So that's wrong. Like, just because somebody talks differently than you doesn't mean everybody got to fit your category. I am. It is a good point.
Kind of guy. You're you're right, Ash. Very pick apart, picky choosy. Kind of sounds like a woman to me.
Why, saying that a black guy who speaks in Ebonics on stage and makes threats to people?
No, it's by saying anybody who doesn't talk like you is wrong.
He's expressing himself with African American fucking vernacular and cadence and accent when he doesn't do that to his fucking black Trinidad.
You don't know what the fuck he does.
Exactly. You don't know anyone in
this room. His dad did his fucking thing.
Hold on. I'm gonna be real. Like how me and my people talk. Like since I'm from Charleston, like, and it is Geechee Gullah, and it is Geechee Gullah. When I get to saying I and Bo and like them boys perping and geeking and tweaking and like all this other shit, like bro, you ain't gonna know what the fuck we saying. I talk to my parents like this, bro. Like this is how I speak to my parents. Like. My parents
because we adapted. That's how we grew up.
I'm from Charleston. No, we're from Charleston. My parents are from Charleston, like Charleston, South Carolina. That's inside America, bro. Like, what the fuck?
You shouldn't even have to explain yourself to him, though. You don't owe him an explanation.
You fucking white cuckold simp. Shut the fuck up, Ash.
I'm not no white cuck. Yo, that's what's sad about you. You can't get the people.
I'm just saying, trap would make you sit in the cuck chair.
I'm just saying, I'll fuck your bitch too. I'll fuck your bitch too. What are you talking about? Go check my Twitter.
You're not coming across as that type of guy. I'm just saying.
But see, this is like when we're talking about.
You're like a fucking Power Ranger from the 90s. Shut the fuck up.
And this is another thing too, Ash. It's like when white people like you come in and play Captain Save.
No, I'm not trying to save nobody. I don't take any type of sides.
Bro, calm down. Get your little fucking thought.
This is my friends I grew up with in high school.
No, it's not that, because when you guys actually ask me and tell me.
Ash, just relax, bro. Jesus Christ. So again, Ash, this is another problem. Is when white people come up and play Captain Save-A-Ho and tell lazy black people who don't want to become better that everything they're doing is okay, that's actually robbing them of opportunities. So when black people speak the way that Trap does, and they go to apply for a job or they go to an interview and they don't get that job because they sound like they just fucking slavery just ended 5 minutes ago, that kills an opportunity for them. And then the first thing they do is they blame racism. And they don't think that they have an issue or they need to improve it all to get better, to open the door of opportunities wider for them.
Okay,
so that's
a huge fact.
Here's the problem, and this is a lot of you guys.
Alright, Trap, if you code switch to start talking normal, we'll let you stay on stage.
No, drop the fucking ghetto. You guys make your own narratives on other people now. What you just said, I guess, if we were inside the 1800s and I was doing this and talking and speaking inside this way, using my Ebonics, like my broken English, then I guess this would have been a problem. But this is 2025. Every time that I've gotten a job, like I was not like, trying to fit in or impress nobody. I was just being myself. I've done jobs such as like worked roof consulting. I don't know if any of you guys ever got on the ladder and took goddamn pictures with a drone on the roof and put pins there and called the insurance company and get a claim for a roof.
Alright, get on with your fucking story. We don't care about all the other shit, bro.
Okay, so
you're telling a story like my mom.
See where I'm going here? So, like, I don't know if any of you guys ever done that shit before, but I've already done it. I'm only 21 years old. I'm only 21 years old, dude. So it's like, you can make whatever narrative that you want on me. That don't mean that it's true, though. That's basically what I was trying to get down to. Like, nigga, come on, bro. This 2025.
Oh, you had to add that shit at the end, bro.
Ken has circumstances for you, brother. So
you were doing so good to talk with you had to add that nigga.
You understand, though, Trap. Society has had to lower standards, and this is where DEI comes into play. Because we're in a society where we can't be honest. We're in a society where we can't be honest with young people like yourself and say, hey, strive to be better, strive to do better, strive to speak properly, strive to be more professional. It takes a little bit of work, takes a little bit of mental, being mentally cognitive to try to push yourself to be better. But what we've done is we've lowered the standards in society. So yeah, you may be able to get a job now. But understand that's not a flex, bro.
Yeah, it's fashion. It's fashionable to be ghetto.
Right, society has lowered the standards to be able to accept the fuckery. And that's not a good thing, bro. Our grandparents and our great-grandparents, that's not what they lived for. That's not what they strive for. They strive to do better and be better and work hard at it, not say, oh, everybody's got to lower the standards. Because when everybody else has to lower the standards because you're kind of like the short bus kid pulling up, it's a bad look, bro, and it's a disgrace. You should want to be able to be around, like, raise the bar up to be around and fit around the people that surround you. They shouldn't have to bring themselves down a ladder to get to you.
Yeah, you see how Sig didn't have to end his sentence with my nigga?
Or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, my nigga?
Bro, because I'm trying to remind you that you guys are niggas, like, because I think you guys have your identities, like, mistaken. You are niggas. You two dudes are niggas.
I don't just call you. Alan, we're not doing this.
Have you seen me refer to Ash?
I thought Cam was white.
Have you seen me refer to Ash as a nigga? No, I'm not referring to Pepe as
technically white Jewish Native American.
I'm not.
He's been Cherokee.
Yeah, 20 years ago, Chris Rock made clear the difference between black people and the N-word people. And he said the N-word people got to go. And it was true then, it's true now.
Wait, Alan, do you mean niggers?
Oh, okay. Well, you say that word because you're dumb enough to use the white man slur. I don't, and I never have.
Yeah, get on with the story. Hurry up.
Ever.
Short and succinct.
Why was I called a savior just for speaking my opinion?
So in any event, but Sig, I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you. See, Ebonics is an expression of black people's expression over the centuries. So we must honor and treasure and exalt the culture that came from it. So for you to say that, say anything negative about it, well, I'm sorry, that just doesn't work. We have to accommodate people. It just doesn't work.
We have to understand. You want to say it doesn't jive.
But the thing I get out of this whole conversation is, really, you're all just jealous that you don't speak the way I do. And if you just admit it, life will be better.
That's really it. That's really what it is.
No, not white people. Me specifically.
You know, he was being sarcastic, Trav.
Yeah, he's not on your own side. He's like the most racist person ever. He's worse than Pepe.
How am I worse than
Pepe? About himself personally, but I'm feeling him. I agree with him.
Yeah, but
so performative when you talk, Trav. It must be exhausting.
We should really break down like certain issues that we could actually talk about, like one by one, so we can actually see people's stance instead of just rambling.
Ash.
Yeah, there's no topic.
Why must you be the biggest Custosaurus Rex on stage?
Okay, whatever you say.
Okay, what I do.
Alright, so let's debate on it then, Tim.
Yeah, I've got a question. Who here on stage watched, of a significance, any of the Charlie Kirk Memorial today? No, I'm not getting into it too deep. I want to know who had a chance. Just
curious, brother. You can't ask
Dude, no, por favor.
Tell me the answer.
Who on stage had a chance to watch a good bit of it?
I watched the whole thing, Steve.
Yeah, we all.
Oh, wonderful, Steve. Okay. Well, I don't know if the other mods fell asleep. I'm trying to get them to wake up too. Anyway, if y'all have not had a chance to watch it, I would highly encourage it. It was very motivational. It was very moving. There was a lot of the gospel. I will also say that it was extremely powerful to see Mrs. Kirk say, "I forgive you." Almost makes me choke up to even think about it now, because what a powerful statement. Guys, like, we really truly have an opportunity to move forward from this as a country towards peace and towards humanizing. If you haven't had a chance to get back in your faith, if you've strayed, there's no day like today. And it can be as simple as a baby step if you feel like you're just so far away from it that you wouldn't even begin to know where to start, or maybe you never even were on it in the first place. Literally, before you go to sleep tonight, take 30 seconds, 60 seconds. Just pray and ask God to speak to you. It's biblical that he says that he will if you ask. So I just wanted to say that if there's one thing that you take away from today, if you watched it, or if you haven't yet, or even if you don't have the time to do so, I would highly encourage you. I know that this app is full of wretchedness and wickedness, and people curse each other out, and they got Twitter fingers and chats, and everything's anon and ops and all this garbage. Let there be just one little dose of wholesome. Seriously, send up a prayer. Whether it's a family member you need him to look after, a friend, your job situation, health, anything. Just hand it up. Let that be the first step on a long journey towards your re-evangelization. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well said, brother. Well said. Yeah, that celebration of life. I'm not gonna call it a funeral. But that celebration of life was great. It was very inspirational. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, Stephen. Even as an atheist, a lot of the, you know, the religious and Christian principles of forgiveness and love, you know, it really hit hard, man. Especially Erica Kirk, for her to say she's already forgiven the man that shot her husband. I'm not gonna say he killed him.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah, that was powerful, man. That was very.
Yeah, that's very powerful.
Mm.
That's why I say kudos to that's the part of religion I do respect and I do love and appreciate, man. That forgiveness, man. That's a powerful thing, bro. That's a hell of a woman right there. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, man.
I'm curious.
The Kirk family put on for the body of Christ, like real talk. Like they brought back the spirit, and that's why this man getting honored like that, man. Like they killed that man's body, but they didn't kill that man's soul, man. They didn't kill that man's head, and that's why I'm a believer. Like that's why I really rock with that man Charlie, man. And I know he would have, if he had met a black person like me, and we share so many of the same interests, he would have been inspired by me, and I would have been inspired by him the same way. Like I fuck with people like that. So, man, shouts out to his wife. That was tremendous spiritual courage, man. It takes a lot, like that. It takes so much to step out of yourself and forgive somebody that took away some of the most important pieces of your life. You know. Mm-hmm. So, man, shouts out to man, all the Kirk supporters, man, Charlie family. I just wish the best for his legacy. You know what I'm saying? And man, as Americans, man, we gotta protect each other from this crazy ass shit, because we still got a constitution and amendments that we have the liberty of living under. And may no bitch ass person on this land interfere with that. So shouts out to Charlie Kirk, man. It's a sad time in America, man. We lost a real one for absolutely nothing. But it will be for something great, hopefully. So
it will be for something great. It will be for something great. There is a real opportunity for a reawakening and a reemergence. And you know, one of the things that I did on this app for years, to the point of a broken clock, to where the mods could probably recite my pitch for me, about trying to inspire people to get engaged off this app in real politics, and don't just let your talents and knowledge be confined to this app, to actually translate your thoughts to words, to actions. And there were a number of people that did. There really were a number of people that did, and that was always really special to hear about, because they would tell me, you know, after the 10th time I finally did it, and it's so meaningful, I'm really glad that I did. But now it's not even about politics anymore, and I literally work in it, and I'm saying it's not even about politics anymore. It's really about what we want to be as people. who do we want to be? And I don't mean we collectively, I mean we is in terms of a whole bunch of individuals. Who do you want to be? Do you want to be positive? Do you want to add to the world? Do you want to fill people's cup? Do you want to be a contributor? Because that is a beautiful and inspiring legacy to leave. Do you want to, that should be what it's all about. And I'm not trying, I don't typically proselytize, I'm Catholic, we don't tend to do that. But I just am so moved by today that, I guess call me an evangelical Catholic tonight. I'm telling you, we're called by the word to be salt and light, which means being known by others. Hey, that is a Christ follower. That is what that means. And we are going to do it imperfectly, but they're going to see that effort, because faith without works is dead. And so I would just encourage everybody to really try and put in that effort to add to your friends, add to your family, add to the world. And if everyone did that, just imagine how things could get better. Just imagine.
I think that's the bigger picture. I think that's what people miss about the point people are missing about Charlie Kirk. This is about unification and solidarity, and was the spirit of Charlie Kirk. This is why we're having these conversations, guys, so we can get to the point like this where everybody's chill, everybody's calm, and we can actually have civil discussions like human beings. Again, we have more in common than vice versa, and that's what we got to focus on as Americans. That was Charlie Kirk's message. What's going on, Anthony?
What's going on, motherfucker, man? Stig, I couldn't agree with you more, bro. I really could not agree with you more. Man, like, it's, I know a lot of people, like, they've been really callous about it. I just don't get it, bro. Like, I don't understand, like, I can't believe we're that divided as a nation, but the truth is that in a lot of ways we are, man. Jasmine Crockett literally said she's disappointed that only 2 Caucasian people, Democrats, didn't vote against the Charlie Kirk, whatever the proposition was. She said she was disappointed it was just 2, and that, like, it says so much about who she is as a person. And mind you, like, I don't really like Hakeem Jeffries at all, but I will give him his props that he went across and he voted for it. So I'll give him his props, but it's sad, man. It's sad. And you go in certain rooms in Clubhouse and people are very, very, very callous, bro. But I don't want to think that represents the majority. Whatever.
Yeah, Anthony, it was 58 Democrats. The bill was a resolution that condemned the assassination of Charlie Kirk and condemned political violence. And 58 Democrats voted against it, including, I think you were right, including AOC. I didn't know that Hakeem Jeffries voted with it, and yeah, I give him the props. I give him props for that too. It's like, yeah, we sort of, what they're saying is, well, no, we won't condemn political violence if we agree with the outcome that somebody we don't like gets murdered. That's what they said today, without question. You can sugarcoat it all you want, but that's what they said today.
Yeah, but you see how, again, this is another great see that on the left, man.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying, man. Black and white conservatives, man, we just need to unite, man. We're all against the vows in our respective communities. We don't like what's going on in our inner city communities. We hate that shit. Like we don't like it, and you all don't like the likes of the type of people who took out our beloved Charlie, brother Charlie. So I know we get on here and troll and shit, but we really all have the same or a similar mission in mind, man. And it's that, like, look at how, like, this is what I will say, and I'm gonna say this because I was bringing up race in a negative way, but I'm gonna bring up race in a positive way. The way my white conservative brothers have responded to this has been a class act today, a class act. You feel me? And as a nation, we have to stand together against any vow that threatens our First Amendment right. And Charlie was a great symbol of that. Somebody like that should have never had got. I don't care if you disagree. There was things he said I disagree with, and there's nothing that would make that I would see somebody hurting a person like that. Sometimes we get so caught up on proving a point, being right, we forget we're Americans. A fellow, not a fellow, but an American took out another American for what? For our First Amendment, for exercising his First Amendment right in a respectful manner. That got young minds intrigued about politics. It's just a real shame, and every day it just hits harder for me. It hits harder for me. Like it's a happy time, but it's also a sad time. What I saw today gave me hope, but I'm still kind of saddened over the whole thing. And Sig, I agree, and I do apologize for what I said earlier, brother. Man, me and you, bro, we really feel the same way about a lot of this bullshit in our community and in our country, bro. Like, real talk.
And I appreciate the apology, and I accept it, brother. I don't hold no grudges. It's all good. It's all love, man. But this is MOG, then. This is where we gotta calm down the emotions and come to an understanding. Is that us coons, we don't hate black people. We don't hate ourselves. We don't hate the black community. We actually love the black community. We want to see black people doing better. I was in tears about a month and a half ago. Did you see that story that black woman that had her niece and nephew, they were killed, and she had them in the suitcases and the cops pulled them over?
Yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to see the picture of those two little black babies?
I saw the pictures of them pre-decomposing. I didn't see what happened after the bodies were decomposed.
No, I'm saying before they were murdered. Like, they had pictures of them smiling and
yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, you see how beautiful those black babies were?
Man, come on, bro.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about, man. Like, look at all these stories when you hear, Father's Day weekend, 4th of July, 70 people shot and 15 people dead, and you look and you see the pictures of the black people that were dying at the hands of other black people. Like
come on, bro.
We can't sit up here and keep pointing the finger at white folks and white supremacy and the white system. We're literally taking each other out. We're literally aborting millions of fucking babies. Like, that's my point, is that we're doing too much shit to ourselves. We got a lot of mess to clean up internally before we can start looking at other people that are causing problems for our community. But 90% of the problems that we get, or 90% of the shit that we get from other ethnic communities, is because of the shit we're doing from ourselves. And if we clean that up, a lot of the heat from the other ethnicities would go away. Because the heat that we're getting is based on the bullshit that we're not correcting and taking care of ourselves.
Hey, Sig, can I say something? I see a lot of things, and just in the chat now, you see things, and this is a common sentiment of, well, we can't let a white man tell black people how to fix their problems or how to clean up their community, etc., etc. Anything along those sentiments, like, well, a white man can't tell us what to do. Well, I think I've lived long enough in life that sometimes life's hardest lessons come from people we hate. And sometimes the most important lessons in life come from people who we consider to be our enemies. And a lot of times when someone gives us a lesson, we hate them for it because we know it's true. Now, I can, and I know in my life, that some of those lessons have come from people that really pissed me off, that I really hated. But I wasn't so prideful that I didn't see the wisdom in what they were saying. And guess what? Sometimes those lessons came from black people and came from black men. So if I, a stupid, murderous, and who some people call a racist white man, can take corrections from a black man, are you man enough to take a correction from a white man? Or are you too prideful? Are you too smart to take the wisdom no matter where it comes from? That's my challenge to everybody here, because I've done it. I've done it multiple times. And you know why I did it? Because they were right. And guess what? I'm better for it. So that's my challenge to everybody who's like, oh, well, we can't listen to white people. Yeah, I know, 400 years oppression, blah, blah, blah. Those were other people. You're living in today.
Man, I cannot believe day has come where I agree with your sentiments. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, MOG, I promise, in the next week or so, I'll say something really stupid and piss you off completely, okay?
Thank you, brother.
Okay, all right.
Thank
you. I promise, okay?
I appreciate
that. That way we can go back to our usual routine.
I appreciate that, brother. For sure. Thank you. Yes, sir. But yes, I agree that with the Alan saying, man, wisdom is wisdom. And you know, when I heard the words Charlie said, of course it was cut up. It was cut up to misinterpret initially anyway. So when I heard the words, yeah, I was like, what? Shut your ass up. You feel me? I was like, who the fuck is you to say? But at the same time, these are my same sentiments.